Chapter 551. Dead and Alive. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The two proceeded to find a place to rest for the night. The number of tourists had declined significantly due to the chaos stirred up by the undead. Even the luxurious hotels were incredibly cheap. They would depart the next day. Mo Fan was not in a rush to go to bed. He asked Liu Yu to tag along as he headed to the outer walls. The kingdom of undead was infamous across the world, yet Mo Fan had never seen it before. He was trying to prepare himself mentally for tomorrow. The outer walls were incredibly tall, surrounding the city like steel barrels. Mo Fan used his identity of a hunter to go to the top of the walls. When he reached the top, he was astonished to discover that the number of guards was 10 times higher than the number he saw in the morning. A cold breeze swept past from the distance, bringing the rotten scent of graveyard soil. The guards referred to it as the smell of death. The tall walls extending into the horizon stood still on the land, like they had intercepted the pitch-black land right in the center. However, if one were observing from high up in the sky, they would discover that countless people were moving inside the walls, and similarly, there were countless figures roaming aimlessly outside the walls, too. The clouds were like black silk, densely crowded together. As darkness loomed over the land nurtured by the dew of death, many unknown creatures started to climb out from graves hidden under the ground for decades, and observed their surroundings with green, glowing eyes. A few inhalations later, they had captured the scent of something alive from upwind, a huge bunch of them. Suddenly, the roaming undead sprang toward the ancient capital as if they were possessed by demons. Their black figures looked like a crowd of refugees lunging at food. However, when they gathered together and slammed into the walls like a rolling tide, their savage faces and hungry eyes made the scalps of the magicians on top of the walls turn numb. The cries of the undead rose. Despite the walls in between, the people at the center of the city were still able to hear the unique wailing cries of the dead clearly. The undead grouped up at the walls, trying to break through the defensive barrier that was stopping them from feeding themselves with their claws and teeth. Some even tried to ram the walls with brute force, and ended up smashing themselves into pieces, with blood splattering everywhere. "I can feel my legs shivering," said Liu Yu nervously, standing at the edge of the walls. Mo Fan cast a side glance at Liu Yu and teased her, "Strictly speaking, you're an undead too." Liu Yu puffed her cheeks unhappily, as if she were implying, "Even if I'm an undead, I'm still a pretty undead. Why are there so many of them?" Liu Yu glanced into the distance. The walls extended into the distance like mountains, and similarly, she could see packs of undead along the walls. The undead had stacked up into human pyramids at certain spots, where they were stepping on one another, trying to climb over the walls. The guards had no intention of letting them pass. Soon, the groups of magicians began to launch their fire, ice, lightning, and wind spells in all sorts of colors at the undead. Chunks of flesh and blood scattered in the air, a spectacular, terrifying sight. "Those who have no business here please leave," a loud voice which came out of nowhere demanded. Mo Fan and Liu Yu no longer had the chance to watch the battle. They were chased away, but right before they went down the walls, Mo Fan saw a giant shadow appearing in the horizon. The shadow was surrounded by lots of moving figures, spreading out like a wave. Even though he was unable to see clearly, he could easily tell how dense the undead was. The shadow uttered a roar into the sky, penetrating the sky like rolling thunder, and leaving the walls trembling. If the ancient capital was a city, the shadow in the distance was a conqueror, commanding his army to launch a full assault at the city. The sight stayed with Mo Fan for the rest of the night. Everyone thought wars were far away from them. Little did they know, this ancient capital that had remained standing for centuries had never stopped fighting wars. A war between the dead and the living. Mo Fan was unable to calm his astonishment for a long time. The night was short to those who had fallen asleep early. The night was endless for those still awake, as the battle outside the walls was still ongoing. Mo Fan had trouble falling asleep, but he somehow made it to daytime. The quaking from the distance had disappeared. Mo Fan opened the window. His gaze skipped the densely packed streets and alleys that were interconnected like a giant network and glanced at the long walls looming up in the fog. It felt like some parts had a gap between them, yet it was no different than last night. Mo Fan was unable to see anything 10 kilometers away clearly. He only knew that the battle had ended. Didn't have a good sleep? Liu Yu asked Mo Fan from the balcony beside. I don't think anyone can sleep well, apart from those who have stayed here for some time. I shouldn't have gone to the walls last night. I kept having a nightmare that the undead had broken through the outer walls, said Mo Fan. It's fine, we're still inside them. Even if the outer walls collapsed, aren't the inner walls still a line of defense, said Liu Yu. Young girl, enough with the nonsense. The outer walls are guarded by thousands of earth magicians, how could they be broken through so easily? Once it collapsed, how many people are going to die? You can eat any food as you wish, but you shouldn't say something like that, said an old woman, who turned out to be the resident below them trimming the plants. The place was fairly interesting. The lower levels consisted of service apartments, while the upper levels functioned like a hotel. Sorry, said Liu Yu, sticking her tongue out. The young ones are so hopeless, they've all forfeited the spirit of protecting the traditions of the ancestors. All they know is staying inside the city and letting other people die for their sake, mumbled the old woman. Mo Fan and Liu Yu did not bother listening. They prepared themselves and headed for the outer walls to meet the shorty. As they arrived at the south gate, Mo Fan was unable to find the shorty among the crowd, until he finally saw the top of his head jumping around after calling out for him. He glanced in the direction of the shorty and saw a few people were gathered around him. The other people looked ordinary, apart from a woman wearing a black veil that captured his attention. Everyone would simply wear a mask nowadays, yet the girl was wearing a veil. Her appearance resembled a character from the ancient TV drama. Mo Fan could not tell if she was just trying to hide her face, or she was simply not a fan of the rotten smell coming from outside the walls. Chapter 552. Black Silk Lady. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Apart from the graceful girl wearing a black silk veil, there was a pair of brothers following behind her. Instead of saying they were her friends, they looked more like servants. Including Shorty and a muscular guy who was his friend, the group had 7 people in total, 5 men, 2 women. The morning breeze swept past, bringing a weird smell with it. However, for some reason, when the sunlight shone down upon the place, the smell of the dead faded completely, as if the battle last night had never taken place. The south gate was open in the day. The group only needed to put their details down. As they left the outer walls, they followed the shorty's instructions and headed for Sunny Goat Village. The walls in the south faced the Qinling Mountains. Either flying or driving a vehicle would be deemed disrespectful to the demon beasts of Qinling Mountains, hence those who headed south had no choice but to walk. Mo Fan was extremely curious about the woman with the extraordinary outfit. It was not that there was anything strange about the girl. The truth was, her outfit was too attractive. Despite the cold weather, she was wearing a silk dress embroidered with colorful peacocks, with a soft red cape draped over her shoulder. Each step she took would reveal her S-shaped physique and curves in a rhythmic manner. Mo Fan walked behind her. He found it hard to move his eyes away from the perfectly fitting smooth silk dress, bereft of wrinkles. From her waist to her legs to her jade-white feet, it felt like every single part of her body was filled with charms, hooking his soul away. Mo Fan was fairly experienced, and had seen many gorgeous girls in his life. He even had one keeping him company, but the charm he felt from the woman grew stronger as time passed. "Hey, Shorty, where did you find this woman?" Mo Fan finally ran out of patience and asked the black-hearted guide. "She was willing to pay me the money as soon as I mentioned what our destination was, so I brought her along," said Shorty, secretly peeking at the woman as he spoke. His eyes flickered with great lust as he asked Mo Fan with a grin, one that every man would understand, "Why? She's hooking your soul away, too." "I was just being curious, I feel like she is no ordinary person," said Mo Fan. "Of course. Everyone calls me Shorty, yet I've seen more gorgeous women than any handsome man, good looking, good physique, good skills, I've met all kinds of them, yet this woman, TSK, I don't care what she looks like, but I'd be willing to not touch any other woman if she let me do it with her once, Shorty said pervertedly. He was not hiding any of his lewd thoughts, as he assumed that Mo Fan was the same kind. Can't your mind be a bit healthier? Mo Fan protested righteously. I'm not healthy, yet who keeps following behind the woman's ass? How long until we arrive at Sunny Goat Village? Asked Mo Fan calmly. The Shorty was speechless by Mo Fan's attempt to act righteously even though he was a pervert, too. He shook his head and said, you shouldn't be asking about how long until we arrive at Sunny Goat Village, but how long until it gets dark. Shorty then pointed his finger into the distance, where the sun was setting on the horizon. Holy shit, the sun is setting already, cursed Mo Fan. Did time really pass that quick? It's winter now, the night is longer than the day. Are you seriously that dumb? Asked Shorty. You haven't told me the woman's background. Go and ask her yourself if you want to. Mo Fan had no choice but to go back to his position. Liu Yu said to Mo Fan softly, something strange about the woman's presence. Ah, that's right, presence. Mo Fan came to a realization. Mo Fan was not just thinking about something lewd while he was staring at the black silk woman. It was more because he had sensed something out of place. She must be practicing black magic, said Liu Yu. The magic that one cultivated would easily influence their aura and temperament. Liu Yu's speculation was on point, since apart from her seductive temperament, he was also sensing a dark aura from her. Mo Fan also had the shadow element, so he did know a thing or two about black magic. Meanwhile, Liu Yu was a darkness creature herself, so her nose was more sensitive than Mo Fan's. That being said, those who practiced black magic were not necessarily the bad guys. As long as they followed the code of conduct set by the Magic Association, they were free to practice it. She must be very pretty, added Liu Yu. You can tell that too, asked Mo Fan curiously. Liu Yu was observing the woman with a hint of admiration. Mo Fan quickly took note when he saw her reaction. The sky gradually turned dimmer. In the season where nights were longer than days, the sun, who woke up at 5, was close to climbing into his wife's pitch-black bed. Mo Fan and Liu Yu had both seen the undead, so the silence before the darkness came was extremely intimidating. The land was vast, it was impossible to tell if they were right on top of the undead's territory. It was the very reason why it was necessary to hide a guide, since the weeds on their graves would be 2 meters high next year if they came themselves. Here, eat these. The muscular man took out something like grey garlic cloves from his bag. The man had a bulky figure, yet he looked like a commoner since they could not sense any presence of magic from him, but somehow he was also missing the living presence of a human. Something to eat, you should have said so earlier, I'm starving. Mo Fan quickly went up to receive the food. The grey thing looked like sweet potato, or an enlarged garlic clove. He simply took a bite without overthinking it. The following second, Mo Fan immediately spat it out from his mouth onto the ground. F***K, is that poop that you just gave me, accursed Mo Fan? That's ash garlic, it can cover your living breath. With it, the undead won't attack you. We only have a limited supply, and you've just spat one out. If we can't survive the night, it's all on you, explained Shorty immediately. Its taste is so disgusting, I would rather fight the undead than eating something like that, said Mo Fan. The eyes of the woman in black silk flickered, as if she were impressed by Mo Fan's determination. Don't be too confident now, sure, listen, the Shorty signaled the group to keep quiet. Listen to what? Under the ground, in the soil. Everyone fell quiet. Even though the sky was not fully dark yet, the white sand under their feet began to tremble. It seemed like the vegetables that an old farmer planted were finally sprouting, yet the stern look on Shorty's face had already told everyone what was about to happen. Chapter 553. 1,000-Year Emperor. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Shorty gulped. He had spent lots of years in the land of the undead, yet every time when night arrived, his heart would start pounding heavily. Even when he was away from the ancient capital, he would still experience fear and uneasiness at night. "Eat the ash garlic now," Shorty reminded the group. The woman in black silk and her two companions did not hesitate. They immediately ate the ash garlic. Liu Yu had also eaten one, only Mo Fan was still struggling to make a decision. The sound of something grumbling with their mouth filled up could be heard coming from the ground. Mo Fan turned around and saw a head full of worms poking out from the ground. Its eyes were dangling out, same with its jaw. It looked like the thing was stuck in the ground, only its head coming out of the ground, with its body still trapped beneath. Its reaction when it saw Mo Fan was like a starving human who had seen a golden chicken wing. It desperately tried to wriggle its way toward Mo Fan. "How dare you try to harm your grandpa, Mo?" Mo Fan kicked the head of the undead without mercy. The head was likely not attached to the neck. The kick immediately sent the head off as a projectile. The skull ended up slamming into a rock and splattered everywhere. The sound of many deep moans surrounded him. Suddenly, a huge section of the ground broke apart, revealing a huge tomb less than 10 meters away from Mo Fan. The tomb seemed fairly aged, even the cement had begun to rot. The half-corpse, half-skeletal creatures inside the tombs rose with bloodshot eyes after being summoned by the head that Mo Fan had kicked. The bones of the creatures were fairly black, implying that they had been poisoned to death long ago. Meanwhile, the tools scattering across the place implied that they were buried together with some general in ancient times. Mo Fan initially thought there were over 20 of them, yet there was a burial cave beneath the tombs. The skeletons were appearing from endlessly, each covered in blood and with a savage look. Mo Fan's fist instantly erupted in flames as he swung it in the air. Since the skeletons were all coming out from the cave, he could simply blast the cave with his fiery fist. "Mo Fan, look around you!" Liu Yu immediately shouted. Mo Fan turned around and saw 7 or 8 tombs just like the one in front of him less than a few hundred meters away. The skeletons were gathering like soldiers. Their eyes were staring at the only person that was still exhaling living breath, like stars in the sky. The sight was so stunning that Mo Fan instantly stiffened in place. "Actually, the thing doesn't taste as bad as I thought." Mo Fan threw the ash garlic into his mouth with the worst expression he had ever made. Shorty grinned disdainfully. He glanced at the skeletons surrounding them and said, "We should probably leave this place as soon as possible. It must be the grave of some minister during the Qing dynasty, judging from the number of people and workers that were buried with him. It's almost at the scale of an emperor's tomb. We can easily deal with these skeletons, but those ministers were strong magicians when they were alive. If they actually turned into undead generals, we're pretty much dead. Can you please stand further away from me when you speak?" added Mo Fan. The effects of ash garlic were almost instantaneous. The foul breath was so extreme that even the undead would accuse them of not brushing their teeth. Any undead who were obsessed with cleanliness would simply avoid coming close to them. The woman in black silk spoke for the first time as the group was weaving through the packs of undead. Her voice was so pleasant that it felt like a melody descending from the sky. The only thing lacking was emotion, or perhaps her otherworldliness was the reason why it was so alluring. "Is it always like this here?" she asked. Shorty was surprised by the question, and quickly answered. "Not quite, but since the drifting sand river became restless, the presence of death here has grown stronger, too. Some say that the new era of the undead has arrived. It's possible, since if the undead has a new ruler, it's reasonable for this to happen." "A new ruler?" asked the black silk woman. "No one has seen him before, but everyone knows he exists. They call him the Undead Emperor." "Rumors say he was the emperor of the Tang dynasty," Shorty replied quickly, showing off how knowledgeable he was. "How many years has it been since your Tang dynasty?" asked the black silk woman. "Hour." Shorty was startled. Mo Fan's eyes flickered too. He finally noticed something from the woman's speech. First, she was not a local, no wonder her Chinese sounded unnatural. Over 1,000 years, Shorty did not specify the actual year. 1,000-year emperor, the woman mumbled to herself, without asking any further questions. The woman did not ask further, but Shorty was trying to show off. He added, exactly, the undead's strength is dependent on the years they have lasted. The longer they exist, the stronger they are. It is impossible to tell what kind of monster will be born after being nurtured by the presence of death for 1,000 years. The history of this world was the same as the world he came from. The knowledgeable Mo Fan immediately recalled that the Tang dynasty's capital was here at 11 too. If this whole place had turned into the land of undead, it was possible for the emperors during the ancient times to turn into undead too. These goddamned emperors in ancient times. They have been dead for so many years, yet they still want to conquer the underworld and our world at night, cursed Mo Fan. It's common to build an emperor's tomb at places deemed favorable through feng shui, so it's not a surprise that they would turn into undead after absorbing the energy of the heaven and earth. Everyone is saying that the undead has a new ruler, which I find very amusing. It sounds like they knew who the ruler was before. I bet even the undead don't know, let alone us humans, replied Shorty. Is there really no one that has seen this ruler of the undead before? Asked Liu Yu. Shorty shook his head and said honestly, even the strongest magician has never met him before. Speaking of which, a few foreigners who claim to be from the Holy Judgment Court, each of them a strong magician, did not come back alive. I heard that they all ended up turning into undead. Those foreigners only know how to add to our misery. Shorty suddenly realized that the black silk woman was not a local, too. He corrected himself with a hollow laugh, I'm not referring to you. It's fine, I'm happy to hear jokes about the Holy Judgment Court. The black silk woman's eyes flickered with a hint of gloating. Holy Judgment Court? Mo Fan felt like he had heard the name before, a magic organization in Europe, an existence similar to the Enforcement Union in China. The Enforcement Union was responsible for arresting and executing evil magicians. However, the Holy Judgment Court's purpose sounded like Ultraman, to protect the world's peace. I will probably meet some of the people from other countries' organizations during the World College Tournament, Mo Fan mumbled to himself. Chapter 554. The Vanished Sunny Goat Village. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The area around Xiankai was always covered in thin sand. Rumor said that the sands would be absorbed by the undead like nutrients after being exposed to the presence of death for some time. Along the journey, Mo Fan did discover quite a number of undead were collecting the white sand that had stored some energy of the moon and death, like trying to scoop up gold in waves. These undead were a fair distance away from the outer walls of the city. They were roaming aimlessly, trying to find anything useful for themselves, like scavenging bones and body remains that were chewed up by wild dogs. With such an effective way to avoid contact with the undead, doesn't that mean they aren't as scary as we thought? Asked one of the companions of the black silk woman with a thick beard. Ash garlic is harder to find than gold. They simply cannot be planted, as they only grow in bunches at places crowded with undead, relying on the dead as their source of nutrients. Only the people from the villages outside the walls know how to retrieve them. However, the number of ash garlic produced every year is limited. If it weren't for my brother here, who's a half-blood from one of the villages, there's no way we could get our hands on them, smiled Shorty. The muscular man also wore a smile, his eye sneakily cast a glance at the black silk woman. It was likely that neither of them had ever seen a beauty like her before. The Sunny Goat village is not far ahead. The night is still long, we should rest there for now, said Shorty, pointing at a hill nearby. Every village has its rules. You all should obey them if you're planning to enter one, the muscular man reminded them. The group nodded in agreement. They successfully arrived at the hill. As they proceeded down the hill, everyone was expecting to see a human village right in the middle of the land of the undead. However, as they glanced down the hill, all that was left between the rivers and the mountains were piles of logs. There was no sign of a village. They quickly glanced in other directions, yet all they saw was black soil. There was nothing else, apart from a few lower grounds leading to some caves. Are you trying to trick us? Snapped the man with the beard. I have no idea what's going on. Shorty seemed dumbfounded, and glanced at the muscular man. The muscular man's eyes were filled with astonishment, too, as if he could not believe his eyes. He started running down the slope. Not a single hut could be seen among the piles of logs scattering across the place, let alone a village. However, the muscular man acted as if he had gone mad. He completely ignored the zombies that were roaming nearby. "The map did say that Sunny Goat Village is right here," said Liu Yu, after she checked the map. "Yeah, it's impossible that the map is wrong." "I swear I wasn't lying," blurted out Shorty. "Where's the village, then?" "I don't know. Unless..." They were easily convinced that Sunny Goat Village was supposed to be here based on the reaction of the muscular man. Yet, the entire village had somehow disappeared. If there were still fences around the boundary or debris and stuff scattered across the place, it would easily prove the existence of a village prior to their arrival, yet all that was left were some logs, and the rest was pitch-black soil, nothing else. "Does this mean that the village has fallen victim to the undead, too?" asked Liu Yu. "Perhaps, maybe the new ruler of the undead didn't bother giving any face to these locals." The group headed down the hill and discovered that the place where the village was supposed to be had obvious burn marks. The piles of logs were likely used as the fuel. A soft breeze swept a cloud of ash into the air. "There isn't any dead body, but there are burn marks everywhere. It's hard to tell what happened here," the bearded man told the black silk woman. "Even if anything happened, we won't see any corpses here." Mo Fan pointed at the undead roaming nearby. "The villagers would have turned into undead if they were dead." The place was covered in ash, and it was impossible to see any trace of blood. "What should we do now?" said the black silk woman's other companion. "We can only head for the next village, but if the next one is also the same," said the black silk woman. Shorty nodded as he shared the same thought. Mo Fan and Liu Yu had no other suggestion, hence they both nodded in agreement. "Let's go, come, you won't find anything here." "It's likely that they have moved, don't lose hope yet," Shorty said to the muscular man. The muscular man was rational enough. He proceeded to lead the way when he realized that there was no trace of the dead villagers nearby. The group departed for Hua Village. "It will take us around 2 days to reach Hua Village from here. We were supposed to rest up at Sunny Goat Village during the night to preserve the amount of ash garlic we have. It looks like we'll run out of them on our way to Hua Village," said Shorty sternly. Obviously, the shortage of ash garlic was a very serious problem for the group. Shorty suggested the group return to the ancient capital first and wait until the muscular man could get more supply ash garlic from his people. However, the muscular man implied that he would need at least a few months to get more. "Forget it, it's going to waste too much time if we head back now." "Just lead the way," said the man with the mustache. Mo Fan and Liu Yu had the same thought, too. It was impossible to tell what would happen if they were to drag things on further. "Don't worry," the black silk woman said. She glanced at Shorty and said pleasantly, "I realize that not all areas are crowded with the undead along the way here. We'll try not to rely on the ash garlic later, unless we're surrounded by too many undead at once." "That sounds like a good idea," said Shorty. Mo Fan nodded too, exclaiming inside, "It's rare to see a busty woman with a brain." After the black silk woman's suggestion, the group did not eat any more ash garlic during the second half of the night. When they were around 3 to 4 li away from Sunny Goat Village, they could feel the unfriendly gaze from the undead nearby. The undead was roaming around aimlessly in groups of 2 or 3. They were mostly zombies, nothing extraordinary apart from their terrifying looks. "Here they come," hissed Shorty. A zombie who was using a rock to grind his teeth seemed to have scented human flesh. His head rotated stiffly and his green glowing eyes locked onto the black silk woman, who was the closest to him. The black silk woman's eyes did not show any emotion, not even the usual panic and disgust an ordinary woman would show when facing the filthy creature. Her companion with the beard stepped forward. An icy star pattern appeared under his feet like frost. "Ice lock!" As the man raised his hands, the frost produced a thick chain. The chain lunged at the zombie that was trying to attack the black silk woman and immediately tied him up. "Bone husk!" The man clenched his fist, controlling the ice chain to clench tightly. Chapter 555. Giant Corpse General. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The sound produced when bones were crushed gave the group goosebumps. In a few seconds, the zombie had simply turned into a lump of frozen meat. Although it did not die completely, it was no longer able to move. Ali, don't waste your energy, said the black silk woman when she saw the man with the beard used an intermediate spell to kill a mere zombie. The man called Ali immediately performed a strange gesture in a seemingly obedient manner. By the way, we've spent a long time on this journey, yet we still don't know what to call each other, asked Shorty with a chuckle. He was long aware that the woman's identity was nothing ordinary. Yi Meng Yi as in Yi Zi, leaf, Meng as in Meng Jing, dream, and E as in E Nuo, elegant, you can call me Meng Yi. The black silk woman seemed fairly serious when introducing herself, as if she was afraid that she would make a mistake. TL note, E here pronounced like Bha. Mo Fan chuckled when he heard the name. Is this a Chinese name you just came up with? The black silk woman did not answer the question, but asked, is there something strange about the name? E as in E Nuo. Meng Yi, it's rare to see a Chinese with this name. To be honest, Tsuehua sounds better. You can even add it to your surname, like Elizabeth Tsuehua, to show that you're knowledgeable in both cultures, Mo Fan said wisely. TL note, Tsuehua is a very common name for females in the 70s, and the name has become an internet meme in China. Shorty, muscular man, and Liu Yu were Chinese, hence they almost vomited the ash garlic out when they heard Mo Fan's words. The guy was simply pulling a joke on the woman from foreign countries. Meanwhile, the black silk woman nodded as if she had learned a great deal from it, assuming that she would consider Mo Fan's suggestion. It was most likely that her two companions were not Chinese, either. It was impressive enough that they knew how to speak Chinese, but they would never understand the meaning behind the name. Don't listen to him, sister, you have a nice name. Liu Yu quickly betrayed Mo Fan. The black silk woman giggled, she did not seem too bothered by the joke. Can we call you that, too? Asked the man with the beard, Ali. The black silk woman simply cast a glance at the man, who immediately shrugged, not daring to say anything further. Along the journey, Shorty and the two subordinates following Meng Yi were dealing with most of the roaming undead. They were quite lucky as they had yet to stumble into a burial ground. The group remained safe until dawn was approaching, allowing them to preserve the ash garlic. 1 more hour until daytime, said Shorty, glancing at his watch. I thought the undead of the ancient capital are terrifying, yet aren't they just a bunch of brain-dead zombies, said Ali with a grin. Bro, please don't say that the land of the undead is cursed. You shouldn't say something like that, said the muscular man. Ali continued to wear his grin, simply ignoring the warning. The ground ahead was loose and fully pitch black. Meanwhile, the sky was covered in thick clouds. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, instantly revealing the dull stormy clouds connected to the pitch-black land into the distance, as if the group was walking in endless darkness. The air suddenly felt a lot heavier. Thunderclaps began to echo above the clouds, followed by huge raindrops falling to the ground. Their impact was strong enough to splatter the mud. Shit, it's raining, cursed Shorty. Right after he finished the sentence, heavy rain poured down, followed by flashes of lightning refracted across the sky by the raindrops. The water was pouring heavily. Stepping on the loose ground suddenly felt like walking in mud. Another flash lightning flickered in the sky, revealing a blood-red tide sweeping in their direction. The water splashed close to their feet out of nowhere and scared the group, yet the heavy rain was preventing them from seeing what was ahead. They could not tell whether it was time for them to eat the ash garlic. Quick, the rain can wash away the foul breath from the ash garlic, the muscular man told them. Does that mean the ash garlic is ineffective on rainy days? Asked Mo Fan. That's right. Mo Fan instantly felt like swearing, but the rain was too strong. He was totally not in the mood to complain, as he had to find a shelter from the rain as soon as possible. Do we seriously not have any water magicians? Asked Mo Fan. Unfortunately, no one responded. A water magician would have cast water barrier, circulation on everyone in the group, preventing the rain from touching them. The two subordinates of the Black Silk Woman reacted quickly. Even though they did not bring an umbrella with them, they quickly took off their jackets and used them to shield Meng from the rain, highlighting her extraordinary identity. Damn it, the blood water is rising, it's most likely that there's a powerful undead nearby. Shorty interpreted based on his experience. Are you serious? Look at this rain, we would simply be covered in mud trying to fight here, grumbled Mo Fan. What did I say, this land of the undead is cursed. Don't say anything stupid, the muscular man blamed it on Ali's smart remark. The group moved forward through the mud at a gradually increasing pace. The place they were currently at was in a valley. They had no chance of finding shelter unless they headed for the Qinling Mountains. The demon beasts in Qinling Mountains did welcome humans. It was likely that they had already preheated the oil and pot and were only waiting for humans to walk into them. Suddenly, roars that could make one's heart pound heavily came from their sides. Liu Yu was the closest to the sound. She turned her head around and immediately shivered in fear. In the midst of the rain, a strong zombie like an ox came closer, with Liu Yu as its target. The creature had a few arms, each holding a rusty hatchet. The raindrops washed the blood stains on the hatchets away, making the creature look even more terrifying, as it was impossible to tell how many humans had the hatchets killed. The creature had a body as strong as an ox and hideous limbs, yet most terrifyingly, its enormous body had a tiny woman's head whose hair was dangling messily in front, with a sinister, evil face under the hair. The woman's head opened her mouth and uttered a blurry, unpleasant scream. Why did you leave me? The voice sounded completely out of place. Even though it was speaking a human language, it was filled with the extreme hatred of the devil. Holy crap, who the heck are you? Mo Fan quickly pulled Liu Yu to his side. The group stared at the Hatchet Corps General, goosebumps rising all over their bodies. It was impossible to tell how many dead bodies were used to construct the Hatchet Corps General to give it such a hideous appearance. Corpse General, it's a giant Corpse General. We're done, it's over. Shorty stared at the Corpse General in fear, fighting a strong urge to flee for his life. Chapter 556. Fighting the Corpse General in the Rain. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Shit, lots of zombies are heading in our direction. They seem to be following this Corpse General's order, yelled Ali. Don't panic, Ashing, Ali, you two handle the zombies, said the Black Silk Woman Meng. Her hair was soaking wet from the rain. Even her black veil had almost fallen off from her attractive face. Everyone thought they would never have the chance to see her face because of the veil, yet she did not seem to be bothered. She tore the veil off and threw it to the ground, revealing a jade-white, perfect face. It did not turn out to be a full Western face. Without taking a closer look, it did not have any huge difference compared to the looks of an Eastern woman, but her eyes were glittering like stars. Her eyelashes, with raindrops dangling at the edges, were extraordinarily attractive. Mo Fan had long dreamt of seeing her face, and his wish had just come true, yet since the filthy Corpse General, serving as a great contrast to the woman's beauty, was standing right before them, he had no time to indulge in her gorgeous looks. Meng seemed to know Mo Fan's strength. After sending her two subordinates to handle the zombies, she quickly went up to Mo Fan and Liu Yu and said firmly, "We'll deal with it together." Run, you fools, there's no way you can fight against a giant Corpse General. Shorty still showed a slight bit of conscience by not running for his life straight away. Shorty had spent years in the ancient capital. He was well aware of how terrifying a Corpse General was. Most undead were servant class, yet even a team of intermediate magicians could easily be overwhelmed by their numbers. However, agitating a Corpse General was closer to a death sentence. The Corpse General could summon all the undead within a kilometer to it. Even if they were able to kill several hundred undead, there was no way they could hold off thousands of zombies rushing toward them like a surging current. A Corpse General would be a nightmare for intermediate magicians, let alone this giant Corpse General before them that had been nurtured by the land of the undead for decades. Normally, only advanced magicians could handle a giant Corpse General. Even a team consisting of the elites among intermediate magicians would be wiped out too. The whole place is filled with undead. The rain has cut off the route we're taking. We have nowhere to run to either. It will only be a matter of time until we're caught. It's almost dawn, let's hold them off until then, said Mo Fan. Menge shared the same thought as Mo Fan. Running was meaningless in a situation like this. Not only was the giant corpse general enormous, its speed was incredible, too. A single roar would attract the undead in the surroundings to intercept them. There was no way they could possibly escape from the creature. The only choice was to eliminate the giant corpse general before a vast number of undead arrived. Liu Yu, lure the zombies in that direction away, said Mo Fan to Liu Yu after casting a glance in a certain direction in the rain. Liu Yu nodded. She quickly disappeared into the rain. Can she handle it? Said the muscular man in astonishment when he saw the seemingly weak woman charging in the direction of the undead by herself. Don't worry, she's not as weak as you have imagined, said Mo Fan. It was likely that Liu Yu's current strength was stronger than the vampire Nidong. When she had first turned into a vampire, she was able to inflict serious damage to Nidong. Now that she had gotten used to the power, these zombies stood no chance against her. Besides, even if she were overwhelmed by the zombies, the undead would stop attacking her once she withdrew her presence. Strictly speaking, the breath she exhaled was not living, either. Come keep me company. The hatchet corpse general's hideous face twisted. The words it uttered sent a chill down everyone's spine. The cold rain poured down heavily. The giant corpse general swung its hatchets wildly at Mo Fan and Menge with pure brute force. The creature was not relying on the hatchet's sharpness to murder its target, but simply using their weight to crush its prey. Fleeing shadow! Fleeing shadow! Mo Fan uttered the chant of the spell. His figure blended with the shadow and sank into the ground in the rain, and quickly moved over 20 meters away. Similarly, Menge also possessed the shadow element. Her fleeing shadow was third tier, hence her speed was slightly slower than Mo Fan's, and the spell did not summon two shadows. After creating some distance from the hatchet corpse general, Mo Fan glanced at Menge and could only see her blurry gorgeous face in the rain. Try and control its movement with giant shadow spike, I'll attract its attention. Menge nodded. Her glamorous figure vanished into thin air once again. Lightning strike! Mo Fan instantly cast the basic lightning spell. The fourth-tier lightning strike produced several lightning eels close to the target, while the rain conducted the electricity too, resulting in a succession of crackling noises. Mo Fan controlled the lightning strike and created an electric field in the direction the hatchet corpse general was heading. The space-shaking effect of the purple-black lightning flickers spread the lightning arcs even further. The hatchet corpse general was just about to lunge at Mo Fan when it set its foot into the electric field. Its soaking wet body helped to conduct the electricity into it. Unfortunately, the bones and muscles of undead were dead to begin with. On top of that, the hatchet corpse general had fairly thick and sturdy skin. The paralyzing effect was not effective enough to immobilize the creature, it only slowed it down. The hatchet corpse general was fairly invulnerable. Even a fourth-tier basic spell was nowhere near enough to stop it. It charged at Mo Fan wildly after receiving the lightning strike, swinging the giant hatchets like a meat lawnmower. Blood Tarby! Mo Fan did not preserve his strength. He used his boot equipment straight away. Accumulating the force under the feet, Mo Fan leapt sideways into the air over 10 meters away, dodging the giant corpse general's tank-like charge. However, as soon as Mo Fan landed on the ground, the hatchet corpse general had already recovered from its momentum and arrived before him. It lashed out with the 4 hatchets. Mo Fan was astounded by the corpse general's speed. As Shorty mentioned, even a team of intermediate magicians was not enough to take the creature down. Luckily Mo Fan was prepared for it, as the place he landed was dark enough for him to cast the fleeing shadow. As soon as the corpse general swung its hatchets down, Mo Fan sank into the ground in the form of a shadow. The shadow quickly split into 2. One of them moved into the distance like a black stray cat running past at night. The giant corpse general quickly assumed the human was trying to run away as soon as it saw the shadow moving away quickly. It started running after the shadow before its swinging arms came to a stop and proceeded to smash the shadow into pieces a few seconds later. This giant corpse general is most likely stronger than the pseudomorphing demon beast. Mo fans came out from the shadow and fixed his eyes on the giant corpse general. Warrior-level creatures could be further categorized into different levels. Back then, the group had consisted of students who were all intermediate magicians, yet they were almost wiped out by the trap set up by the pseudomorphing demon beast in the abandoned Jinlin city. In comparison, the giant corpse general was even stronger than the pseudomorphing demon beast that relied on traps to hunt its prey. Its fighting capacity was shocking, even experienced hunters were no match for it. Chapter 557. Black Snake Magic Armor. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The giant corpse general immediately turned around after realizing that it had picked the wrong target. The woman's head let out a shriek at Mo Fan. The cold breeze swept past Mo Fan's face along with some raindrops. The blood Tabi was still activated. He was able to dodge the corpse general's attack from the current distance. The corpse general stomped forward and swung its axes wildly. Several zombies nearby were simply slashed into pieces without noticing. Giant Shadow Spike! Mengyi finally finished casting her intermediate shadow spell as the corpse general was just about to charge forward. She released an icy aura of the shadow element. The dark energy was a lot stronger than the power that Mo Fan possessed. It was obvious that Mengyi had a relatively high-quality shadow seed. The 3 giant shadow spikes disappeared into the rain. Mengyi did not delay the giant shadow spikes. She knew that the situation was not in their favor, so she quickly fired the 3 giant shadow spikes at the corpse general. Mo Fan's basic lightning spell was unable to paralyze the giant corpse general, but the giant shadow spikes were extremely effective when used to immobilize their target. The first giant shadow spike immediately nailed the corpse general to its position, preventing it from moving around. It felt like the spike had penetrated its waist and stuck into the ground. The corpse general was unable to break free from the spike despite struggling wildly. After the second giant shadow spike landed, the corpse general had trouble making noise. Its arm stopped all of a sudden in mid-movement. Its bloodshot eyes were glaring at Mengyi. As the third spike landed, the corpse general shivered in pain, as if it had suffered a great blow to its spirit. The giant shadow spike was effective against the ferocious corpse general, giving Mo Fan some time to catch his breath. He proceeded to draw a lightning star pattern. Thunderbolt, wild strikes. Mo Fan was surrounded by flickers of electricity. As he pointed at the corpse general's head, several purple lightning strikes descended fiercely. The fierce lightning blasted the corpse general's body open. The flesh that was as hard as a tank scattered in the air, leaving a huge hole in the creature's body. Following a few other lightning strikes, the corpse general's body was clearly being blown apart, blood pouring out like a fountain. Any other creature would be half dead after suffering the successive blows, yet the damage to the undead creature was minimal. They could simply replenish the flesh and skin they had lost by devouring other creatures. As long as the joints supporting their movement were intact, they would still be very much alive. The corpse general wriggled its blood-soaked body. The giant shadow spike began to loosen up under the enormous pressure. The power of the giant shadow spikes was limited. If a creature's strength reached a certain level, it would simply break free from the giant shadow spikes. The corpse general soon freed itself from the giant shadow spikes. The creature seemed to be humiliated by the injury it had just suffered. The woman's head on its body suddenly lashed out with a long tongue. The tongue flicked towards Mo Fan. Even Mo Fan's blood Tabi was not quick enough to dodge the extended tongue. The tongue wrapped around Mo Fan's left foot and hoisted him into the air upside down. Mo Fan lost his balance. He could sense the corpse general approaching him. Once the tongue dragged him to the corpse general's side, he would either be chopped into mincemeat or bitten to death by the woman's head. The woman's head was no longer just a normal human's head. Her mouth had taken up almost half of the entire face. It felt like her forehead had cracked open all the way to the back of her skull. Mengyi was suddenly lost, not knowing how to save Mo Fan when she saw him being dragged away. She could only hear Mo Fan yelling in the air, "Use some other magic." Mengyi immediately drew a star pattern without hesitation. A thought crossed Mo Fan's mind as he was dragged closer to the corpse general. His figure was immediately covered in a blue-black glow. The glow was not produced by radiation. It was actually coiling around Mo Fan's joints like a soft ribbon. Initially, only 1 or 2 wisps of the blue-black glow were wrapping around his body, but his entire figure was soon encapsulated by the light. The corpse general raised 2 of its axes and flung them in Mo Fan's direction. A brilliant light scattered in the air. The hatchet struck his chest. Any human would simply be torn apart by the enormous force. However, instead of the sound of flesh being torn apart, a piercing metallic screech rang out when the hatchets landed on Mo Fan. Mo Fan slammed to the ground right in front of the corpse general's feet. When the creature realized that the guy was still alive, it furiously raised its hammer foot and stomped down on his abdomen. Mo Fan was suffering from slight dizziness, yet he was still able to complete the shadow element star pattern in the short amount of time he had. His figure sank into the shadow just as the corpse general was trying to stomp him flat. He quickly moved to the side. The corpse general's stomp missed. On top of that, it could not tell which of the 2 shadows was the real Mo Fan. As a result, it swung all 4 arms around, 2 hatchets slashing at the shadow on the left and 2 others at the right. Mo Fan had just crawled out from the shadow when he was struck by the hacking axes. The weapon dealt a great blow to the guy before he could even establish a foothold, sending him flying in an arc in the rain, slamming into a pit as he landed on the muddy ground. Holy F***! K! Mo Fan rose to his feet in pain. He could feel the taste of blood surging in his throat. He looked down and saw several deep scratches on the black snake armor. The material of the armor was relatively soft. Although the corpse general did not break a hole in it, the force still penetrated the armor into Mo Fan's body. It felt like all his organs were almost dislocated. Mengyi glanced at Mo Fan in astonishment. It was clear that the man's blue-black snake-scale magic armor was incredibly high quality. It was still in one piece after receiving a direct blow from the corpse general. Dimensional summoning. A lunar white gap appeared in front of Mengyi. Chapter 558. The Dark Knight. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The sound of rapid galloping came from the gap, sounding like it was approaching from a great distance. The next second, Mo Fan, who was still recovering from the blow, saw a great black horse leaping out from the lunar white gap. Its body was covered in dense black hair, with a black mist floating around it. The horse had a single horn, which was also black in color, emitting a flicker of black lightning. A figure wearing black armor was sitting on the back of the horse. It looked similar to a human, yet the heavy, European-style armor was completely empty inside. "What the hell is this?" asked the astonished Mo Fan. He was also a summoner, yet his dimensional summoning was only able to summon a wolf-type creature. It was quite impressive that he had managed to level up his beast to his current stage. To Mo Fan's surprise, the girl's dimensional summoning had summoned an even rarer creature. A Dark Knight? The figure indeed resembled a warrior sitting on an elegant black horse, holding a half-crescent scimitar in his hand. However, for some reason, the raindrops were evaporated instantly when they landed on it. Dark Knight! Mengyi immediately ordered the Imperious Dark Knight to deal with the giant corpse general. Mo Fan did not summon the Swift Star Wolf, as his summoned creature was no match for the giant corpse general. It was likely that the creature would die in the fight, but the Dark Knight whom Mengyi had summoned looked fairly promising. But since dimensional summoning was only a basic spell, there would be a limit to the summoned creature's strength. It was possible that the woman was only trying to buy them some time. Mo Fan could still feel his blood rumbling inside his body. The black snake magic armor had negated most of the damage, yet the same principle applied, the magician still had to endure the force from the hit. Mo Fan, who was unable to move for the time being, was watching Mengyi from afar, hoping that she could hold on until he recovered. The horse uttered a shriek and raised its front limbs as the knight signaled from atop the saddle. The stomp sent the muddy water splattering. However, the horse had already turned into a black arrow, dashing forward with a wild gust of wind at the giant corpse general before the droplets even landed. The knight on the horse held the scimitar with a reverse grip and leaned forward. Meanwhile, the giant corpse general raised its forearms, waiting for the unique darkness creature to present itself. The knight and the horse almost became one, sweeping through the rain like a black arrow. The giant corpse general was just about to fling its arms down, but the dark knight was already behind it. The scimitar was drawn out from its sheath, leaving a long slash in the rain. The giant corpse general had yet to realize that its body was already left with a giant hole. Its sturdy body shuddered for a second, before blood and water poured out from it. Mo Fan took a deep breath. Wasn't this dark knight a bit too quick? It simply finished the attack within the blink of an eye. The Swift Star Wolf was well known for his speed, yet he was still a few levels lower than the Dark Knight. The giant corpse general was already left with a great hole before it managed to bring its arms down. The Dark Knight did not stop and remain in his cool posture, quickly turning the horse around after finishing his blow. He utilized the momentum of the spin to execute a slash to the general's back. The black half-crescent sword slashed forward, the view even more stunning in the rain. The sharp edge landed on one of the giant corpse general's limbs. Its limb, with flesh as hard as rock, was cleanly amputated after making contact with the blade. As the giant corpse general's arm fell to the ground, the filthy creature uttered a seemingly pained or furious cry. It raised its other 3 limbs and charged at the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight was incredibly fast with his sword. Despite facing the sequence of wild attacks from the 3 arms, it looked like he was drawing a web with the movements of his sword, completely nullifying the attacks from the giant corpse general. Mo Fan was left speechless. Isn't this Dark Knight somehow too powerful? Not only did he inflict serious damage to the giant corpse general with only 2 attacks, he could defend himself against the filthy creature's attacks. Try to recover quickly, my cultivation isn't strong enough. I can only summon him for a limited time, Meng reminded Mo Fan. Mo Fan felt better after hearing the words. Meng had obviously cast a basic summoning spell, yet if a basic spell alone could summon such a powerful darkness creature, she would not be afraid of the giant corpse general. As he thought, an exceedingly strong summoned creature would have limitations. Not only was the Dark Knight able to fight fearlessly against the giant corpse general, he had the upper hand in the battle, too. It implied that the Dark Knight was one of the strongest species in the summoning dimension, and usually, it was fairly difficult to control such creatures. Sword Burst Ultimate, the Dark Knight uttered in English. Mo Fan did not understand him, but he could easily tell that the knight was speaking in the human tongue. A few rounds later, the Dark Knight moved nimbly and secured the perfect chance for a counterattack. He struck at lightning speed and immediately pulled back. A few moments later, the arm where the hit landed suddenly burst apart with the formidable energy of darkness. The energy exploded and blasted another limb of the giant corpse general to pieces. The Dark Knight had amputated another arm of the giant corpse general. The giant corpse general was now covered in wounds. As Mo Fan was hoping the Dark Knight could simply finish the giant corpse general off, the knight suddenly sheathed his sword and galloped off into the distance. His figure slowly merged with the darkness in the rain. Even though he was fairly close, it looked like he had gone into a different dimension, slowly vanishing into thin air. If it weren't for the blood, amputated limbs, and sword marks around him, it felt like the Dark Knight had not even appeared. He had simply come and gone in a mysterious way. The time was too short. The Dark Knight was powerful, yet the duration he could stay was less than 1/10 of the Swift Star Wolf. It's seriously injured. Don't give it any chance to come close to us, said Meng. My turn. Mo Fan decisively drew another lightning star pattern. Thunderbolt. Stormy clouds appeared above. Mo Fan, who had managed to catch his breath, immediately unleashed the full strength of the thunderbolt, Wild Strikes. The power of the lightning was more than enough to inflict damage to the giant corpse general, and slammed its enormous body to the ground, leaving the creature covered in blood and holes trembling in fear. Chapter 559. It's daytime. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The giant corpse general's blood and liquid were splattering across the place. Its wild attacks had finally weakened. The rain still fell heavily. Suddenly, a huge lump of mud sprouted into the air. Mo-Fan was just about to cast a lightning spell to inflict serious damage on the giant corpse general. To his surprise, several zombies covered in mud suddenly appeared nearby. The zombies were heading for Mo-Fan with their filthy mouths at surprising speed. Mo-Fan turned around and saw the zombies breaking through the defense set up by a Li and a Xing. The wave of them was rolling forward like a black current. Mo-Fan had no choice but to interrupt his intermediate spell. His figure was surrounded by a lightning strike, creating an electric field around him. The electric field covered the area within 30 meters of Mo-Fan's feet. The zombies that were lunging at him were paralyzed instantly. Lightning strike was ineffective against the warrior-level giant corpse general, yet it was more than enough to handle these servant-class undead. A huge number of undead were immobilized by Mo-Fan's electric field. The lightning serpents dashed across the ground and struck the zombies. Those that were close to Mo-Fan were quickly scorched by lightning. "There's too many of them, we can't hold on any longer," yelled a Li. His voice had come from a huge group of zombies. It seemed he was completely surrounded by the undead. "Same here," Liu Yu's voice said from the distance at the same time. There were simply too many zombies after every undead within a kilometer was summoned here. The longer the fight went on, the more zombies would show up. On top of that, the giant corpse general never stopped uttering cries, summoning the zombies nearby as cannon fodder. The team was completely surrounded by the undead. Despite the upper hand that the Dark Knight had granted them, the team soon found themselves in a pinch. "Didn't I ask you to run away before?" "Great, none of us can leave now," complained Shorty. The giant corpse general did not charge at them recklessly. It had suffered quite serious injuries. It continued to cry endlessly and watched from afar, waiting for the zombies to wear out the team. The zombies uttered cries and shoved one another around to get closer to their target. Some even crawled onto the bodies of others. Mo-Fan was able to keep the situation under control with the electric field. Mengyi was standing close to Mo-Fan, relying on his electric field to provide her with some relief. However, she wore a huge frown still, as the situation was fairly grim for the team. She glanced at the sky and saw a thin ray of light barely making it through the rain. "It will be daytime soon," she reminded everyone. Mo-Fan glanced at the giant corpse general in the distance, and saw the creature wearing a vicious grin as it uttered an unsatisfied cry. The frenzied undead suddenly halted in place. Faint sunlight shone down upon the place. The presence of death quickly dissipated. Without the presence of death, the undead were like stranded fish, and began to jump around in a panic. They uttered terrified cries and covered their heads, extremely vulnerable to sunlight, and proceeded to dig into the ground. The undead entrapping a Li and a Xing quickly ran away. As a matter of fact, it had been daytime for quite a while, yet the thick clouds and rain had delayed it. Regardless of how weak the sunlight was, it was still light. Most importantly, once the presence of death which they breathed in dissipated, they would soon die to the sunlight if they did not return to the underground or back to their tombs. The zombies flowed away like a falling tide, similar to how they came. The undead had given Mo-Fan and his crew a horrifying experience. If the darkness had only lasted just a little longer, they would simply have died to the surrounding zombies. "Thank heaven," swore Shorty, who was too lazy to wipe the sweat off his face. Mengyi's two subordinates, a Li and a Xing, no longer looked relaxed as before. They regrouped with Mengyi, not knowing what to do with the injuries they had. They simply lowered their heads and apologized for failing to protect their master. Mengyi did not comment on it. She glanced at her rain-soaked clothes and her disheveled hair. "Let's find a place to hide from the rain first. It's too cold." "It's easy to get sick like this," said Liu Yu. "It's still some distance to Hua village," said the muscular man. "Head for the Qinling Mountains, there should be a cave somewhere, we can stay there for now," suggested Shorty. "The demon beasts of Qinling Mountains aren't easy to deal with." "Don't worry, I know a place without them, said Shorty. The team followed Shorty towards the Qinling Mountains. The place was like a natural barrier, standing upright and firm. It was quite difficult to find a cave based on the structure of the mountain walls. After all, the walls were fairly steep. Not everyone could walk on the steep walls. However, Shorty managed to lead everyone to a cave. It was located halfway along the walls, and could only be reached by climbing up some vines. There used to be a blood beast here. Our team killed the beast around a year ago, so there shouldn't be any demon beasts living inside it. Shorty spread apart the weeds covering the entrance of the cave. Ashing snapped his fingers and summoned a puff of flame at the tip of his finger. The flame lit up the cave. Even though there was a foul smell inside the cave, the air was fairly dry. It was a lot better than staying in the rain outside. You two, guard the entrance, Mengyi said to her subordinates calmly. The two nodded and guarded the path, not allowing anyone to go any deeper into the cave. Only Liu Yu, who was also a woman, was allowed to go past. The eyes of Shorty and Mo Fan, the two perverts, flickered. They stood on their toes, trying to peek into the cave over the two subordinates. Unfortunately, it was completely dark inside. It turned out that Mengyi had summoned a dark curtain, preventing Mo Fan, who also possessed the shadow element, from peeking inside. The cave was quiet, with 2 men guarding the path and 3 other men waiting at the entrance. They could hear rustling from the cave as clothes slid across the women's soft, tender skin. The men simply stared at one another, feeling their throats and mouths turning dry. Chapter 560. Who would complain about having too many girls? Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Try to peek again and I'll dig your eye out, snapped Ashing when he saw Shorty's lewd acts. Who's peeking? I'm just feeling a bit tired. By the way, that was such a close call, I thought we were done for. Shorty sat on the ground, as if he was trying to imply that it was not worth it to go so far just for the money. It wasn't supposed to be that bad, but the rain delayed the daylight, said Mo Fan. Not only was the giant corpse general powerful, it was also able to summon zombies to attack them. He initially thought they had a chance to eliminate the enormous creature, yet they were so close to being overwhelmed by the zombie horde. The land of the undead was indeed terrifying. Even with their team's strength, they were almost wiped out by the undead. We shouldn't risk it since it's still raining. The ash garlic isn't working, said the muscular man sternly. We can't simply hide here if the rain somehow doesn't stop anytime soon, said Mo Fan. We should still wait for a while, right? Those who are hurt should treat their wounds now, even if it's only a little scratch. Those zombies are poisonous, the wounds will fester in a few hours, said the experienced Shorty. Do we seriously have to wait until they are done changing? We're all grown-ups, let's just change here. The cold is bothering me, suggested Mo Fan. Everyone agreed with Mo Fan. They quickly took off their clothes and took out fresh clothes from the airtight packages in their bags. The crackling from the bonfire was the only sound in the cave. Everyone was fairly tired from the epic battle. After treating their wounds and changing into dry clothes, they all laid down on some dry grass to rest up. Everyone was too tired to speak. Mengyi had put on a new veil. It was a charming purple this time, concealing her attractive face. What are you doing here in the land of the undead? Asked Mo Fan. Mengyi blinked and said softly with a faint smile, we've got an uncooperative associate here, so we're here to talk to him. Oh, what organization are you from? Asked Mo Fan. Parthenon. I think I've heard of it before. Mo Fan fell into deep thought. It's quite famous, Mengyi nodded. Don't tell me you're a saintess, goddess, princess or something like that. I've seen a lot of them on the TV, who cover their face and dress up in casual clothes to visit the commoners. Mo Fan asked with a smile. Mengyi was not the icy type. Even though her temperament felt like she was above the common populace, she was still willing to answer his questions. The woman smiled and shook her head when she heard Mo Fan's wild speculation, I'm not that sacred. Hiding my face is only my personal preference. I think the veil is pretty. Our country's air quality isn't great, wearing a veil won't make any difference. Even a mask is useless, said Mo Fan. Menge giggled softly. Her voice, holding a mix of charm and sanctity, echoed in the cave. Shorty sat on the side, watching Mo Fan teasing Menge with a dull expression. He finally ran out of patience, pulling Mo Fan to the side and whispering, "Brother, it's I who found the woman first. Shouldn't you behave yourself?" "Brother, are you seriously stopping me when you're trying to put up an act?" responded Mo Fan mercilessly. Menge was fairly attractive, and together with her mysterious identity, why would a normal man like Mo Fan not have the right to communicate with her? It was obvious that the woman did enjoy chatting with an Eastern man who was both handsome and knowledgeable, like him. "You've brought one yourself. You should look after her feelings instead." "Can't you leave Menge to me?" whispered Shorty. "Idiot, who would complain about having too many girls? It's quite a journey for her to travel all the way here to China. I should let her experience the charm and humor of a Chinese man," shot back Mo Fan. The rain poured down heavily. Hua village looked blurry in the rain. Grey sky, grey land, and a lonely village standing between the sky and the ground. All the colors it had were washed away by the rain. However, even though the village was quite old, the wooden logs were constructed skillfully, able to withstand the wet and the icy wind. Each structure, whether it was a big compound with a front yard, or so small that it only had a single room, was incredibly warm once the furnace inside was lit. "Stupid, why did you insist on plucking them when it's raining? Look at yourself, hurry in and dry yourself." A young girl around the age of 20 stood under the roof, stomping her foot. Her face was red, either from the blame or feeling shy. In the rain, a skinny young man wearing a smile approached the entrance. He seemed hesitant to enter the house, as he was afraid that the mud on him would make the place dirty. "Come on in, you're going to get sick from the cold. You were in such bad shape before, too." Su Xiaoluo dragged the young man into the house and quickly took his clothes off. As the man's shoulders and the shocking scars on his chest were exposed, the girl stomped the ground again and murmured, "Do it yourself, I've been looking after you for quite some time. It's not like I've not seen your naked body before." The skinny young man rubbed his head and let out an awkward smile. The man quickly changed into some fresh clothes. Even though they were all made of sackcloth, they were very warm. "These herbs are enough," she sighed. "The plague around Xiankai is becoming more severe. The rain is speeding up the rate of its spreading, too. A few villages are already contaminated. Adults are still able to last quite some time, but the kids and the old folks are suffering greatly. Their bodies are a lot weaker. I won't be looking after you now. I have to prepare the medicine." Su Xiaoluo smiled at the young man and went into another room to prepare the herbs. The skinny young man sat beside the furnace and gave her a smile. Su Xiaoluo giggled and said, "Is smiling all you can do? You should try your best to remember who you are instead. You can't live at my house for so long. The others would misunderstand it." Su Xiaoluo's voice became softer, as she felt rather embarrassed when saying that. "Forget it, try and think about your past here." Su Xiaoluo turned around and walked toward the exit. However, after taking a few steps, she turned back and glanced at the shocking scar on the back of the young man's head and uttered a sigh. She had no idea what the man had gone through. The man was covered in wounds when she first saved him, but what shocked her the most was the blow to his head, which had almost cracked his skull open. He was lucky enough to stumble into her, as she was a doctor. Otherwise, he would be dead by now. Chapter 561. Mutated Undead. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "Xiao Luo, is the medicine ready yet?" said a middle-aged man. "It's almost ready, come and sit by the fireplace," Su Xiaoluo's voice responded from inside the hut. "Sure, I heard from old Yang that you've already come up with a medicine." That brought joy to everyone. "You know, since Uncle Guan passed away, we're completely clueless when anyone contracts a disease. Luckily, we still have you," the man smiled. "Well, you should thank Fu Da instead. he still went to collect the herbs even though it's raining so heavily outside, said Su Xiaoluo. TL note, Fu Da here means a big fortune. Oh, I'll go talk to Fu Da. Inside the hut, the fire in the furnace would crack at times, and sparks would jump out from the furnace and leave scorched marks nearby. The middle-aged man was wearing a woven rush raincoat. He placed it in a bamboo basket, revealing a fairly well-preserved face, full of wrinkles when he was smiling, allowing anyone to easily guess his age. Fu Da, you're a lucky man, said the man Xie Sang with a smile, grabbing the skinny young man's shoulder. It hurts, the young man slowly turned around and said in an emotionless tone. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot you have wounds here too, Xie Sang smiled as he took a seat opposite the young man. The young man sat there with a blank face, showing no response to Xie Sang's words. The man let out a sigh and asked, did he lost his memory, or completely turn into an idiot? I don't know, but he sure looks dumb, replied Su Xiaoluo. It's fine if he had only lost his memory, since he either suffered a great shock, or a great blow to the head. There's still a chance that he will recover, but if he's actually turned into an idiot, the chance of him recovering is very slim, said Xie Sang. The medicine is ready. Su Xiaoluo carried a bowl of pitch-black medicine over. Xie Sang received the bowl, but almost knocked it over. Su Xiaoluo immediately reminded him that the medicine was still hot. Still so clumsy at your age, how could you possibly take good care of the village? Su Xiaoluo mocked him. Hee, don't blame me for not reminding you, you're not young anymore, if you continue to stay in the same house with this guy. Hurry up and deliver the medicine. All right. Su Xiaoluo patted her sore shoulders after Xie Sang left. She glanced at Zhong Xiaohu, who was sitting in front of the fireplace like a wooden log, and harumphed when she saw that the guy was not paying any attention to her. After a few harumphs, Zhong Xiaohu still did not show any response. The girl immediately stomped her foot and turned around, not bother to waste any more time. Crap! This is bad. Hide, everyone hide. A cry of panic came from outside. Su Xiaoluo quickly pushed the windows open and saw Madame Xie running into the village in a panic. She was in such a rush that she even tripped and fell to the muddy ground. Madame Xie, what happened? Exclaimed Su Xiaoluo. Undead, there's an undead at the village's entrance, the old man was eaten alive, the woman trembled. I'll go and take a look, Su Xiaoluo immediately put on her raincoat and went outside. Zhong Xiaohu quickly followed behind when he saw her running out, as if he were afraid that something would happen to her. More cries of panic from the villagers were heard. Those who were timid immediately fled deep into the village. Su Xiaoluo and Zhong Xiaohu ran to the village's entrance and saw the path covered in red stains. The blood had mixed with the rain, forming a little stream flowing out of the village. A few young, strong villagers were standing in the rain with hoes and sickles. They did not dare to get any closer to the entrance, and were simply staring at the zombie that was eating the old man guarding the entrance. What happened? Didn't he drink the water from the Kuan well? Su Xiaoluo's face turned pale after witnessing the gory scene. Of course he did, yet something's wrong with this undead. It still attacked us, it's most likely a mutated undead, said a trembling villager with a hoe. It must be a curse, our Hua village is cursed. Old he died to the undead a week ago, and another one died at night 3 days ago. Now, the undead are attacking us in the evening. Eventually, they will simply barge into the village and eat all of us alive. It's a curse, I told you we shouldn't be involved in it, we're cursed, said another middle-aged villager who was completely terrified. The zombie was extremely savage. It seemed unsatisfied after eating the old man's organs, immediately pouncing at another villager that was trying to chase him away. The young villager did not even have the chance to swing his sickle when the zombie simply bit his head off. Fresh blood jetted out from the stump, a shocking sight in the rain. The villagers had relied on a unique way to avoid being attacked by the undead, yet when something went wrong, they could not even stop a zombie. Run! The rest of the villagers immediately fled into the village. We can't let the zombie get inside the village. Su Xiaoluo tried to tell the villagers, yet they had all run into the village straight away. Su Xiaoluo clenched her teeth and made her way to the wooden barrier. The zombie had yet to enter the village. If she could drop the wooden barrier at the entrance, she would be able to resolve the situation. The barrier was made of ashwood, something that the undead were not fond of. They would simply stay away from the village. Su Xiaoluo ran toward the switch, yet the zombie's glowing eyes were already fixed on her. The zombie let go of the young villager that it had eaten half of and lunged at Su Xiaoluo like a starving stray dog. "What are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" screamed a woman. Su Xiaoluo turned around and saw the zombie running at her. Its speed was so shocking that it felt like it was right behind her within the blink of an eye. Fire burst. Rupture. In the nick of time, a puff of flame erupted in the rain and landed accurately on the zombie. The fireball exploded and blasted the zombie away. Its body was shattered into pieces by the impact. "You all have no chance against the undead, leave now," said a young man with a frown. The villagers who were running away reacted as if the young man was their life savior. "Praise God, Hong Jun, you're in the village. We're safe." "Hong Jun, the zombie is quite fierce, shouldn't you have waited for your father before trying to kill it?" The villagers quickly backed off and stood behind the young man called Hong Jun. "Humph, it's only a zombie, I can handle it myself," declared Hong Jun, a hint of pride on his face. Chapter 562. Invaded by Undead. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. A second fireball flew at the zombie that had killed 2 villagers. The explosion even burned the wooden barrier nearby. The rain had weakened the power of the flames. The fire on the zombie was soon extinguished. The young man called Hong Jun spat on the ground disdainfully. If it weren't for the rain, his 2 fire bursts would have blasted the zombie to pieces. The zombie did not die yet. It struggled to his feet and screamed at Hong Jun with its bloody mouth. Its body was completely out of shape, yet that did not lower its speed. It simply dashed toward Hong Jun, running on all 4 limbs. Another fire burst appeared on Hong Jun's palm. Unfortunately, the fire burst missed the fast-moving zombie, which had already arrived in front of Hong Jun, leaving his face pale. "Back off," barked the voice of an old man. It was the village's chief, the man who had come to take the medicine before, Xie Sang. Xie Sang had rolling waves of energy around him. Following his cry, a surging tide swept toward the zombie. The zombie was struck down by the raging tides in the air. It was completely immobilized by the rolling water, which swept it all the way outside of the barrier. The wooden barrier was destroyed by the force. Meanwhile, the zombie was also swept far away, no longer posing a threat to the village. The villagers let out a relieved sigh after seeing this. Luckily, their chief was an intermediate magician. Otherwise, they would be helpless against a mutated undead. "Your pride almost cost you your life," harumphed Xie Sang coldly as he walked past Hong Jun. Hong Jun quickly collected his thoughts, yet he showed no signs of remorse. He completely ignored the chief's words and walked toward Su Xiaoluo. However, his eyes flickered with anger when he saw the wild man who had appeared out of nowhere helping Su Xiaoluo up from the ground. He was the one that saved her, yet how did this guy get all the credit? "It's been years since we last saw a mutated undead, why would they appear out of nowhere?" Su Xiaoluo glanced after the undead that had been swept away by the magic. "Who knows, but Xiaoluo, don't you worry, with me here, the undead won't hurt you," declared Hong Jun. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiaohu had grabbed a black umbrella out of nowhere and was about to raise it above Su Xiaoluo's head. To his surprise, Hong Jun snatched the umbrella away from him after thanking him rudely. The guy then shared the umbrella with Su Xiaoluo, pushing Zhong Xiaohu aside. Su Xiaoluo was so occupied with the undead that she was unaware of all this. However, Hong Jun grinned and glanced at Zhong Xiaohu mockingly. "I should go and take a look at the undead's body," Su Xiaoluo said firmly. "I'll go with you," said Zhong Xiaohu. "You should just stay in the village. You're just a dumbass who can't even remember who you are. Didn't you see how dangerous the undead was? I bet you will be the first to run when another zombie appears." Hong Jun shoved Zhong Xiaohu aside and summoned a fireball on his palm, as if he were putting up a show. "Stop with the childish act." Su Xiaoluo rolled her eyes. She put on the raincoat and headed outside the barrier. "Xiaoluo, don't go, it's too dangerous," warned Madame Xie. A fairly tanned old man said noddingly, "Yeah, it's too dangerous to go out of the village now." "It must be a curse, I told you we're cursed," screamed the same villager with a sharp face. "Guzi, can you stop scaring yourself?" said Hong Jun. Xie Sang stood on the side. Most villagers had arrived at the entrance and immediately panicked when they saw the two corpses on the ground. They quickly gathered around their chief. The villagers had grown up drinking from the well. As long as they drank from the well every month, they would not be attacked by the undead, thus the village did not need the protection of magicians, but considering that the place was fairly close to Qinling Mountains, there might be demon beasts looking for food, too. The water from the well was not effective against the demon beasts, hence normally the village would have 1 or 2 magicians, and they would be appointed chief most of the time. Now that a mutated undead had appeared, the magicians who were the only way to deal with the undead became extremely important to the village. "Xiaoluo, go and see what's wrong with that zombie. Hong Jun, you too, just in case there are zombies like it out there. Fu Die, you should stay here. You're not from our village, so you haven't been drinking the water from the well. The ordinary zombies would attack you, too," said Xie Sang. The chief Xie Sang called a few other fearless young men to go with them. Su Xiaoluo led them out and headed for the hole where the broken barrier was swept away by the rolling waves. The zombie ended up quite far away, at least 100 or 200 meters from the village. The villagers usually would avoid coming out at night. Even though the undead would not attack them, who could possibly guarantee that they wouldn't stumble into creatures that simply killed anything they saw? The others were too afraid to leave the village. They simply stood at the barrier and watched the group leave. It was around evening, their range of vision was fairly low due to the rain. They could at best see 300 to 400 meters into the distance. However, it would turn completely dark in a few minutes. Su Xiaoluo, Hong Jun, and 3 other young men approached the rotten corpse. Su Xiaoluo was a doctor, thus she was not too afraid of a dead body. She knelt down and began to inspect the corpse. Can you hurry up? It's just a dead body, nothing fascinating." 2 of the young men spoke out nervously, too scared to stay here in the outside. Hong Jun said with a laugh, "Why are you two so scared when I'm here?" "Yeah, that's right, Brother Hong Jun is a fire magician, a 3rd-level basic magician." "Isn't that quite impressive, even in the outside world?" wondered another young man. "I think so." Su Xiaoluo frowned as she slowly rose to her feet. The others immediately asked her about the reason that the zombie had attacked them. "It's only an ordinary zombie," concluded Su Xiaoluo. "How's that possible? We've been drinking the water from the well for generations. We should be protected. Every family in our village has just gone through the rituals of the well god. Why would a normal undead attack us?" asked one of the young men. Su Xiaoluo fell silent, as she could not find an answer for the question. Hong Jun was not too bothered by it. He was just about to comfort the girl when an eerie voice came from nearby in the midst of the rain. It sounded like someone dragging their feet, something munching on rotten flesh, joints crackling, etc. The sound grew louder from all directions. "Oh heavens!" one of the young men screamed. Hong Jun turned around and saw countless pairs of bloodshot eyes staring at them. Chapter 563. Wind Disc. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Before anyone could react, a fast zombie lunged forward and grabbed one of the young men, dragging him a few meters away. "Help! Help!" The young man could not even scream for help in time, as a few other zombies lunged at him and instantly tore him apart. The other 2 young men were dumbfounded. They quickly fled toward the village. The place was completely filled with mud. They did not even have the time to wipe the mud that covered their faces after they tripped a few times as they were running toward the wooden barrier. However, the undead were too fast for them. A few zombies were already flanking them from both sides. A young man's arms were caught by the zombies, and the next thing he knew, his arms had been pulled off, with fresh blood jetting out from the cuts. "Help, help me," the other young man yelled as he barely made it to the wooden barrier, seeming completely lost. The sky turned darker as the rain grew stronger. The villagers at the wooden barrier were unaware of what was happening. They only realized that the village was surrounded by mutated zombies when one of the young men returned, his body covered in his comrade's blood. "Dad, help, help me." Soon, Hong Jun, who had scratches all over, made it back too. He had completely lost his previous confident look. He was no different than the young man who had also survived. "Go away, back off," yelled Xiesang, who drew a blue star orbit in front of him. It rapidly turned into a water barrier encapsulating Hong Jun's figure. Hong Jun was relieved after receiving the protection of the water barrier. He swallowed hard and yelled, "There are too many of them, the undead, they." The villagers were in a complete panic. It was still acceptable that a mutated zombie had appeared, yet how was it possible that the village was now surrounded by zombies? Weren't they being protected by the god of the well? Didn't that mean they are simply a herd of sheep in the middle of the wolves' territory? Xiaoluo? Where's Su Xiaoluo? Zhong Xiaohu grabbed Hong Jun and snapped furiously. I don't know, she should be behind." Hong Jun fell to the ground. A weird stench was coming from his pants. Zhong Xiaohu shoved Hong Jun away and rushed toward the wooden barrier. "Fu Die, don't go. Idiot, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Chief, the zombies are coming." Xie Sang was about to pull Zhong Xiaohu back when he turned around and saw a few zombies with long claws climbing up the wooden barrier. Their glowing eyes were staring at the village full of living humans. Starving cries filled the place as more undead turned up at the village's wooden barrier. The villagers were totally dumbfounded, as they had no idea how to deal with these terrifying creatures. "Fu Die? Where are you going?" In the rain, a petite figure slowly appeared at the side of the wooden barrier. She turned around and saw Zhong Xiaohu rushing out from the village. Zhong Xiaohu quickly halted in his tracks. He was overjoyed knowing that Su Xiaoluo had returned safely. "I'm relieved that you're all right." Zhong Xiaohu went up to the girl, so nervous that he seemed quite lost as to what to do. "I've lured them away with some bait. Let's head back to the village. It feels like we're no longer under the protection of the god of the well. We're completely surrounded by the undead." Su Xiaoluo dragged Zhong Xiaohu with her into the village. However, as soon as they arrived at the village, a few zombies were on the muddy path tearing the helpless villagers apart with their claws and feasting on their organs. Su Xiaoluo was completely stunned by the sight. Even the wooden barrier had become useless. Did the ashwood that would drive the zombies away lose its effectiveness too? The village was covered in cries of agony. Fresh blood was splattered across the place. Tears began to fall from Su Xiaoluo's eyes as she watched the familiar figures falling to the ground. What's happening? Why is this happening? Su Xiaoluo burst into tears. She could not endure the sorrow as she witnessed the massacre. Everyone in the village was like family to her, yet they were now lying in pools of blood in the mud, being fed on by the savage zombies. Their skin was peeled off, their flesh was chewed away, even their skulls were not spared, cracked open so the brains within could be devoured. The villagers had protected by the god of the well for generations. The undead that everyone was afraid of were merely animals roaming aimlessly around their village. Some said that they were the descendants of some deity, hence the filthy creatures did not dare to invade the sacred village. And now? Were they abandoned by the god that had been looking after them all along? Was he simply allowing these filthy creatures to trample the lives of his devout believers? The rain poured down heavily. There was nowhere to run to from the rain. Similar to the invasion of the undead, not a hint of mercy was being shown by the cruel creatures. Zhong Xiaohu stood beside Su Xiaoluo, who was half kneeling in the mud in the middle of the rain. He raised his head, staring into the sky with a blank face. "Wind, wind." Su Xiaoluo helplessly raised her head. She glanced at Zhong Xiaohu, who was standing there like a log. She could not understand what the guy was mumbling to himself. "Fu Da, you should run, you're not from our village." "Perhaps our village is indeed under a curse, the undead are only here to hunt us down," said Su Xiaoluo softly. "Wind!" Zhong Xiaohu stood in the same spot. Su Xiaoluo did not notice a faint blue star orbit forming under his feet. However, the process seemed extremely strenuous, as if the memory in his mind had reached a block. The star pattern was breaking intermittently. Wind disk! Finally, the star pattern showed up in his mind. A random gust was summoned around Zhong Xiaohu. As he subconsciously raised his hand, the rain in the air began to spiral and spin rapidly in a helix. It was wind. A powerful wind obstructed the path of the rain. The raindrops were crazily sucked in by the tornado, turning it into a water dragon tornado. The wind disk appeared on the village's path, drawing the zombies that were massacring the villagers into it. The tornado swept forward, uprooting the wooden huts. Patches of grass and logs were drawn into the wind disk too, smashing the zombies into pieces as they spun inside the tornado. The wind was extremely fierce, yet it did not harm any of the villagers. It was only moving toward the zombies. Chapter 564. Display of Prowess. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Not many zombies had invaded the village, yet just the few of them were enough to bring a slaughter upon the village. Chief Xie Sang was unable to save so many people at once. However, the wild tornado immediately swept the 4 zombies into the air and turned them into minced meat. This. The villagers who were saved by the tornado stared at Zhong Xiaohu in disbelief. Su Xiaoluo was also looking at Zhong Xiaohu in astonishment as he controlled the wind. She did speculate that Zhong Xiaohu was a hunter who had come out on an adventure, yet she never thought he would be an intermediate magician. Chief Xie Sang was actually having some trouble killing the zombies. He was unable to kill the zombies in a short period of time, yet Zhong Xiaohu's wind disk simply slaughtered the 4 zombies in an instant. Wind disk, sky snare! Zhong Xiaohu drew another star pattern, summoning a stronger tornado. The fierce winds formed a thick wind wall, with the villagers inside it. Zhong Xiaohu controlled the wind wall, not letting the wind contract any further. The villagers standing inside the wall were protected by the tornado. The zombies were instantly torn into pieces when they lunged at the wind wall created by his sky snare. The zombies were stupid. They only knew to pounce at any living target. The wind disk, sky snare was protecting a dozen villagers, yet the hungrier the zombies were, the stronger the urge drove them to slam into the wind wall and kill themselves. Almost 10 zombies were fully annihilated by the wind disk, sky snare, returning the place to calm. The 2 wind spells faded from the sky after killing more than a dozen zombies that had invaded the village. The villagers almost had the urge to drop to their knees and express their gratitude to the god of wind. When Chief Xie Sang killed the last zombie, he glanced at the skinny young man whom he had called a retard in disbelief. Xie Sang knew he had no chance of facing all the undead by himself. The moment the zombies invaded the village, he knew the whole village was going to be massacred. To his surprise, the creatures that were going to destroy the village were wiped out by the kid. Xie Sang knew the kid was most likely a magician, yet he never heard of anyone at his age with such outstanding strength. "What the hell are you crying for? Is it time for that now?" "Hide in the well quick," yelled Chief Xie Sang at the villagers who had no way of protecting themselves. The invasion did not last long, yet a dozen villagers were dead, with many more injured. The heavens knew if there were more undead waiting outside. As the chief, he had to make the decision. There was a cave in the wall, a place to take refuge whenever an emergency took place. The cave was tightly sealed, hidden between layers of rocks, where the undead was unable to reach. They just needed to bring food, water, and things to warm them up in the cave. With no time to mourn for the dead, the villagers quickly packed their stuff and fled to the cave in the well. It was not completely dark yet, but the village was deserted. Only a stream of blood in the middle of the village was left. They did not have the time to deal with the corpses. The dead bodies of those who had died a horrible death were soaked in water. Most strangely, apart from the zombies that had invaded the village, there were not any zombies making their way toward the village. The truth was, there were still lots of undead crawling out from the ground, yet none of them seemed interested in the village. Even when they caught the scent of blood coming from beyond the wooden barrier, they still roamed around aimlessly. The rain lightened up, the raindrops like needles. Outside the village, a grey woven raincoat became visible in the curtains of rain. A huge bamboo straw hat covered the person's face. One could barely see his slightly pointy jaw. The man walked toward the entrance of the village and glanced at the pools of blood ahead. "There's another magician," said the man in an icy voice. Beside the man stood a few bulky zombies uttering some unpleasant cries. They were only a few meters away, yet they were not attacking him, but were standing a few steps behind him, like subordinates. "The corpses are your prizes," said the man emotionlessly. Following the words, the zombies lunged at the dead bodies scattered across the village like hounds. "Do they seriously think they're going to be safe in the cave inside the well? Hava hava." The man turned around and disappeared into the rain. His sinister laughter merged with the rain and echoed in the sky above the village. The rain lasted for 3 days straight. Luckily, Mo Fan was an optimistic man. He simply used a branch to draw squares on the ground and played 5 in a row with Liu Yu to get rid of the boredom. "The rain is stopping, we can continue on with our journey." Ali came in from the entrance and said to the group, "What, are you still thinking of going to Hua village?" Shorty looked at everyone. "We have to," said Mo Fan. Mengyi nodded too. "Listen up, I know you two are strong, but I heard that there's a dark abyss close to Hua village. If we carelessly step into it, even 100 lives won't be enough to save you," said Shorty. "Either you give us the money back, or lead the way," said Mo Fan straight away. "No refund," said Shorty. "Then get on with it. I have to pay a visit to Hua village too. It's been many years since I last returned to Sunny Goat village. Even though I don't understand why my uncle stopped me from going back every time, I feel like I have to find out the truth now that the village has disappeared," the muscular man declared sternly. The muscular man was called Fang Yomia. When the shameless Mo Fan learned his name, he almost laughed for an hour. TL note, Yomio here means young sapling. Fang Yomia was from Sunny Goat village. He was not fond of the village's traditional lifestyle, hence he spent some years in the city. However, when he paid a visit back to the village a few years ago, his uncle told him not to go back anymore. Initially, Fang Yomio thought the villagers were chasing him away, assuming that he had betrayed their traditional belief, thus he ended up staying in the ancient capital. However, he did not expect that the entire village would simply vanish into thin air. He still treated the villagers as his family, so he felt the urge to seek the truth, and the only way was to visit Hua village. Only Shorty had the urge to go back, hence he was basically forced to follow the group. The journey to Hua village was surprisingly calm. They did stumble into packs of zombies, yet they easily maneuvered past them with the ash garlic. However, when they arrived at Hua village, the group was completely dumbfounded when they saw that the village was deserted, too. Why were the people of Hua village missing too? Chapter 565. Moving Away. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The group went into the village and saw the mess on the path, run-down wooden huts, patches of grass scattering across the place, and brown-colored bloodstains. Obviously, the place was under attack recently, but why was the village completely empty? Sigh, I'm so thirsty. Let's hope the well is clean. Shorty went over to the well at the middle of the village. He poked his head out and looked into the well, but all he saw was darkness. As he was figuring out a way to get a drink, a face suddenly came up and stopped right in front of Shorty. The two faces turned pale instantly, with Shorty falling back to the ground while a loud thud came from the well. The group turned around and immediately knew that there was someone in the well based on Shorty's reaction. As they pulled the man in the well up, the young man who was soaked through let out a relieved sigh when he learned that they were all living humans. Are you Hongjun? The muscular man quickly stepped forward after he recognized the young man. And you are, oh, you're Yomia from the other village. Hongjun recognized the muscular man. What happened here? Why isn't there anyone else? Do you know where the people of our sunny goat village are? Said Fang Yomyo. I don't know where your people are, but I'll have to tell the others in the well. They are most likely going to suffocate if they don't come out soon, said Hong Jun. The well was not huge, yet Mo Fan was completely dumbfounded when more than 100 people climbed out of it. How deep was the well, to be able to contain so many people? The villagers took turns climbing out from the well and gathered around the place. They did not dare to leave the area. Finally, when a man and a woman both climbed out from the well, Mo Fan stared at the young man, his eyes wide. Mo Fan thought the man would walk up to him, yet he was simply standing beside the woman. The man did not even show any reaction when he walked past Mo Fan, as if they were complete strangers. Mo Fan was stunned for a moment, recovering from the shock. He quickly grabbed Zhong Xiaoho's arm before he walked any further. What are you doing? Said Su Xiaoluo, glancing at the outsider that was grabbing onto Zhong Xiaohu. You don't know me? Mo Fan asked Zhong Xiaohu, surprise all over his face. Zhong Xiaohu was staring back at Mo Fan too, his face confused. You know him? Su Xiaoluo blurted out with a surge of joy. Mo Fan opened his mouth. He glanced at Zhong Xiaohu with a blank face, then at the woman, who was reacting weirdly. Could this be the so-called amnesia? The person was Zhong Xiaohu without a doubt. Even though he was even skinnier than before, but Mo Fan could recognize him just by looking at the hair on his legs. Mo Fan stared at Zhong Xiaohu, who did not recognize him. Even though the guy had lost his memory, Mo Fan still pulled him into his arms and gave him a huge hug. Everything's fine as long as you're alive. Everything's King fine. Mo Fan patted the guy on the back and took a deep breath. The sunlight pierced through the grey clouds in the sky, shining dimly upon the village. The rain had stopped, yet the clouds did not clear up, gathering above the Xiankai area as usual. Fu Da, oh, Zhong Xiaohu, I thought you were going to be a log for the rest of your life. Someone is here to bring you back, said Su Xiaoluo with a blossoming smile. I'm not leaving, blurted out Zhong Xiaohu, as if he was afraid of losing something. Why? Your friend says you're a soldier. He's going to bring you back to receive treatment. Maybe they have a way to cure your amnesia, said Su Xiaoluo. Zhong Xiaohu did not understand how to express his thoughts. He simply looked at Su Xiaoluo. Mo Fan stood aside. He could easily tell that the memoryless Zhong Xiaohu was heavily reliant on the girl. On second thought, after Mo Fan looked at the scars on Zhong Xiaohu, especially the long cut on the back of his head, he knew that the guy was only lucky enough to survive because Su Xiaoluo had found him. Hong Jun went up to Zhong Xiaohu and Su Xiaoluo and said to them, "What's with the leaving and not leaving? We've all decided. We should make our way to the ancient capital while it's still daytime." "Are we leaving the village?" asked Su Xiaoluo. "Yeah, the village is no longer safe. We're all going to die here if we stay any longer," said Hong Jun. Hong Jun then pointed in a direction, where Chief Xie Sang was taking the villagers to pack their stuff. "I agree that you all should leave this place too," Mo Fan nodded. "All right, Zhong Xiaohu, we'll go together," Su Xiaoluo wore a smile. Zhong Xiaohu nodded continuously. It seemed like he had totally turned into Su Xiaoluo's subordinate. He would simply go wherever she went. Mo Fan shook his head helplessly when he saw Zhong Xiaohu's reaction. "I've come all the way here looking for you, and here you are picking up chicks." The villagers failed to come to an agreement. Those who were stubborn insisted on staying. They would rather stay in the well than leave the village. In their opinion, they would die even faster if they left the village. Chief Xie Sang had decided to leave, hence he could simply gather those who were willing to leave. However, the number of people that were willing to leave was less than he had expected. Most people had chosen to stay. "Look at the village, are you going to stay and wait for your deaths?" Su Xiaoluo anxiously told the stubborn villagers. "Yeah, let's all leave together. You'll only be killed by the undead." "We're no longer protected," said the young man called Guzi. "We've decided," a middle-aged man simply sat on the ground beside the well. The journey to ancient capital would take at least 2 to 3 days, which means we'll need to spend at least 2 nights out in the wild. That's pretty much suicide, said a woman. Zhong Xiaoho's friends will escort us to the ancient capital. We'll be safe once we reach the outer walls, Su Xiaoluo continued to persuade them. How could a few kids possibly handle those creatures out there? We won't be leaving. We're running out of time. If you guys are leaving, you should go ahead. Wasting more time here would make the journey more dangerous, said an old man. Su Xiaoluo bit her lips, not knowing what to do. Those who stayed would surely end up dead. The undead did not even care if they were drinking the water from the well. They had completely ignored the barrier made of ashwood. Hiding inside the well was only a temporary solution. It would not protect them forever. It's useless trying to convince them, since they have made their decision. Those who are leaving should gather at the entrance. We'll leave in 10 minutes. Make sure you bring enough ash garlic with you, said Chief Xiesang decisively. Chapter 566. Escorting the Villagers. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. There were around 30 people willing to leave the village, most of them young people. Xiesang let out a sigh when he saw that so many had decided to stay in the village. Su Xiaoluo tried to convince them, yet they were only urged to leave sooner. Left with no choice, those who had decided to leave packed their stuff and departed for the ancient capital. Mo Fan was rather confused as they headed for the entrance. The people of the villages were supposed to be under the effect of ash garlic naturally. For example, while their group was involved in the intense battle, the muscular man was perfectly unharmed. None of the undead bothered to attack him. If that were the case, wouldn't they be safe on their way to the ancient capital? Why did everyone seem so nervous, regardless whether they were leaving the village or not? I told you the village is cursed. You're going to die if you stay here. Let's go, said the young man called Guzi. Guzi, enough with your bullshit, scolded Xiesang. Leaving the village means abandoning the teaching of our ancestors. You won't even survive the night, you should just stay in the village. We are still protected by the god of the well, grumbled an old lady before the group left. Many with traditional thinking decided to stay. As a result, the number of people leaving the village was reduced further. Mo Fan was unable to make the correct call. He could not tell if staying at the village or going to the ancient capital was safer for the villagers. He had no right to decide for the villagers. All he knew was that he would help escort Su Xiaoluo's people back to the ancient capital, since she had saved his brother's life. There were around 30 people in the group. To Mo Fan, Liu Yu, Fang Youmiao, and Shorty, they were simply going back along the same route. Meng Yi and her 2 subordinates did not stay at Hua village for long. They were not interested in escorting the villagers, hence they bid farewells to the group and left on their own. As Meng Yi left, Mo Fan was still curious about why the 3 had come to this chaotic land. What were they trying to find and achieve? The current season had a shorter daytime and a longer nighttime. On top of that, the cloudy weather further strengthened the presence of death. The stronger the presence of death, the greater the number of undead that would appear. Without needing food, the undead could only rely on the presence of death to evolve further. It was the same with demon beasts who needed to become stronger. The villagers were in good shape physically. The group made significant progress during the day. It was safe during the day, hence everyone was rather relaxed during the journey. However, after 3 in the afternoon, an uneasy feeling began to loom over the group, which continued to grow stronger as time passed. None of the villagers could tell if they were still under the protection of the god of the well. They had no idea if Zhong Xiaoho's friend was reliable, either. Let's take this route. We don't have to pass by Sunny Goat Village, said Chief Xiesang to Mo Fan. Is it quicker this way? Mo Fan glanced at the map and saw that by taking a straight route, they would still pass by Sunny Goat Village. That route is passing through a pulsating terrain. It might look shorter on the map, but it's going to take a longer time. Trust me, I know this place better, replied the chief. Mo Fan nodded and followed Chief Xiesang's guidance. The day gradually turned dark. The The villagers obviously trusted Chief Xiesang and Hong Jun more. They walking closer to the two. It would not be surprising if they ended up hugging them tightly. Su Xiaoluo was surrounded by a few people, too. The girl was quite reputable in the village. Some of them subconsciously followed her around. Most importantly, the retarded man whom Su Xiaoluo had saved was incredibly strong. He had simply wiped out the zombies that had invaded the village with 2 wind spells. "Liu Yu, look after the kids at the back," said Mo Fan. Liu Yu nodded and said, "Take care of yourself. We'll check the situation out. We have ash garlic, and the villagers are under the protection of their god. If the undead doesn't attack us, we'll just walk past them." Acknowledged. The route that the chief had selected was indeed a lot smoother. As the night inevitably arrived, the starving cries of undead came from all directions. Brother Mo Fan, if the undead does attack us, we won't be able to protect so many people." Shorty came up to Mo Fan and whispered. Mo Fan was well aware of it too. He was merely hoping that the villagers were still protected by their god. "It feels like they are not focusing on us." Shorty glanced at the undead who had woken up the earliest. Mo Fan held his breath. The group proceeded. Normally, the presence of such a large group would surely attract the undead, yet even when the group had traveled a kilometer, the undead still did not show any reactions. It clearly implied that both ash garlic and the protection were still effective. When the villagers saw the undead were ignoring them like usual, they immediately let out a relieved sigh. Their pace became more relaxed. Otherwise, it felt like each of their steps was walking on nails. Strange, if we are still protected, why would the zombies invade our village? Su Xiaoluo was utterly confused. This means those zombies were mutated. "It feels like it's meaningless for us to move away from the village now," admitted Hong Jun. Hong Jun would follow Su Xiaoluo wherever she went, as if the guy had completely forgotten that he had fled for his life on his own when they were in danger before. Su Xiaoluo never had a good impression of him, and now, his existence alone was annoying to her. "That's enough. Either way, we'll be safe when we reach the ancient capital." Chief Xiesang was determined to move away. Mo Fan glanced at Chief Xiesang. He somehow felt that the chief was hiding something. After all, the chief of a village would usually obey the rules of the village strictly. The group was unharmed throughout the night. As everyone was relieved that the undead did not attack them during the night, they were even more confused about why their village was attacked. The night did not pose any threat, and the clouds had cleared away the next day. After a brief rest, the group continued their journey to the ancient capital. "Brother Mo Fan, what do you say?" Shorty nudged Mo Fan and whispered. "How would I know? I'm not familiar with this place." Mo Fan glanced at Shorty, who seemed to have something to say. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Have you noticed something?" To be honest, I do know something, and it's from before I met Fang Yomio." Chapter 567. Ambushed in the Day. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "Just say it," said Mo Fan in an unpleasant tone. "Do you remember the cave we used to hide from the rain?" Shorty purposely glanced at the villagers and asked after knowing that they were all at the back. "Yeah, the one that you found when you're hunting a blood beast. What's wrong?" "After killing the blood beast, we decided to rest up at Sunny Goat Village. However, we stumbled into a scouting team on the way there who had just left Sunny Goat Village. They gave us some replenishment, so we returned to ancient capital straight away using this path. Not long after we returned to the ancient capital, we heard that the scouting team went missing." Shorty lowered his voice, as if he did not want anyone to hear him. He was at ease when he realized that only the guy who had lost his memory was close to Mo Fan. It's most likely that they were killed by the undead in the wild. My brother's squad was ambushed by the undead along their journey too." Mo Fan glanced at Zhong Xiaohu beside him. I assumed so too, but do you know what the scouting team told us when they bumped into us?" Shorty wore an evil smile. "What did they say?" asked Mo Fan. "They told us Sunny Goat Village is completely empty. They told us there's no point in going there, said Shorty. Mo Fan was utterly confused. However, Jong Slau who was also listening to the whispers between the two, shuddered violently as his blank eyes widened. Don't you think it's strange? The chief is also avoiding the path to Sunny Goat Village. It's obvious that the chief doesn't want us to go there, added Shorty. Mo Fan glanced at Xie Sang and fell into deep thoughts. The group continued on with the journey. Everyone was still unharmed during the second night. They were fairly close to ancient capital after the second night. They would arrive close to the ancient capital today. It's daytime, we'll move on once everyone is ready. We should arrive at the ancient capital before night time, yelled Hong Jun, waking everyone up. Hong Jun, you spent a few years learning magic outside of the village. Are you able to find places for us to live once we arrive in the ancient capital? Asked a woman. Don't worry, don't worry. Hong Jun patted his chest, implying that he would handle everything. Sigh, feels like we're safe now. I thought we were abandoned by the god of the well. Goozy, look at how you've scared everyone, humph. The villagers felt more at ease, each wearing a faint smile on their face. The group had stayed safe for 2 nights straight, and their journey would come to an end after today. Their lives were no longer in danger. Since it was daytime, everyone was more scattered across the place. Mo Fan remained at the front of the group. Shorty never stopped talking. The guy came up to Mo Fan to boast about his achievements. Mo Fan snorted disdainfully at Shorty and simply boasted about his achievements in Bo City. So you're from Bo City? I do know a few friends from there, exclaimed Shorty, surprised. How do you know people from Bo City? Mo Fan was confused. Oh, I talked to them a lot. They were brought here to stay in the ancient capital after the calamity. They were told to live in the outskirts in the past, but a rich young man called Mu Bai bought a street to sell magic ores, so the refugees from Bo City ended up working for him, said Shorty. Mo Fan was startled, but then recalled the arrangements made after the calamity. The refugees of Bo City were arranged in batches. The first batch was allocated to the outskirts of Shanghai, while the second batch was sent to the ancient capital. Mo Fan chose Shanghai, and he was arranged to stay at the edge of the city as he hoped for. Now that Shorty had mentioned it, he immediately recalled that the other batch was sent here to the ancient capital. It was rare to bump into people from his hometown. He would have to pay them a visit soon. I would also sell magic ores to their stores sometimes, said Shorty. Tilda. Suddenly, a cry of agony came from behind them. The scream was distorted due to great pain. The sudden sound simply gave the entire group a great scare. Shorty instantly stopped talking, while Mo Fan quickly turned around and saw blood mist spraying in the sky, followed by the villagers screaming and fleeing in a panic. Undead, it's the undead. My uncle is being dragged away, dead, he's dead. Tilda. Another terrifying screech appeared. A woman who was running away in fear fell to the ground after tripping. A long claw burst out from the loose ground. Its incredible force instantly penetrated the woman's body, leaving those who witnessed it with an uneasy feeling in their stomachs. There's one here. Help me. Help. Don't panic, everyone stay calm. The villagers who ran the furthest were the easiest prey for the undead. Mo Fan quickly scanned the place and saw the undead that were assumed to be nocturnal climbing out from the ground and attacking the fleeing villagers. It had only been a few seconds, yet the whole place had blood splattering everywhere. Holy crap, these undead are insane, killing people in the day, screamed Shorty. Head to the side, Liu are you, protect the kids, don't let them run away in panic, yelled Mo Fan. More undead were appearing from the ground. The protection the villagers were under was completely useless. As a matter of fact, the undead were only targeting the villagers. Normally, the undead would feed on their targets after entrapping them. The zombies in the surroundings would simply stack on top of another following the scent of fresh blood. However, the undead that were attacking them were not feeding instead. They continued to hunt the next target down. It was a bloody massacre. Lightning strike. Swift Star Wolf. Giant Shadow Spike. Mo Fan was furious when he saw the villagers being murdered. He was not in the mood to preserve his strength. He simply used every move he could. However, the villagers had already lost their minds and were running in all directions. Even Mo Fan was unable to save everyone under such circumstances. He could only watch them being torn into pieces by the zombies. Hosey, rock. Rock barrier. Mo Fan was just about to tell Zhong Xiaohu to cast the spell, but it seemed like the amnesia did not take away his rationality. He followed his instincts and cast the intermediate earth spell. 2 consecutive rock barriers quickly formed walls around the group, stopping the villagers from running too far away while blocking the zombies from coming in. Mo Fan jumped onto the barrier and screamed at Liu Yu, who was still outside the walls. Liu Yu, gather all the kids inside the barrier. Zhong Xiaohu has strengthened the ground in this area. There won't be any undead coming out. Chapter 568. The Undead Kid. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It had all happened so quick. Everyone was taken by surprise. Who would have thought that the undead that would only appear at night would ambush them in the day, and seemed extremely keen to murder them? After Mo Fan finally managed to get the situation under control, half of the villagers had died. Mo Fan had started killing the zombies as soon as the ambush took place. If the villagers had not run in all directions and stayed together, the only casualties would have been the ones that were attacked first. Mo Fan could simply blast most of the zombies coming out from the ground with a single spell. Unfortunately, despite warning the villagers not to panic when anything happened, they had totally forgotten about it. Their instinct to run simply led them to dead ends. Zhong Xiaohu's rock barrier was fairly effective. He had somehow set up a wall surrounding the group in a circle. The villagers would be safe as long as they stayed inside the circle, as the undead would have to climb a wall that was around 7 to 8 meters high. The chief and Shorty stood on top of the wall to prevent the undead from making it to the top. The zombies' jumping ability was only average, but their claws were very sharp, allowing them to climb the wall quickly. The two were responsible for killing the zombies that were climbing the wall. Zhong Xiaohu was inside the circle. Apart from maintaining the rock barrier, he was also keeping an eye out for any zombie trying to enter the circle. Mo Fan and Liu Yu were outside of the wall. Several villagers were still running wildly in the open. They were trying to save them. Not far away, Liu Yu was lifting the villager called Guzi up as if she were picking up a little chick. The villager did seem like he was given quite a nice name, since dogs were tough to kill. A few other zombies were chasing after another middle-aged villager, yet none of them seemed to be interested with the guy after Liu Yu came to rescue him. TL note, the name Guzi's here means dog. Help, help me, a young kid screamed. His legs were torn apart by a zombie. The deep wound had reached his bones. Grabbing Guzi with a hand, Liu Yu leapt forward and glided in the air before landing right before the kid. Liu Yu let go of Guzi. She clenched her hands into claws and swept sideways. 10 crimson flickers like blood-colored slickers slashed at the 3 zombies that were running toward them. The 3 zombies were slashed into several sections by the blood-colored sickles. Their bodies stiffened and fell beside Liu Yu. Kid, stay behind me, Liu Yu helped the kid to his feet. At that instant, Guzi glanced at the young man and immediately had a weird expression. He pointed his trembling finger at the kid who Liu Yu was helping and yelled, He's not from our village. However, it was too late when Guzi screamed. As soon as Liu Yu went over to help the kid, an eerie grin appeared on his pale face. He reached the hand he was hiding with his body forward, which only had white bones left. The hand with only white bones was sharp as a dagger, stabbing fiercely at Liu Yu's heart. An icy flicker flashed across the air. Liu Yu was so close to the young kid. There was no way she could react in time. The kid's hand went right into Liu Yu's chest through her heart. Liu Yu's face was filled with disbelief. She did not expect the kid to be an undead too, and one that possessed such a vicious mind. The kid was a different kind of undead compared to the zombies. That's what you get for being a busybody, now die, the Undead Kid burst out laughing. He pulled his hand out from Liu Ayu's chest and was about to enjoy her fresh blood. However, as he withdrew the hand toward him, he was shocked to discover that the hand did not have a single drop of blood on it. The kid was stunned. He could not understand, why was there no sign of blood on his hand after he had stabbed the woman's heart with it. He was not moving his hand that quickly. Knowing how to trick someone at your age, with such a vicious manner, Liu Ayu stared at the Undead Kid without showing any sign of pain. Her eyes were displaying a hint of disappointment instead. How is this possible? The Undead Kid screamed as if he had just seen a ghost. Sister will now send you to reincarnation. Stop trying to hurt people, Liu Ayu smiled, completely displaying the natural charm of the blood tribe. The stab into Liu Ayu's heart did not hinder her movement. She simply grabbed the Undead Kid by his throat and suddenly applied great force. The Undead Kid was still experiencing great fear when his neck was snapped by Liu Ayu. His head slanted sideways with the same terrified expression. Liu Ayu's smile did not disappear when she glanced at the Undead Kid who died after his neck was snapped. Stop teasing me, I've never seen an undead that would die after breaking their neck. Liu Ayu's eyes curved into crescents when she saw the Undead Kid pretending to be dead. Saying this, Liu Ayu slowly moved her hand to the Undead Kid's skull, as if she were going to fondle his head gently. No, the Undead Kid pleaded horrifyingly when he realized Liu Ayu's intention. Liu Ayu did not show any mercy. Her index finger turned into a long claw, which extended and penetrated the Undead Kid's head from above. The undead had something like a crystal that allowed them to move, similar to a human's heart. As long as the crystal was not destroyed, the undead would not die. Liu Ayu soon discovered the undead crystal in the Undead Kid's brain. She simply crushed the crystal with her claw and sent the living dead to the underworld. The crystal was pierced by the claw, leaving the Undead Kid crying in agony. Black gas immediately came out from the holes on his face, as if it had drawn all the energy from his body. The Undead Kid turned into a dried corpse within a few seconds. After confirming that the Undead Kid was dead, Liu Ayu rose to her feet and fell into deep thought. She did not understand. The undead she had encountered before were all zombies and skeletons. Why would a living dead appear out of nowhere? Follow me, don't run away on your own, Liu Ayu said to Guzi, who was standing behind him. Guzi stood in his place. He did not dare to move a step, as if he was completely frozen. Just a moment ago, he thought he was safe, yet the woman. What did she mean? She had never seen an undead that died after she had broken their neck. Her heart was punctured just then. Guzi simply felt like he was going to have a mental breakdown. It was one new nightmare after another. Chapter 569. 6 villages were erased. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was using both his hands, the purple lightning and blazing red flames intertwined with one another. He was now able to cast a fire burst right after completing a lightning strike. With the strength of his 4th tier spells, he could basically kill the servant-class zombies instantly. Mo Fan arrived before a villager whose legs were bitten off by the zombies and snapped furiously, "Damn it, what did I tell you all, don't ****, King Panic." Mo Fan knelt down and carried the villager who was covered in blood on his back. The young man's face was covered in the mix of mucus from his nose and tears. His body was shivering in extreme pain. "Hold on, the healers at the city can treat your legs," said Mo Fan impatiently. Mo Fan was annoyed, too. The truth was, the zombies were not even that strong. He alone could easily wipe them out. The villagers were only scaring themselves. Those who were not attacked simply ran out of Mo Fan's range, resulting in lots of casualties. Even though he was used to seeing people dying, it still did not feel great witnessing so many innocent villagers losing their lives. Mo Fan vented his anger on the zombies that had come out in the day to murder the villagers. He could have blasted the zombies into pieces with fire burst alone, yet he had the urge to use his intermediate lightning spell instead. Forks of lightning descended from the sky. The zombies who were still targeting the villagers were shredded into pieces, turning into blood mist sprinkling in the air. After the lightning blasts, Liu Yu came up to Mo Fan with 2 other villagers. She observed the surroundings and said, "I only managed to save 2 of them. The kids are fine, though." Mo Fan glanced at 3 other villagers that were also injured beside him. He was still carrying the young man whose legs were bitten off on his back, too. He glanced at the corpses across the place and uttered a sigh. "Let's go, we tried our best." Mo Fan and Liu Yu handed the villagers whom they saved over to Su Xiaoluo. Su Xiaoluo had brought some medicine along, and she barely managed to save their lives. The crowd sat together. No one spoke. The atmosphere grew very heavy, with a few kids who were sobbing in fear. After all, those who died were their aunts and uncles. Liu Yu sat beside Mo Fan. She nudged him softly and whispered, "I stumbled into an undead kid." Mo Fan raised his eyes, signaling Liu Yu to continue. Liu Yu quickly told Mo Fan about her experience with the undead kid. Mo Fan's expression turned stern after hearing her words, and he subconsciously glanced at the chief not far away. For some reason, he kept feeling that the chief was somehow involved. "It's strange that the undead would attack them in the day. Should we investigate it?" asked Liu Yu. "There's nothing to investigate. We'll escort them to the ancient capital, and they'll do whatever they want." Mo Fan was not in the mood to involve himself in the mess. They should be safe at the ancient capital," Liu Yu nodded. A while later, the undead stopped appearing. After taking a look at the sky, Mo Fan felt like they should not continue wasting their time here. If the undead could come out in the day to attack them, hiding in the rock barrier was definitely not the way to go. They had to make it to the ancient capital before it turned dark. Who knew if a huge bunch of undead would ambush them at night? The group continued on with their journey. This time, Mo Fan simply had the urge to tie the villagers together with an iron chain, so they would not run wildly if something were to happen again. After the previous ambush, everyone had acknowledged Mo Fan's strength, since none of them were blind. They were relieved after witnessing Mo Fan's ability to kill the zombies instantly with a single spell. The day gradually turned dark along the journey. Luckily, they could finally see the magnificent walls on the horizon under the gloomy clouds. Since it was still daytime, the walls still had magicians patrolling the area. The group uttered relieved sighs after seeing someone alive. They quickened their pace and headed into the city. As they arrived at the entrance, a group of battle mages was on duty. "Are you all from Hua village?" A battle mage looked at them, amazed. Yeah, I'm the chief." Xie Sang took out a stamp symbolizing his identity as the village's chief. "The whole city has been discussing the villages outside the city," spoke up another young battle mage. "Discussing us? Why's that?" Hong Jun glanced at them, confused and curious. The battle mage smacked his lips and handed a newspaper to the chief. The chief received it and immediately saw the headline. 6 villages in the Xiankai area was wiped out by the undead. There are close to no survivors. The chief was dumbfounded. He initially thought only their Hua village was invaded. Little did he know, the rest of the villages were already destroyed. Due to the lack of communication, they would not know the truth if they had not come to the ancient capital. On a side note, the chief was even more confused after learning the news, as if he had failed to come up with an explanation for something. "We'll be going, you all should settle down yourself." Mo Fan felt even more suspicious seeing the chief's reaction. He did not want to be involved in the mess. "Thank you, you're already such a strong magician when your age is just about the same as Hong Jun's," said a woman to Mo Fan excitedly. Su Xiaoluo had recovered from her astonishment after learning the news about other villages. She quickly went up and expressed her gratitude to Mo Fan and Liu Yu. "Without your help, we might have ended up the same as the other villages. Thank you so much." As Mo Fan was about to leave, he suddenly recalled a problem. Zhong Xiaohu only knew Su Xiaoluo. Mo Fan was planning on bringing him to Xinxia and letting her try to heal him, yet the idiot did not want to go anywhere. He only wanted to stay with Su Xiaoluo, acting like an unreasonable kid. Mo Fan was left with no choice. He said in a helpless tone, "I'll let the military know about his condition. I'll let him stay with you for now." Since they had made it to the ancient capital, Zhong Xiaohu should be fine for the time being. It was also a good place to leave him to Su Xiaoluo since she could take care of his injuries, too. The people from Hua village left with Hong Jun. It was likely that the Magic Association would arrange a place for them to stay. It was something Mo Fan did not need to worry about. Mo Fan tried to contact Zhong Xiaohu's instructor Fei Jiao, yet he was told that Fei Jiao was on a mission. It would take at least a day for him to return. Mo Fan did not feel at ease, knowing that Zhong Xiaohu had not recovered his memory nor returned to the army. He simply decided to stay a few more days in the ancient capital to settle the things on hand. Where are we going? Liu Aryu stayed with Mo Fan. She was obviously curious about the ancient capital, and kept looking at her surroundings. I'm going to meet the people from my hometown, said Mo Fan. There are people here from your hometown, asked Liu Aryu. I'm sure that a few other cities have people from Bo City, too. That's true, after the calamity, the people from your city were sent to live in a few different cities. Chapter 570. Green Tea Man Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Following Shorty's instructions, Mo Fan found the street occupied by people from Bo City. The street was not very long. It was simply an alley between two main streets, mainly selling magic goods. Mo Fan went to a famous magic school, where most students were intermediate magicians. Every intermediate magician was considered fairly reputable in society. As a matter of fact, there were countless people and magicians struggling to make a living at the bottom level of society. They were engaged in small businesses related to magic, such as trading magic equipment, selling magic ores, supplying useful body parts of demon beasts. Hueli Street was basically filled with these kinds of stalls and shops, selling all kinds of basic magic equipment. The price range was between 500 to 10,000 RMB, since it was fairly difficult to evaluate the price of second-hand equipment. A place like this was similar to the antique street, where new magicians would come to try their luck. They would find some impressive equipment at times, which would significantly improve their strength. Mo Fan was not hoping to meet everyone from Bo City, since he never knew all of them to begin with. He was only interested to see how they were doing. After walking past a few shops, Mo Fan discovered that most of the workers and owners were from Bo City. Their accent from the south was too strong. It did seem like they were enjoying themselves here, each with a smile on their face. Holy crap, what kinds of goods are these? A pile of rubbish. Did I seriously waste over 100,000 for this shit? Give me back my money, a slightly hoarse voice echoed in the shop. The voice did not sound quite pleasant. However, the voice was familiar to Mo Fan. He glanced over and saw that the owner of the store had a tanned face, small eyes, and a shrunken nose. Even though his face had changed slightly, he did not look different than his high school self. Jiao too easy. Mo Fan smilingly greeted the man. Jiao Kunsen was overwhelmed by anger, as his men had just brought back a pile of rubbish. He was having a headache trying to come up with a way to sell the garbage when he heard someone calling his nickname, which instantly drove him mad. He had always been following Mu Bai around. The guy had treated him as half a brother, not just a petty subordinate, yet someone still dared to call him by the unpleasant nickname. Are you looking for trouble here? Do you believe I'll crush you with a single spell? I'm telling you, I'm a magician, a third-level basic magician. Jiao Kunsen burst out at Mo Fan, who was walking into the store. However, his voice gradually turned soft. His eyes were staring at Mo Fan, as if he had just seen a ghost. Shit, it's you. Jiao Kunsen's eyes widened. It took him quite some time to collect his thoughts. Mo Fan. Why was Mo Fan here? He had never seen the guy since the calamity of Bo City. The guy was extremely famous now after achieving greatness in Pearl Institute. Jiao Kunsen did not waste too much attention on Mo Fan, since he had always underestimated the guy. However, Jiao Kunsen knew that Mu Bai had been taking note of how Mo Fan was doing. Every time Mu Bai learned something about Mo Fan, he would simply cultivate in seclusion just so he could surpass Mo Fan and get his revenge. It's me, it's been a while. Mo Fan wore a charming smile, yet his palm was surrounded by lightning flickers. If the guy spoke another foul word to him, he would not mind teaching him a lesson, just like old times. Boss, should I call people over to throw this guy out? Doesn't he know whose territory is this? Blurted out the worker when he saw his superior's reaction. Piss off, it's none of your business, said Zhao Kunsen impatiently. Is he serious? Even the magicians in the entire street were no match for Mo Fan. Zhao Kunsen was not dumb, and was well aware of Mo Fan's strength. It seems like you're enjoying yourself here. Mo Fan withdrew the lightning and patted Zhao Kunsen's shoulders heavily. Zhao Kunsen put on an ugly smile and answered his questions unwillingly. As expected of Zhao Kunsen, the obedient subordinate, he quickly told Mu Bai about Mo Fan's arrival. Mu Bai was quick to respond, too. Mo Fan had only enjoyed a few sips of tea in the shop when the guy walked in expressionlessly. Green tea man, it's been a while, Mo Fan observed Mu Bai. As always, Mu Bai was well dressed and groomed. He basically still looked he was from a wealthy family. However, Mo Fan noticed that the arrogance and pride the guy used to display between his brows had disappeared, replaced with a hint of steadiness. It did seem like he had changed after the calamity of Bo City. According to Shorty, Mu Bai had bought the entire street. It seemed like Mu Bai was quite good at doing business, as the street did not look cheap at all. From what he had observed, Mu Bai was focusing on his cultivation, while his subordinate Zhao Kunsen handled the businesses in the street. Most of the people that had moved here from Bo City were working for him. It was a rare good deed that the guy had done, helping the people of Bo City to look after themselves. Initially, Mu Bai was fairly calm when he walked in, yet his face immediately sank when he heard the nickname Green Tea Man, and he began to curse Mo Fan in his heart. Liu Yu sat by, observing the two men. Somehow, she felt like the relationship between the two old friends was incredibly strange. Since you're here, I will ask Zhu Ming to hang out with us tonight. Mu Bai was still not as shameless as the person sitting in front of him. He was not in the mood to argue with a maniac like Mo Fan. Zhu Ming is here too? Mo Fan asked, astonished. Speaking of which, he had not talked to Zhu Ming for so long. The calamity of Bo City basically separated everyone. Mo Fan had no idea where they went to, nor did he know how to contact them. She's studying in Ancient Capital Institute, same as me. She has been cultivating in seclusion a lot because of the preliminaries. It's been a while since I last saw her, said Mu Bai, after taking a sip of his tea. Oh. Of course, she basically has no hope of getting a nomination. Mo Fan nodded. It was not easy to win the nomination preliminaries. Besides, Zhu Ming came from an average family. It was too difficult to be ranked top 10 in Ancient Capital Institute with merely hard work. Oh, Wang Pangzi is here too. We should ask him too, blurted out Zhao Kunsen, after he recalled something. Sure. Everyone had survived the calamity of Bo City, thus they did go through a lot together. The little grudges they had at school were nothing significant, although Mo Fan could tell that Mu Bai was still not willing to admit his defeat. I've booked a place. They both agreed to come knowing that you've come to the ancient capital, said Mu Bai a bit later, after putting his phone aside. Green. Mu Bai, are you doing this for the Mu family, or yourself? Mo Fan took a look at the shop. He realized that the shop was not cheap at all. Myself, the Mu family, humph, they are treating us like beggars, Mu Bai harumphed coldly, obviously holding a grudge against the Mu family. What's wrong? Mo Fan raised his eyebrows, intrigued by the topic. You wouldn't understand even if I told you about it. Basically, the main Mu family has no respect for a little branch family like us. Their only interest is Mu Ningxue, because of her innate talent, said Mu Bai. Her innate talent is very strong, indeed. Mo Fan agreed. Mu Ningxue's innate talent was not as simple as he had seen before. He still could not forget the overwhelming power of the ice crystal bow. Chapter 571. Gathering of the Old Classmates. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. In a local Shashi cuisine restaurant, Mo Fan, Mu Bai, Zhao Kunsen, Wang Pangzi, and Zhu Ming were seated together. This was most likely the first gathering between the old classmates from high school since the calamity of Bo City. Mo Fan was relieved to see their familiar faces. Mo Fan, isn't your girlfriend coming too? Asked Zhao Kunsen. Oh, she already went back. Mo Fan knew Zhao Kunsen was referring to Liu Yu. Liu Yu had never met Mo Fan's friends. Besides, they would most likely talk about their past during the time in high school, thus she felt like it was better not to join the dinner. She went to visit Su Xiaoluo instead, checking on the settlement of the villagers. You have a girlfriend now? Asked Zhu Ming, blinking her large eyes. Not really, by the way. Our Zhu Ming has grown prettier. Why didn't any of you target her? Asked Mo Fan. Wang Pangzi and Zhao Kunsen uttered hollow laughs. They did want to chase her, yet none of them was an intermediate magician. They might even be stuck in the basic level for the rest of their lives. On the other hand, Zhu Ming was already a top student in the ancient capital institute. How was your training in the Goose Tower? Asked Mu Bai. Zhu Ming was dressed in casual clothes today, yet her eyes still had the usual determination and pride of a youthful girl in them. One could easily tell that she was excited to see Mo Fan after such a long time, as she kept asking him questions. How can we talk about cultivation in front of Mo Fan? Zhu Ming raised her tone and rolled her eyes. Why not? It's fine. I've got more elements to train, so my cultivation is a bit mixed up, said Mo Fan humbly. Really, let me see what your level is now. It felt like Zhu Ming had purposely led the conversation until now, and blurted out quickly after Mo Fan took the bait. Zhu Ming quickly inspected him. Mo Fan did not prepare himself. He could sense Zhu Ming's will roaming wildly in his spiritual world. The process would not do any harm to him, as long as the person was not a psychic. It's only a level 2 nebula. Zhu Ming's will was interrupted by Mo Fan as she was sensing one of Mo Fan's nebulas, leaving the girl pouting unhappily. I never said I'm strong. Mo Fan wore a humble smile. Damn, a level 2 nebula is already very strong, cried Wang Pangzi, who looked as if he had lost completely. Zhu Ming, does that mean you've reached level 3? Asked Mu Bai, raising his brows. No way. Once I learn the Fiery Fist, 9 halls, I'll be able to handle the Corps Generals. My ranking will climb higher, too, said Zhu Ming. Curious after hearing Zhu Ming's grumble, Mo Fan asked, wait, your ranking is decided by defeating Corps Generals? The undead, to be precise, Mu Bai corrected. He continued on when he saw the same confused look on Mo Fan's face. Instead of having the students fighting one another in meaningless duels, it's better to simply let the students put their efforts into dealing with the undead. It's simply impossible to kill all the undead around here. The Institute has decided to give the students scores based on the number of undead they have killed. Those with higher scores are ranked higher. As a result, those who are trying to get into the nomination preliminaries wait outside the walls like they are on steroids. Mo Fan nodded. It turned out that different institutes had different systems. The institute here in the ancient capital was rather intriguing, ranking the students based on the undead they had eliminated. Apart from the rankings, the students are asked to go on duty on the outer walls every now and then. It's my turn tonight, but since you're here, I snuck all the way here from very far away instead, added Zhu Ming unpleasantly. I am flattered, then, Mo Fan chuckled. Have you collected enough scores? If you didn't have enough, you won't get the resources from the school, said Mu Bai. The monthly resources aren't really a big deal. It's rare for us to be able to gather together. In fact, I did miss you all, said Zhu Ming. Everyone fell silent after hearing the words, but somehow they all agreed with Zhu Ming. In high school, everyone would awaken their magic, study about magic, and work hard together to achieve better results. They would go train in the wilds together, but many years had passed in the blink of an eye. As magicians, especially after they achieved the higher levels, their lives were not without sorrow and anxiety, as they had once expected. Instead, they engaged in even more life and death situations. It did make sense. Headmaster Yu had told everyone the responsibilities of a magician since day one of stepping into their high school. Commoners might be able to live a peaceful life, but that was not the case for magicians. Mo Fan had witnessed countless deaths in the past few years. He had witnessed the deaths of the villagers just yesterday, but he still had to eat, sleep, and continue on with his life. What could he do? By the way, didn't Xu Jiaoting go to the same school as you? Zhao Kunsen interrupted Zhu Ming's topic after he recalled something. Mu Bai glared at Zhao Kunsen, as he was well aware of what happened to Xu Jiaoting. Does he really have to mention it now? Wang Pangzi and Xu Jiaoting were extremely close to one another. When Zhao Kunsen mentioned Xu Jiaoting's name, everyone could see the fat on Wang Pangzi's face shuddering. After taking a deep breath, Wang Pangzi asked Mo Fan sternly, "After all this time, I still have no idea how my brother died." "Mo Fan, you surely know about it, right?" "It's fine, I just want to know the truth." Mo Fan's heart sank as he recalled the incident related to Xu Jiaoting. He tried his best to remain calm and replied, "I burned him." "You burned him?" Everyone looked at Mo Fan with wide eyes. Mo Fan told everyone the whole incident, leaving them speechless for a very long time. Sigh, forget it, I bet he would still choose the same thing if he were given another chance. "I know him too well," sighed Wang Pangzi. "The Black Vatican is too damnable. If I have the chance, I'll kill them all too," declared Zhu Ming, clenching her teeth. The whole room was filled with anger and hatred when the Black Vatican was mentioned. They clearly knew that they were no match for the Black Vatican with their current strength. They could only try harder to improve their cultivation and eliminate the Black Vatican when they started stirring up chaos again. Damn it, I'm furious just thinking about them. Zhu Ming, aren't you on duty tonight? Why don't we go to the walls with you and vent our anger on the undead? Consider it as us doing a favor for the ancient capital and the country too, suggested Wang Pangzi. So we're not going to karaoke, said Zhao Kunsen. Karaoke my ass, it's meaningless that we simply have to eat and go singing karaoke like everyone else when we gather with old classmates. It's more exciting to kill the undead and level up. We're magicians, said Wang Pangzi righteously. I don't mind. My hands are itching too, said Mo Fan with a short laugh. Mo Fan still had a grudge against the undead due to what had happened to the villagers. He could not wait to kill some undead to get his revenge. Chapter 572. Nice fronting. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. After dinner, the group followed Zhu Ming to the outer walls. She was assigned to the corner of the walls northwest of the city. The number of undead here was not as high as the number of undead at the front, hence it was more suitable for students to train and climb the rankings. The group followed Zhu Ming to her spot. The place nearby was a residential area consisting of mostly small old houses. Looking down from a great height, one could see streets covering the entire area, splitting the area into for equal squares like pieces of tofu. Zhu Ming's spot was the intersection between the west walls and the north walls. The walls were wide, with roads along the top. They could easily drive a few vehicles parallel to one another on the walls. The walls were perfectly straight, too. Standing at the corner and glancing in any direction, the wall simply felt like a highway, with dense residential buildings on one side continuing into the distance. The walls were very long too, with no visible end in the distance. One could simply see the two lines of lights growing denser, until they disappeared into the darkness. During night time, the walls were guarded by groups of magicians. Occasionally, the glows from spells would flare in the dark, like fireworks exploding in the sky, followed by loud blasts on the ground, where flesh and blood were splattered in the dark. This is the corner guard tower. The other students should be inside. Zhu Ming led the group to the building. The guard tower was constructed right at the intersection between the walls. It was most likely used for rest and replenishment. An observation tower was built at the top of the place, with a Heavenly Eagle battle mage on duty. The white Heavenly Eagle was sitting at the top of the observation tower with its wings withdrawn, but its sharp eyes were fixed on the darkness. As they entered the guard tower, they could see people walking around. The crowd consisted of magicians from the magic associations, hunters, battle mages, trainees, students. It simply felt like a small supply station with stalls selling medicine, equipment, and fresh loot. After weaving through the crowd, Juming led the group to another room. A few people were seated in the room. One could easily tell they were from the institute from their outfits. They even had their school badges pinned to their chests. Every institute had their own badges, and the color of the badges usually reflected the element school the students were in. On top of that, the lines on the badges indicated their levels. Similarly to the badges, the Magic Association, Hunter Union, and the military also had badges to indicate their people's identities and levels. It was essential for magicians to team up, be it for completing quests or missions. Most people would wear the badges on their chests so people could easily see them. Juming was wearing her school badge all along. The badge had the shape of a flame, implying that she was an intermediate fire magician. The two lines at the middle meant her fire element nebula was level 2, thus showing that she was a level 2 intermediate fire magician. Juming was curious to see Mo Fan's badge at dinner, yet the guy was not wearing anything. She had no choice but to inspect his cultivation instead. Mo Fan had discovered that most people in the city would wear their badge, as if there was some kind of rule. As Juming was about to introduce the others to her classmates, when an unfriendly voice spoke. Those without badges should leave at once. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed here. The person speaking was a slightly plump young man sitting in the middle. He was fairly well clothed, wearing an obviously proud look. Senior Jiang Li, they are my classmates back in high school. They are all magicians. They have come here to help me with my duty, Juming said to the plump young man quickly. Tell them to wear their badges then, the Magic Association wants everyone to strictly follow the rules, otherwise we'll be scolded by their people, interjected a handsome man wearing a scarf. Mu Bai was well aware of the rules around here. He glanced at Wang Pangzi and Zhao Kunsen and said, "Did you bring your badges?" The two quickly took out their badges and pinned them on their chests. They were both basic magicians, thus their badges were clearly different from the others. The guy called Jiang Li frowned and said, "Our team is heading outside the walls tonight. You have to be at least intermediate magicians. Are you two planning to feed the undead tonight?" Zhao Kunsen and Wang Pangzi blushed after hearing the words, and were clueless about whether they should stay or leave. "It's fine, you two will support us close to the walls, we'll take over when we're heading out," said Mu Bai to the two. "All right, sure," Zhao Kunsen nodded. After allocating the two's job, the student called Jiang Li did not comment any further. He was just about to withdraw his unsatisfied gaze when he caught a glimpse of Mo Fan, who still had not put on his badge. He immediately glared at Mo Fan and said, "Didn't you hear what I said? Are you deaf? Do you think it's fun outside the walls?" Juming quickly interrupted before Jiang Li could finish, before giving Mo Fan an apologetic smile. "Your friend isn't friendly at all," Mo Fan smiled indifferently, and simply took out a badge from his pocket. Since Mo Fan only needed to wear the badge to prove his identity, he was not arrogant enough to take all 4 of his badges out. He randomly picked one and pulled it out, which turned out to be the Shadow Element's badge. "Second level intermediate magician? So you're good." The handsome student seemed fairly easygoing, saying that with a smile. "He's the representative of the new students of Pearl Institute," Juming added. "The representative of new students from Pearl Institute is only a second-level intermediate magician. Guess that's the standard of Pearl Institute," mocked Jiang Li, who showed no respect to Mo Fan's second-level shadow element. "All right, that's enough. We should wait until we receive our orders. They should be arriving any time now," said a man in his 30s wearing a hunter's badge. The man seemed to be the captain of the team consisting of students, as they would need a fairly experienced person to give them guidance when dealing with the undead. Wang Pangzi came up to Mo Fan and whispered, "Mo Fan, please don't scare me like that, your supporting element, the shadow element is already level 2 in the intermediate level. Does that mean your 2 main elements?" "They are slightly higher," Mo Fan answered Wang Pangzi's question honestly. Wang Pangzi was left dumbfounded. However, he soon wore an evil grin and said, "Juming Sr. is being too full of himself. When you show him your true strength, taking out the badge of your supporting element, Mofan, you're truly an expert, nice fronting. I wasn't fronting, I simply picked one. TSK, simply picked one. Alright, I do feel like I've overdone it. It's fine, you do have the right to do so. Chapter 573. Fiercebone Undead General. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Dark clouds hung low in the sky, it felt like they could almost touch the top of the observation tower. A man in uniform was sitting inside the observation tower, an unlit cigarette in his mouth. His eyes were lazily scanning the dusky land ahead. A few skeletons were roaming aimlessly, while a few zombies were leaning against the walls, trying to climb them. A few fairly quick undead were sprinting around. These were like small animals in the eyes of the soldiers, hence the man simply did not put too much attention on them. Suddenly, the heavenly eagle circling around the observation tower let out a warning cry. The soldier quickly spat out the cigarette in his mouth and locked his gaze in the direction the heavenly eagle had warned him about. Two deep groans echoed in the darkness, followed by a huge section of the solid ground being shoved aside. A creature with horns like bulls, but in the wrong direction, rose from the gap. When it stomped its feet on the ground, it immediately blew away the dust all around it. The sinister bones were making a terrifying crackling noise as the creature moved. Its bloodshot eyes were like two lead lamps, emitting an eerie glow. The creature immediately saw the heavenly eagle soaring in the sky as soon as it woke up from its sleep. It was enraged and tossed a giant rock into the sky. The heavenly eagle reacted swiftly, altering its path and dodging the rock. The heavenly eagle did not dare to stay any longer. It quickly returned to the observation tower. The man in uniform observed the creature's direction of movement and frowned. He brought a communication device to his lips and said sternly, "Attention, a warrior-level undead has appeared in the northeast. Attention, a warrior-level undead has appeared in the northeast. It seems like it's trying to destroy the walls. Eliminate it at once." The voice soon spread into the tower, including the room the students were waiting in. The hunter in his 30s immediately rose to his feet. He glanced at the group, who had fully prepared themselves, and said, "It's a warrior-level undead." The other teams were all entrusted with missions. "It seems like we'll have to deal with it. Humph, it's meaningless to only fight against the servant-class undead. They should have let us fight against warrior-level creatures long ago." Jiang Li laughed with great anticipation. "We'll receive lots of merits if we can kill a warrior-level undead," said the female student wearing a hat excitedly. "Warrior-level undead are fairly savage, we have to be more cautious," warned the hunter. "It won't be a problem for us. Our only worry is that these guys who just joined us are only a bunch of rookies. They are likely going to wet their pants soon," replied Jiang Li. The team had 7 people, the hunter who was the team's leader, the irritating Jiang Li, the handsome man, the girl wearing a hat, Ju Ming, Mo Fan, and Mu Bai. Wang Pangzi and Zhao Kunsen were staying close to the walls. They were too weak to fight against a warrior-level undead. As the 7 finished preparing themselves, the heavenly eagle battle mage flew over to them. He glanced at the team and said sternly, "Eliminate the creature as soon as possible. We can't let it get close to the walls. Don't worry, the 7 of us are all intermediate magicians. We won't have any problem dealing with a warrior-level undead," said the hunter leader. The team only had 5 people before. With Mo Fan and Mu Bai in the team, it would be a lot easier to take down a warrior-level undead. "Alright, I'll ask a group of magicians on the walls to open a path for your team. I'll leave the rest to you," said the battle mage. A white glowing light appeared on the battle mage's hand, which he fired into the sky above the walls. Once the signal was sent out, a group of magicians quickly gathered. The uniformed soldiers seemed fairly well trained, who quickly lining up on the walls. "Straight ahead, fire!" The battle mage in the air gave the group of magicians the order. The magicians immediately drew their star patterns. Bright red glows encapsulated them as they finished casting fire bursts. The group consisted of 30 people, each a fire magician. Every one of them was holding a ball of restless flame in their hand. 30 fireballs were thrown down the walls at the same time, resulting in a small meteor shower pouring down. The undead close to the walls were instantly burned into ashes. Continue. Another 30 fire bursts were launched further away from the walls. The fire immediately dyed the black land red, setting the ground aflame, like a burning red carpet. The undead gathering close to the walls were burned to death. All right, let's move out. The leader waved his hand when he saw the path was cleared, and was the first to jump down from the tall walls. The others were quite courageous, too, quickly following their leader and jumping down from the walls. The remaining flames were still burning the ground close to their feet. The group of fire magicians on the walls had opened a path for them, allowing them to reach the warrior-level undead fairly quickly. Their advance was incredibly smooth, but soon everyone had walked out of the range of the fire magicians. They would have to clear the rest of the path themselves. Everyone in the team was an intermediate magician, and adept at using basic spells. In order to preserve energy, they were using basic spells to handle the zombies and skeletons lunging at them, and occasionally an intermediate spell to clear a huge group of undead. It's a fierce bone undead general. It doesn't have any unique moves, but its body is solid like steel because of its bones, which also grant it a formidable strength. The experienced hunter soon identified the type of the warrior-level undead. Fierce bone undead general, a variant that was considered fairly savage among the undead skeletons. Normally, a team of elite intermediate magicians was needed to eliminate it. As a matter of fact, the fierce bone undead general was already quite close to the walls. It was at most 300 meters away. As the 7 magicians were charging in its direction, it was also charging at the team. In the dark, a pair of bloodshot eyes appeared first. As everyone assumed the creature was still some distance away, its sinister white bones were already racing in the team's direction like a truck. Defensive position, maintain the formation, rock barrier, yelled the hunter. Even though the fierce bone undead general had yet to collide with anyone, the visual impact of its aggressive attack swept into the team's minds like a tide of terror. Chapter 574. You're not the only one with spikes. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The large rock barrier was crushed into pieces when the fierce bone undead general slammed into it. It was obviously not sturdy enough, as the warrior-level creature's bones were a few times stronger than the rocks. Damn it, spread out, quick, the leader immediately yelled at his team behind him when he saw that something was not right. While giving the order, the leader slammed his hands on the ground, spreading the layer of black soil apart rapidly like a wave. The wave helped the team to spread out as the ferocious fierce bone undead general went past the team members in the middle. Long bones like horns on its shoulders suddenly left its body and flew at the scattering magicians like huge spikes. My hand! My hand, the girl wearing a hat instantly screamed. A spike like a long spear had penetrated her arm and nailed her to the ground. Fresh blood poured out from her arm and flowed to her hand. Damn it, something isn't right about this fierce bone undead general. The leader glanced at his team member and cursed in his heart. Mubai was the closest to the girl. He jumped in front of the girl and grabbed the spike with his hand covered in frost. The frost rapidly spread along the spike. Not only did it freeze the spike, but it also froze the cut on the girl's arm. Mubai clenched his hand into a fist, shattering the 2 segments of the spike into pieces, leaving the part that had punctured the girl's hand as it was to stop the bleeding. The bones of a warrior-level undead were usually poisonous. If the poison was allowed to spread to the rest of her body, not only would she lose her arm, her life would be at risk too. How do you feel? Mubai asked the girl. The girl's pale face slightly recovered. She could no longer feel her arm and the wound as they were frozen. She was able to calm down after the pain disappeared, much better. Mubai asked the girl to stand further away. He turned around and faced the fierce bone undead general. A star pattern was drawn adept under his feet. A moment later, 3 ice chains simultaneously appeared on his sides. The ice chains danced wildly as they flew at the fierce bone undead general. The chains quickly wrapped around the undead's lower limbs, arms, and ways to hinder its movement. The fierce bone undead general's strength was shocking. It forcibly broke free from the chains before the frost could even penetrate its body. The pieces of broken ice chain splintered across the place. "Back off, I'll let it have a piece of my wind disk," yelled Jiang Li. A strong gust containing dark streaks of energy rose like a giant black serpent and swept forward rapidly. The strong wind slammed into the fierce bone undead general's body with great might. The creature did not dodge the attack, but opened its arms and slapped in the direction of the black gust. The strong black gust began to twist. As the formidable force of the wind collided with the gust, the wind instantly broke down into different flurries of air and swept through the surroundings. A few other spells were fired at the fierce bone undead general, including a blazing red fiery fist, ground break, a purple thunderbolt, a green magic vine, and the leader's ice-locked bone husk. Any other warrior-level creature would be covered in wounds and bruises after receiving so many intermediate spells, even if it were still alive, yet as the flames, shackles of ice, and broken vines fell to the ground, the team discovered that the fierce bone undead general's bones as sturdy as steel, as if the spells were completely useless against the creature. "What kind of defense is that?" yelled Zhu Ming. Skeletons were usually harder to deal with compared to zombies, as skeletons had gotten rid of the useless flesh after refining a certain amount of energy of the dead, resulting in sturdier bones. In terms of lineage, skeletons usually had a higher lineage than zombies, hence a warrior-level skeleton was more difficult to handle than a warrior-level zombie. Everyone had fought against more warrior-level zombies than warrior-level skeletons. However, the skeleton before them was a lot trickier to deal with. They simply were clueless about how to fight it. "Our spells are not strong enough to inflict damage to it. Let's back off a little and think of some other plan," said the leader decisively. "But what happens if it gets close to the walls?" "It could easily break a hole in the walls with its strength," blurted out Zhu Ming. "Zhu Ming, watch out!" Zhu Ming was still in the middle of speaking when the fierce bone undead general suddenly drew out a sharp spike from its body and hurled it at her. Zhu Ming did not think the fierce bone undead general would still be able to attack her, given the distance between them. She was caught completely off guard. Even if she were able to summon her shield equipment, she could not tell if it was strong enough to defend her from the spike. As Zhu Ming's thoughts were frozen, a lump of black shadow suddenly appeared in front of her. Zhu Ming flinched, discovering that Mo Fan had eerily risen from the shadow and was now standing in front of her. Departing nether shield. Mo Fan pushed one of his arms forward. A blue glow immediately gathered on his hand, taking the shape of a shield and quickly materializing. The departing nether shield with a blue metallic luster appeared in front of Mo Fan. The shield stuck into the ground, just tall enough to shield a human behind it. The sharp spike collided with the shield. Its penetrative force was extremely shocking. Mo Fan's departing nether shield was considered high-quality equipment, yet the spike managed to dig into the shield and almost penetrated it. Mo Fan, who was standing behind the shield, could see the tip of the spike in front of him. His eyes totally widened. "Damn it, you're not the only one with spikes." Any strong impact would trigger the departing nether shield's counterattack. A dark blue spike suddenly flew out from the departing nether shield, which flew right at the fierce bone undead general's face in a cold flicker of light. The departing nether spike coincidentally stabbed into the fierce bone undead general's left eye and was stuck inside it. That eye of the fierce bone undead general, which was previously glowing like an lead, simply turned dim. The creature, which could not feel any pain, was not too bothered when one of its eyes went out. It simply tensed its legs and dashed ahead. Chapter 575. What kind of defense is that? Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. F***K me, cursed Mo Fan when he realized that the fierce bone undead general was targeting him. When the others were firing intermediate spells at the creature, it only tried to ram them brainlessly, yet the creature simply charged toward him as if it had found its long-lost father when he only triggered the defensive counterattack of the departing nether shield. Mo Fan was planning to kite the fierce bone undead general using his fleeing shadow. However, when he remembered that Zhu Ming was still standing behind him, it would be a disaster if the fierce bone undead general attacked Juming instead when he ran away. Black Snake Magic Armor. Mo Fan had no choice but to be a hero once again, turning himself into a sturdy shield to protect his high school classmate. After the Black Snake Magic Armor was summoned, Mo Fan was immediately surrounded by several faint black snakes. As they extended their bodies, his whole body was covered in black scales, from head to toes, a full suit. The Black Snake Magic Armor was not ordinary, granting Mo Fan an imperious appearance. Juming, who was standing behind him, was stunned, as if she had just watched Saint Seiya putting on his golden armor in a marvelous way. However, in less than a second, the furious fierce bone undead general had reached Mo Fan. It raised skeletal arms as hard as steel hammers and smashed down fiercely. "Save him, quick!" screamed Mu Bai in a panic. Why wasn't anyone casting spells to interrupt the fierce bone undead general's attack? Even though Mo Fan was wearing armor, the fierce bone undead general's strength was too formidable. The armor would simply be crushed into scraps. The weak body of a magician would not be able to survive the impact. The ground had cratered under the fierce bone undead general's attack. The creature pulled its arms back in satisfaction. It glanced into the hole with its remaining right eye where the human was supposed to be turned into mincemeat. A human figure had been knocked deep into the ground. The black armor plate was still emitting a reflective flicker. Not dead yet? Box Novel Co. M. The fierce bone undead general was slightly confused, despite being an undead. The swing alone could easily smash a warrior-level demon beast half dead, let alone a human. The fierce bone undead general was agitated. It uttered a roar and dragged Mo Fan out from the hole. The creature's palm was enormous, big enough to grab him by the chest. As if the creature was worried that the ground was not solid enough, it raised its other arm and swung it wildly at the hand holding Mo Fan. As the other hand approached its target, the creature quickly let go of its grip on the first hand, as it was trying to smash Mo Fan between its palms. The bones collided with one another. The tip of the bones began to crack, with bone splinters falling everywhere. Following the self-damaging attack, the fierce bone undead general finally pulled its hands apart. However, the fierce bone undead general's red eye immediately emitted an enraged glow. The human covered in armor was not crushed by its attack, nor was his flesh and blood splattered in its palms. The sturdy armor simply left a huge crack in its palms from the overwhelming impact. As the creature tried to exert more force, its bones began to shatter where the cracks were. A few segments of its bones broke into pieces and fell to the ground. The leader, Mu Bai, Juming, Jiang Li, the girl wearing a hat, and the handsome man almost felt like their jaws were dropping together with the creature's broken bones. What kind of defense is that?" uttered Juming again. She had most likely forgotten that she had used the same words to describe the fierce bone undead general's defense. Such incredible armor. It feels like the fierce bone undead general can't do anything about it. The fierce bone undead general failed to smack Mo Fan to death even after it had smashed its own palms into pieces. Mo Fan's armor was simply too unbelievable. Mo Fan remained motile as he escaped from between the creature's palms. He immediately cursed when he realized that everyone was looking at him as if he were a monster. The fierce bone undead general's strength was not enough to break his sturdy armor, yet he had still suffered the impact from the collision. He was feeling extremely dizzy and his bones were on the verge of collapsing. The fierce bone undead general let out a great roar, as if it had gone mad from humiliation. Initially, its goal was to pursue the scent of fresh living humans coming from inside the walls, but now, its only focus was to smash the human before it into pieces. "What are you waiting for? Mu Bai, use your ice spells to freeze its legs. We'll attack its legs so it won't be able to charge at us further," yelled Mo Fan. Mu Bai came to a realization after hearing Mo Fan's suggestion. That's right, he did freeze the bone spike and shatter it into pieces, yet why didn't he try to freeze the lower limbs of the fierce bone undead general? Anything extremely sturdy, like bones, would become extremely fragile after they were frozen. Mo Fan's suggestion immediately woke the team up. the hunter leader, who also had the ice element, immediately cast the spell to freeze the fierce bone undead general's lower limbs while the creature was feeling defeated after failing to crush Mo Fan. The fierce bone undead general's lower limbs were rather thin, even though they had to support such a massive body weight. It was the most vulnerable part of the creature. The effect of an ice spread lasted fairly long. Many people would ignore the spell that did not pose any threat when it was first cast, yet as time passed and combined with Ice Lock, the frost would turn out to be extremely effective. Mu Bai and the leader's ice spells gradually became effective, too. The frost continued to penetrate the fierce bone undead general's bones, joints, and legs. More firepower. Mo Fan had been observing the fierce bone undead general's lower limbs. He discovered that the creature's movement was not as easy as before. Each step it took seemed to require great effort. All right, now, Thunderbolt. Mo Fan quickly completed the lightning star pattern and pointed in the sky above the fierce bone undead general. Stormy clouds appeared immediately, and following the purple-black flicker in Mo Fan's eyes, a shocking purple lightning bolt struck down with great power. The lightning bolt was perfectly straight, yet it somehow swept past the fierce bone undead general without landing on the creature's body. Holy crap, how did you even miss that? The hell, are you stupid? Did you seriously miss that? Scolded Jiang Li instantly. Idiot, shut the F***K up, shouted Mo Fan. The fierce bone undead general's lower limb suddenly emitted a loud crack. Lots of cracks began to appear around the joints on the fierce bone undead general's legs, and continued to spread along its limbs. Chapter 576. Assembling Signal. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. With a great crack, the fierce bone undead general's lower limbs broke into pieces as the thunderbolt swept past its legs. Its body simply collapsed under its own weight. The fierce bone undead general fell to the ground as it lost its support, like a building made of stone crumbling down to the ground. So your lightning seed has a space trembling effect, exclaimed the leader joyfully as he alertly noticed something out of the ordinary. Anything fragile was unable to withstand any high-frequency vibration. Mo Fan's thunderbolt was not aiming at the fierce bone undead general, as it was not strong enough to inflict any damage to its sturdy bones. However, if the thunderbolt swept past the fierce bone undead general nearby, it would simply vibrate the space and the ground nearby, resulting in a shockwave that would shatter the fragile frozen lower limbs of the fierce bone undead general. Since the fierce bone undead general's legs were destroyed, its body alone could no longer pose any threat to the team. Meanwhile, the frost had penetrated deeper into the creature's body, freezing the remaining joints of the immobilized creature. As frost completely covered the creature's body, another heavy blow alone would simply shatter the creature into pieces. Mo Fan, you're so damn good, Ju Ming's eyes flickered, the typical behavior of a young girl adoring someone. Hey kid, are you seriously just a student? It's rare to see a student able to defeat powerful creatures so cleverly, the leader complimented him sincerely. The team returned with glory after defeating the warrior-level undead. There were many magicians on the walls, although most of them were basic magicians. They noticed the battle not far away from the walls while they were defending the walls against the undead. They initially thought the team would be forced to withdraw as the fierce bone undead general was extremely strong, yet to their surprise, the team managed to defeat it so quickly. Impressive, very impressive, the fierce bone undead general is almost as strong as a big skeleton general, yet you still managed to defeat it, complimented the hunters close to the walls. It's all thanks to this new student, the leader humbly patted Mo Fan's shoulder. Zhao Kunsen and Wang Pangzi never stopped complimenting Mo Fan either. Zhao Kunsen was a typical vengeful person, who immediately spoke in a weird tone, unlike someone else, who likes to criticize people when he's totally useless. All he did was cast some ineffective spells. I could probably do the same too. Boxno Velco M. Yeah, that's right. Wang Pangzi added, I told you, having a higher level doesn't mean you're good at killing demon beasts. Interesting colors played over Jiang Li's face. He had a strong urge to simply tear the two's mouths apart. However, it was true that he did not contribute much. He could not find any words to rebuke their accusations, and could only glare at Mo Fan. Zhao Kunsen and Wang Pangzi were so vengeful that they kept paying the grudge they bore back to Jiang Li 10 times over, and he ended up leaving in anger. Was that a bit too much? Asked Mu Bai. I don't think so, you shouldn't be too merciful against people like him. Mo Fan thought Zhao Kunsen and Wang Pangzi did a great job. My score is going to rise a lot after killing the skeleton general, hee hee. Zhu Ming was in a great mood. Not only was she able to receive the same amount of resources for the month, she might be rewarded with more instead. Mo Fan smiled, too. As he was about to speak, his side glance caught a glimpse of the walls being covered in a huge blood-colored glow. The blood-colored glow was followed by a loud bell ringing, which echoed over the outer walls, startling everyone. What was that? Mo Fan asked, confused. Something big has appeared, that was a warning, explained the leader. Something big? Asked Mo Fan. The ringing of the bell lasted for quite some time. It kept people alert, as if it contained some unique power. I don't know, that's the signal for us to gather together. It's asking all the magicians that were not on duty to gather on the north wall. The leader raised his eyes and watched a few white lights flickering in the sky. Mo Fan had also seen the white lights, which were shining brightly, like fireworks. He was not from the ancient capital, so he had no idea what the signal meant. It feels like something is happening, they need support from magicians, added Mu Bai, as he glanced at the long walls. Let's head over, I haven't done anything today. Jiang Li was eager to show his capabilities. For signals in a row, that means it's an emergency. The girl who's injured should stay here. Everyone else will head over at once. They must have trouble getting people over in time, hence they were forced to use the brilliant light to signal the others, hoping the intermediate magicians nearby could lend a hand, deduced the leader sternly. Mo Fan, should we go and take a look? Asked Zhu Ming. The signal was similar to an SOS signal. Normally, it was up to the magicians to decide if they were willing to help, but when the signal consisted of 4 consecutive flares, the magicians from institutes, magic associations, the Hunter Union, and the renowned families were obliged to lend a hand. Those who purposely decided not to help and left would be expelled from their respective factions. People won't use assembly signals in normal circumstances. Something big must have happened, said Mu Bai. Come, let's go. To the tower on the northern walls. The main tower of the walls in the north was located at the entrance of the northern walls. The tower was a lot bigger than the corner towers. It simply felt like a magnificent pagoda standing firmly atop the walls. The assembly signal was fired from here. When Mo Fan and the others arrived, the place was already crowded with magicians. Most of them were basic magicians, based on the badges they were wearing on their chests. There were only a few intermediate magicians available at this time, as most of them were currently on duty. Students like Zhu Ming, Mu Bai, and the others were considered a special kind. All magicians in the intermediate level and above should gather at the top of the walls. The other will remain here on standby, a loud voice rang out, echoing in the ears of the magicians. The few intermediate magicians immediately made their way up into a hall that was open on both ends, where they could see the darkness looming over the vast land in the distance. Are these all we have? Asked a deep voice. A man with a beard and an extraordinary temperament walked down from the stairs leading to somewhere higher in the tower, followed by a royal guard and a commander. Greetings, Councilman. Greetings, Councilman. A few intermediate magicians who were fairly active around the area immediately greeted him respectfully. Mo Fan glanced ahead. He immediately recognized the person just by the beard on the person's face. His eyes widened. Councilman Zhu Meng was glancing at the group of magicians too, and his eyes also widened as he just happened to exchange glances with Mo Fan. It's you again, the kid with bad luck. Councilman Zhu Meng was stunned for a second. I did feel like it's quite bad luck to stumble into you, replied Mo Fan. How bold. The commander glared at Mo Fan when he saw the young magician being disrespectful. Zhu Meng waved his hand. He had gotten used to being scolded by the daring kid back in Hangzhou. He never assumed the kid would respect him. He did not continue on the topic, as it seemed like he had something urgent to say. However, the leader, Zhu Ming, Mu Bai, and even Jiang Li were looking at Mo Fan in bewilderment. They could not understand why Mo Fan, who was only an intermediate magician, would know someone like Councilman Zhu Meng. Chapter 577. The Dark Abyss appears again. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I'm glad that you're all here, but I have something unfortunate to tell you, said Councilman Zhu Meng expressionlessly. As he spoke, he walked toward the edge of the hall in his black boots, standing close to the barrier engraved with patterns of dragons and phoenixes. He paused his speech. The group could only see his fairly depressed back. A dark abyss has appeared 30 kilometers to the north. Councilman Zhu Meng finally finished. As he mentioned the dark abyss, he was saying it with a sigh, as if he was not willing to say the term too loudly. Dark abyss? Why would something like that appear so close to the city? Is there a mistake? Yelled one of the hunters. Heavens, only 30 kilometers away. Are we seriously going to be overrun by the undead? Yelled a middle-aged magician. Mo Fan scanned his surroundings and discovered that everyone's expressions had changed. He was clueless what the term dark abyss meant since he had come from a different place. He had no choice but to ask the leader of the team, Zhong Zishan. What's a dark abyss? Why did everyone panic after hearing it? He asked quickly. Zhong Zishan recovered from his astonishment. It seemed like he was also having a hard time believing the information. Do you know what I thought the most terrifying thing in this world was? Asked Zhong Zishan instead. What? Asked Mo Fan. It was a commander-level undead that bit one of my arms off. That thing almost killed me, said Zhong Zishan, who added after his face twisted badly, but I no longer have the same thought after I saw a dark abyss. Zhong Zishan recalled his past. He remembered the scene so clearly that his eyes were filled with wisps of blood from fear. The dark abyss can be described as a burning pot of hell with its lid removed. You can clearly see the edge of hell when you stand close to the edge. Hundreds of ghosts uttering cries of hatred, thousands of zombies munching at anything that is moving, including their own kind. 10,000 demons, waving their claws waiting for fresh blood to be poured on them. I was unlucky enough to encounter the smallest dark abyss possible when I first became a hunter. My friend, whom I grew up with since childhood, fell into it. I watched him fall, watched the countless hands drag him down as the undead crawled onto him, forming a giant ball of undead. At that time, I was sure that if anyone mentioned that going to hell was the greatest curse and punishment ever, falling into a dark abyss was on a similar level. The only thought I had left back then was to pray that I wouldn't fall into it, too. Mo Fan could feel goosebumps all over his body after hearing Zhong Zishan's description. The dark abyss is the entrance to hell. Maybe it wouldn't be as terrifying if it simply remained in the same place, but it also has a shocking trait, added Mu Bai. What trait? Asked Mo Fan. Not only will it continue to expand after devouring lives, its space unpredictability is the biggest problem too, said Mu Bai. What space unpredictability? It means you will never know where it will appear, and where it will move to in the next second, said Zhong Zishan. How is that possible? Mo Fan stammered. Mo Fan understood that the dark abyss was a hole filled with countless undead. It was reasonable for it to be capable of devouring anything nearby. However, it was unbelievable that such a hole would also drift in space to elsewhere. That didn't make sense at all. When the hatred of the dark abyss reaches a certain level, the space will crumble and break down, which will allow the dark abyss to teleport elsewhere. As for how it does that, we are still totally clueless. Not many people have walked out from a dark abyss. Even a forbidden magician would die in the burning lava of hell, said a hoarse voice. The person speaking was none other than Councilman Zhu Meng, who had a worried look. The energy is strong enough to affect space. Mo Fan fell into deep thought. It was Mo Fan's first time learning about something related to space. However, since the space element existed, it was possible for something to drift in space too. Mo Fan did not expect that the land of the undead would have a dark abyss that even magic could not explain. However, in the world he came from, there were many things that science could not explain, either. If the dark abyss is unpredictable, why are we worrying, then? Is it because the dark abyss will expand 30 kilometers and devour this whole place too? Is it really that crazy? Asked Mo Fan. Expanding 30 kilometers isn't possible, otherwise, it wouldn't just be the entrance to hell, it would simply be hell on Earth, but the last time the dark abyss appeared, Zhong Zishan trailed off. That's right, the last time the dark abyss appeared, it was more than 100 kilometers away from the city. Councilman Zhu Meng took over when he heard the people mentioning it. As a matter of fact, around half a year ago, the dark abyss also appeared in a valley around 600 kilometers away. Not many people know about it since it was so far away, and quite close to the drifting sand river. Mo Fan was startled. He immediately asked Councilman Zhu Meng about the exact time. It's the same day. Mo Fan was shocked. Around half a year ago, that was when Mo Fan was at the Burning Valley, northwest of the drifting sand river. The fire calamity had cleansed the Burning Valley back then, but at the same time, another strange phenomenon occurred, the restlessness of the drifting sand river. Everyone thought it was some side effect of the fire calamity, yet Xinxia, who was a psychic, was extremely confident that the creatures were not panicking because of the fire calamity. It turned out that the reason was because of the dark abyss. The day that the dark abyss had appeared to the west of the drifting sand river was the same day Mo Fan and the others were experiencing the strange behavior of the drifting sand river. The drifting sand river was a terrifying place, as no one knew how many white sand demons were buried under the white sand. However, Mo Fan was astounded by the fact that a small dark abyss had made the whole population of the drifting sand river, which covered over half a province, restless. So the second time it appeared, prodded Mo Fan. That was 3 months ago, around the Xiankai area, and my students just happened to be there, spoke up a soldier wearing a black cape coming down the stairs, looking at Mo Fan. You are? Mo Fan was confused when he saw the man looking at him. He's the chief military instructor of the ancient capital military. You seriously don't know any of them? Asked Jiang Li, saluting Fei Jiao. Chapter 578. Disaster of the Undead Ruler. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Fei Jiao ignored Jiang Li, who was trying to fawn upon him, and went up to Mo Fan. I was the one who contacted you, Zhong Xiao, who is my student. Fei Jiao wore a smile. It was obvious that he had received the latest news from Mo Fan. Oh, sorry, I didn't recognize your voice. Mo Fan smiled awkwardly. Mo Fan did contact him through the phone, yet to his surprise, the guy looked fairly young despite his aged voice. He was in his 30s, yet he was already the chief military instructor of the ancient capital military. This Fei Jiao was definitely no ordinary person. It's fine. To be honest, I was quite impressed. No one would dare go there within a year knowing that a dark abyss has appeared, but you went, and you even brought my student back, said Fei Jiao. Was? I bet you didn't know an outsider like me had no idea what a dark abyss was, replied Mo Fan. Ha ha ha. I didn't mean that, but my student didn't mention you only once. His admiration of you greatly surpassed that toward me and other instructors here. But you're no ordinary person yourself either. I've heard many stories about you. Fei Jiao extended his hand and gave Mo Fan a friendly handshake. There were at least 40 magicians in the room, with the majority of them being intermediate magicians. There were also a few advanced magicians, too. They could not help but wonder who the kid was. Not only did the councilman know him, even the chief military instructor of the ancient capital was complimenting him, yet it seemed like he was only an intermediate magician based on his badge. Mo Fan wore a humble smile, yet he realized that the people nearby were looking at him with envy. He did not dare to chat with Fei Jiao any further and quickly switched the topic to the business at hand. Fei Jiao took over Zhu Meng's role and explained, the second dark abyss appeared around 100 kilometers away from the city. My student was caught in it, and almost lost his life. As for the third time, it was only 30 kilometers away from the outer walls, a place that was still considered the city's outskirts just a little while time ago. It's getting closer every time, said a hunter. Exactly, Every time the Dark Abyss appears, it's closer to our city. Didn't they say the Dark Abyss appears in random places? Could it be a coincidence, said Zhong Zishan. We do hope that it's a coincidence, but considering that it has happened 3 times in a row, we have the urge to think otherwise, said the commander beside Zhu Meng, who had been silent for a long time. The commander was mainly responsible for the defense of the outer walls. Every battle mage on the 10+ kilometer long northern walls was under his command. So you've gathered us here to deal with the Dark Abyss? There's no way we can do anything against it. We're only a bunch of intermediate magicians, said someone. The place where Dark Abyss once appeared will have a strong presence of death, so many warrior level or commander level undead will gather there fairly soon. I hope everyone here will guard the walls tonight. Once the higher-ranked undead show any signs of approaching the walls, you will eliminate them at once, said Councilman Zhu Meng. I don't mind as long as you're not sending us to investigate the Dark Abyss, said a student. Don't worry, Councilman, we might not be able to do anything to the Dark Abyss, but we'll surely eliminate the demon beasts trying to stir up chaos when the Dark Abyss appears. It's our job. I'm fine with that, I will guard throughout the night. Count me in. Me too. The magicians were relieved when they learned that they were not messing with the Dark Abyss. Everyone had come to here to contribute in the war against the undead. They would not mind guarding the walls for the night. Since there were around 40 intermediate magicians and 4 or 5 advanced magicians, they could still hold a ruler-level creature off. As everyone expressed their willingness to lend a hand, a deep roar rocked the dim sky in the north, shaking the walls vigorously. Everyone felt a sudden pain in their ears, as if a great shockwave coming from the horizon had just slammed into the walls. Councilman Zhu Meng, Instructor Fei Jiao and the commander of the north walls were startled. They immediately glanced at a black figure in the distance. Mo Fan followed their gaze and saw the same pitch-black figure that he had seen when he first went up to the walls. This time, he was able to get a clearer look as he was closer, with a greater visual impact. It's the creature again, it's trying to break through the wall since more undead have gathered due to the Dark Abyss, exclaimed Zhu Meng furiously. This is bad. The undead ruler is already commanding an army of 10 million undead. It's pretty much unstoppable with the Dark Abyss nearby. We have to request backup, declared the military advisor. We are running out of men, replied Commander Lu Shu. It won't work, our force isn't strong enough. The undead never stop coming. If we can't hold the night, the northern walls will fall to the undead ruler, and the city's north will be covered in blood, stated Fei Jiao. It seems like we'll have to commence the plan we decided on earlier, Zhu Meng frowned. Councilman, that's too risky. We'll be trapped among the undead if anything goes wrong, protested the advisor. Advisor Zhu, as long as I, Zhu Meng, am in this city, I will not allow a single undead to break through. We might not have enough men to defend against the invasion, but we have the chance to kill the undead general, promised Zhu Meng righteously. The reason why Zhu Meng was sitting in the highest position in the country's magic association was not because he was in control of many renowned families or he was supported by many factions behind the scenes, but because he would always step forward during every disaster, leading the men. It was something that the authorities rotting in their chairs in the meetings between higher-ups as they talked about stratagems on paper could never do. He had secured his current position with his boldness. No way, that won't work. If the plan fails, who's going to take command of the walls? Everything will fall into a mess. Advisor Zhu was definitely against the idea of putting their lives at risk. Councilman Zhu Meng liked to lead his men in a charge, yet it did not mean he could place everyone else in danger just because he was a councilman. So how do you think we're going to stop the Phantom Tyrant Emperor's attack? Asked Zhu Meng in return. We will come up with one. They will be less than 3 kilometers away in less than an hour, said Zhu Meng. I'm still against it. Advisor Zhu had no intention of compromising. What if I'm included, too? Among the magicians that had gathered, a man in a black fur coat and sharp eyebrows stepped forward, bearing a faint, yet confident smile. The others switched their gaze to that person. Some from the Hunter Union recognized the person straight away, leaving them astonished. Mo Fan glanced at the guy, and felt him to be extremely familiar. Chapter 579. Senior Hunter. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A Senior Hunter. Oh, Senior Hunter, when did you come to the ancient capital? Who's this? Why are you calling him a Senior Hunter? Someone from the Magic Association nudged a hunter beside him. You don't know Senior Hunter Du Xiao? He's an expert on the Xian ranking, replied the hunter with a hint of admiration. Mo Fan didn't know who the person was. When the Mother Scale Skin Phantom was stirring up chaos in Pearl Institute's auditorium, this guy was the one who descended from the sky riding a blue creature with large horns. He totally remembered how imperious the sight was. Meanwhile, his subordinate was a feminine man wearing a leather jacket, who was somehow related to the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. Lingling always referred to him as Yao Nan. Boxno Velco M. Mo Fan glanced around and saw Yao Nan, who was as skinny as a woman, and wearing a faint blue jacket. He did not step forward into the limelight after Senior Hunter Du Xiao, but went up to Mo Fan instead and smiled. So, tired of killing demon beasts, so you came to try killing undead instead? Mo Fan shrugged and said, I didn't expect to stumble into so many familiar faces here in the ancient capital. Well, since the undead are stirring up chaos here, didn't you think that as few who like to poke our noses into other people's business would also be here? Laughed Yao Nan. Mo Fan did not chat with Yao Nan, but fixed his eyes on Senior Hunter Du Xiao instead. He had met this respected senior hunter a long time ago, yet he had never witnessed his true strength. He most likely would have the chance to do so in this upcoming battle to protect the walls. As expected, Senior Hunter Du Xiao was very influential. Advisor Zhu, who had firmly insisted on not putting the lives of the leaders here at risk, felt at ease when he saw the guy. Ha 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 ha, you came at the right time. Zhu Meng went up to greet Du Xiao. If I knew a gathering signal would summon the famous Senior Hunter Du Xiao here, I would simply give up on my plant element and focus on my light element instead, the instructor smiled. Advisor Zhu, I can't guarantee that everyone will be unharmed during the battle against the undead ruler, but at least our chance of winning is higher now. At the very least, I will bring some of them back alive. The Dark Abyss has appeared, and the Phantom Tyrant Emperor is commanding the undead inside the Dark Abyss. If we don't kill it immediately, more warrior level and commander level undead will be awakened. It will simply break a huge hole open in the northern walls. Senior Hunter Du Xiao cut straight to the topic with a stern look. With you here, Advisor Zhu compromised in the end. It was true that he could not find another way to resolve the situation within an hour. He had no choice but to proceed with the strategy that they had prepared earlier. All right, we have enough super magicians here. It's time to allocate the men, said Fei Jiao. The Phantom Tyrant Emperor has a bunch of skeleton generals, zombie generals, and phantom generals protecting it. The skeleton generals and zombie generals are not a big deal for us. We can easily stomp our way through, but the White Serene Ghosts led by the commander-level ghost officials will be huge trouble to us if their numbers are too overwhelming. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think any of us here have control over the psychic element, said Lu Shu. That's our biggest threat in eliminating the Phantom Tyrant Emperor. Either way, we still have to eliminate the creature. In our original plan, it's the most difficult part of the plan, but, said Zhu Meng, while stroking his beard. Councilman Zhu Meng turned around and glanced at the 40-some magicians who had expressed their willingness to participate in the battle. Everyone, I'm sorry, but the situation is much worse than we described earlier. We'll need your help to eliminate the Phantom Tyrant Emperor. Of course, us super magicians will handle the Phantom Tyrant Emperor. We only need you to get rid of the biggest threat, the White Serene Ghost officials and the White Serene Ghosts under their command, said Councilman Zhu Meng. The group remained silent. The truth was, they had clearly heard the conversation between the leaders. However, going out of the city and fighting against the undead was a whole different story than defending the walls. It would most likely be a one-way trip. Everyone, our operation here is precisely planned. If it weren't for the fact that every soldier available was allocated to protect the walls, we wouldn't be gathering everyone here with foregathering signals. Don't worry, you won't be fighting the commander-level creatures, nor are you being asked to fight packs of warrior-level creatures. You just need to keep an eye on the light formations and make sure they work, so we can defend ourselves from the psychic disturbances of the white serene ghosts, the commander explained in detail when he saw the hesitation among the magicians. Councilman Zhu Meng is going out there fighting in the front line. How can we back off now? A retired battle mage stepped forward. The city lies behind the city walls, where my parents and family are, so please count me in. I don't feel like leaving such an important task in someone else's hands. A hunter with scars on his face stepped forward boldly, too. The students were the most passionate, as fighting side by side with super magicians was considered a huge glory for them. Several of them quickly signed up. I'm joining too. If I want to back away, I would have done so when I saw the signal. Count me in. Zhong Zishan glanced at the students under his lead. He was about to ask their opinions when Jiang Li, who wanted to contribute, and Zhu Ming, who was fairly righteous, volunteered for the battle. Mu Bai hesitated for a while before deciding to join, too. The handsome student, on the hand, did not speak. He seemed to have no intention of putting his life at risk. It was something they could not force anyone to take part in. Zhong Zishan did not say anything. He patted the man's shoulder, signaling him to leave the place if he did not want to join the operation. Zhong Zishan, how about you? Asked Zhu Ming. I promised your teacher to look after you. I'll go for sure, Zhong Zishan smiled. How diligent, but I feel like our teacher won't be fond of you still, mocked Jiang Li. It doesn't matter. I'm a man of my words. Zhong Zishan glanced at Mo Fan instead. Mo Fan shrugged and said, I'm here on vacation, so I wish you all good luck. Seriously, Mo Fan, said Zhu Ming disappointedly. Mo Fan did not explain further. He was not obliged to save the world. Besides, even though the walls were guarded by magicians, they would still need more help here. It was enough for him to fulfill his role as a magician. He would leave the risky operation to those who were passionate enough to contribute and protect their nation while putting their lives at risk. Humph, I thought you're impressive, but you're still a coward nonetheless. You're not worthy to be called a magician, said Jiang Li, as if he had suddenly become superior to Mo Fan. Asshole, if you say another word, I don't mind hanging your head out on the walls to drive evil away before the undead dig your intestines out. Mo Fan spat at Jiang Li coldly. All right, everyone can make their own choices. Zhong Zishan quickly interfered. Meanwhile, Yao Nan, who was standing aside, uttered a weird chuckle. What are you laughing at? Snapped Jiang Li, his face colorful. Yao Nan remained laughing. After a while, he finally said to Jiang Li, Hey fatty, if everyone who the man you just scolded as a coward has saved simply spit at you, it would be enough to roll you away like a rolling wave spell. Chapter 580. Forced to join. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Jiang Li glanced at the feminine man and yelled unpleasantly, Who do you think you are? I'm Yao Nan, kid, watch your mouth. Otherwise, the method Mo Fan just told you is merely a child's trick to me, Yao Nan smiled back. The super magicians had finished discussing the strategy of when to commence the operation, when to send out the group of magicians to activate the light formations, and when to annihilate the white serene ghost officials. The advanced magicians will keep the commander-level undead busy. The Phantom Tyrant Emperor will be protected by quite a number of undead officials. Remember, don't try to kill them. You just need to keep them busy, said Commander Lu Shu. There were 4 or 5 advanced magicians who had responded to the summons to the tower. On top of that, they would send out half of the advanced magicians guarding the walls, too. As such, there would be more than 20 advanced magicians joining the battle. The rest were required to protect the walls from the undead. The number of intermediate magicians was the highest. There were at least 200 of them, including the battle mages. Their main role was to supply cover fire and split the undead army into smaller groups. The most crucial part of the plan was to eliminate the White Serene Ghost officials and their army of White Serene Ghosts. They did not need to sacrifice their lives in exchange for victory. Yao Nan, you will lead these magicians. Make sure they are safe from the undead before they finish establishing the formations, Zhu Meng said to Yao Nan. Not a problem, but I've got a little request, Yao Nan saluted with a smile. What is it? Asked Councilman Zhu Meng. Put that kid Mo Fan under me. Yao Nan's eyes flickered playfully. Hearing this, Mo Fan had the urge to give Yao Nan 2 words, F****ku. I'm sorry, I didn't say I was joining the operation, he piped up shamelessly. Councilman Zhu Meng immediately glared at Mo Fan and dragged him out of the crowd. Kid, I'm telling you, here is no Hangzhou. Without the giant snake, you have no place to negotiate with me. Enough with your nonsense and get your ass into the group. Councilman Zhu Meng was completely using the opportunity to get his revenge. He would not interfere if anyone else was not willing to participate, but in Mo Fan's case, Zhu Meng had no intention of going easy on him. How capable was this kid at Hangzhou riding the totem snake when he was fighting against the Silver Sky ruler? Even a councilman like him had never made such a bold move. The key to winning the battle was the safety of the magicians in charge of the light formations. With someone as resourceful and shameless as Mo Fan, they would have a higher chance of winning the battle. Take him, use him however you want. If he dares to run away, I'll write a letter to Pearl Institute immediately and ask the dean to expel him. Councilman Zhu Meng shoved Mo Fan toward Yao Nan. Thank you, Councilman, Yao Nan burst out laughing in an eerie manner. Yao Nan ignored Mo Fan's grumbling and proceeded to count his men. Yao Nan was fairly reputable among the hunters, thus they were more than willing to be placed under his command. The number of hunters was the highest, but when the remaining students, people from the magic associations, and other factions learned that Yao Nan was an advanced magician, no one had any objections. Mo Fan had to say, it was his first time being involved in a war. The wars here no longer involved killing between humans for personal gains and benefits, but wars between the dead and the living. It had been the same for a few thousand years. When Yon Kong asked Mo Fan to join the army, he had always rejected the offer. He was not a fan of war, not because he did not want to protect the people behind the walls, but he did not like the sense of being minuscule, even when as an intermediate magician, he was playing a very minor role in the fight. There were more than 200 intermediate magicians involved in the operation. Even with his double innate element, having him in the war would not make any difference. He was not the only factor deciding the outcome of the war, yet there was a high risk that he would be killed in it. A situation that Mo Fan had no control over, it was something he really disliked. Lumps of black clouds connected to the vast land ruled by the undead in the distance, the same direction the pitch-black figure was approaching the walls from. It was the same sight that Mo Fan had seen before. The creature had undead-like surging tides around it, like angry mobs consisting of starving, homeless civilians usurping their ruler under the lead of a new leader, just so they could live inside the warm, cozy walls. The longer the dark abyss lasted, the stronger the hatred and presence of death it would produce, so strong that some of the zombies, skeletons, and phantoms would evolve earlier than expected. The undead officials that were supposed to sleep for another 10 to 100 years would also open their coffins and show up in this icy world. The undead were stricter when it came to ranks. The higher-leveled ones could command the low-leveled ones however they wanted, as the low-leveled undead simply had no brains, nor any goals. If there was a voice guiding them, they were then willing to obey, with no fear of death, only thirst and hunger driving them toward the living things. A stronger hatred would gather a higher number of undead, hence resulting in a stronger presence of death. Even the human standing on the walls tens of kilometers away could smell the stench of rotting flesh sweeping toward them like a sea breeze. Thunderous cries came endlessly from the distance. At the start, they were only strong enough to make the walls shudder slightly, but as time passed, the roars became deafening, feeling like they were going to break one's eardrums. When trying to express your fear to the companion standing beside you, there was a chance that they could not even hear you. The magnificent tower stood right at the center of the northern walls, over 200 intermediate level or above magicians gathered there. After giving the order, with Councilman Zhu Meng, Commander Lu Shu, Chief Military Instructor Fei Jiao, and Senior Hunter Du Xiao in the lead, the group of magicians left that perfect line of defense against the undead and charged toward the pitch-black figure, bringing fear to humanity. Unlike Mo Fan, who was simply scared of dying, many magicians that strove for glory were already imagining themselves being rewarded greatly after securing the battle's victory. They could tell their friends that they had taken part in a war against a ruler-level creature. A war to kill a ruler-level creature. If the magician were lower than that, they would even share the news to earn some complimentary comments from their friends. Chapter 581. Stepping Out of the Walls. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Young men should make more contribution so you will stand out in front of the higher-ups, giving you unlimited possibilities. Yao Nan was different than the other magicians. Even after setting his feet in a land full of undead, he was still able to smile calmly. Mo Fan was the same, too. Even though he was against the idea of joining the war, it did not mean he would simply shit his pants once he was involved. The number of powerful demon beasts he had fought was not any lower than those encountered by an advanced magician. But he was still not satisfied with the situation. Boxno Velco M. Society obeyed the rule of law. How could they simply ignore his rights? Even if they wanted him to join the war, they could simply try and convince him nicely, or promise him some benefits, and he would be more than happy to join in. The situation was going to turn chaotic when the battle started. He was only filling in the numbers, since he could not make any difference in deciding the outcome. He had no trouble running if he could not win the fight. Magicians with the shadow element were able to move freely in the night, like a fish in water. The little guy on your shoulder seems more excited for the operation than you. All right, Vice Captain, I'll leave these arrogant and obstinate magicians to you. An advanced magician like me isn't the kind of brilliant leader that will try to save you when you're surrounded by a bunch of low-level undead. I'm only responsible for dealing with the commander-level undead. Remember, if a commander level inflicts any damage to you, even if we win the battle in the end, I'll still perform a harakiri and apologize to you, but if I see you kids being lazy and not giving it your all, hinted Yao Nan as he glanced at Mo Fan. The first half of his speech was uttered indifferently, but the second half was spoken in an icy and stern tone. All right, don't try and scare me with that. Since I'm already here, unless the war is as good as lost, I won't run away. What do you mean by as good as lost? Like you shitting your pants when you see a few warrior-level undead. Jiang Li's annoying voice appeared out of nowhere again. I will make the call myself, said Mo Fan. I think you're just trying to find an excuse to be a deserter, Jiang Li said disdainfully. Mo Fan was lazy to argue about the bottom line of his morality with the brainless guy whose figure was glowing from the layer of pig fat on him. He took out a fire soul seed piece from his pocket and snapped it in half. He fed one half to the little flame Belle on his shoulder that was close to humming songs in her good mood, and put the other half in his own mouth and munched it. In the past, whenever he was deep in thought, he loved to munch on a stalk of green foxtail. His gloomy, dispirited, and indifferent character even made a beauty like Mu Ningxue fall for him, and she asked him to run away with her. People had long said that women were as difficult to deal with as wars, so Mo Fan thought he should act natural and unrestrained, just so no one would know that his heart was beating faster. He had to say that undead were more terrifying than demon beasts. Not only were they surrounded by darkness, the endless undead would also come out from the ground beneath them, leaving them with no sense of security. The further away they were from the walls, the more the magicians began to panic. Mo Fan assumed that he had the strongest mind on the team apart from Yao Nan, hence if he was having such a reaction, the rest of the magicians would feel their legs shivering and be on the verge of wetting their pants. 34, only 15 more until 49. The only good thing about joining this battle is providing me an opportunity to collect enough soul essences. Mo Fan gave the soul seed piece covered in his saliva, that he had been munching on like chewing gum until it had lost its flavor, to the little flame Belle on his shoulder. The little flame Belle did not mind her father's disgusting act. She simply swallowed it as if it were pudding. The swaying flame erupting from her figure was a clear sign that her mood had further improved. Suddenly, the little flame Belle uttered a long, slightly piercing cry. Mo Fan and the little flame Belle were bound to one another through a contract signed with their souls, hence he could understand what little flame Belle was trying to say. He frowned and glanced at the icy black land nearby alertly. The place was covered in wilted grass. The temperature was lower, as it was now approaching winter. Even though there had yet to be a snowfall, the land around the ancient capital was pretty much barren. The wilted weeds were swaying slightly. The dried ground began to crack open slowly, so weak that it was not making any noise, yet the observant little flame Belle noticed the difference, letting Mo Fan notice it too. "Something's there," Mo Fan told Yao Nan. Yao Nan had assigned Mo Fan to be the vice-captain of the team. Therefore, Mo Fan had 30 intermediate magicians under his command. As a responsible captain, Mo Fan hoped that everyone would be able to finish the operation unharmed. "It's not coming out." Yao Nan waited for a while, before urging the people to proceed forward, seeing that there were no undead coming out from the loosened ground. "Could it be an ambush?" asked Mo Fan. "Ha ha ha, kid, I think you've grown dumber, spending too much time in your institute. Undead are only a bunch of brainless creatures. Even if there are only one or two of them, they will still attack a super magician boldly. I don't think they have brains to set up an ambush," said a man with a scar in the shape of a cross on his face. "Is that so?" "I've encountered undead that know how to ambush us," replied Mo Fan. "The real undead, even the officials and rulers among them, have no intelligence at all," said Yao Nan confidently. Mo Fan stopped commenting further, yet he kept recalling the undead kid that Liu Yu had mentioned to him. That being said, Mo Fan did not realize that the two incidents were related. He simply realized the truth behind the undead that had ambushed Hua village all of a sudden, yet he was still confused by a question. "Where are the light magicians we are supposed to protect?" asked Mo Fan. "They will be here later. The other teams are distracting the undead army. I bet our superiors are waiting for the perfect time to strike, to kill that undead emperor," said a soldier with a square face. "Which means, if Xu Meng and the others fail to kill the undead emperor, we're pretty much trapped among the undead army?" asked Mo Fan. "That would be the case, but as long as we can eliminate the White Serene Ghost officials, they will surely kill the undead emperor, and they will send backups, too. Even without backups, the super magicians are more than enough to wipe out the undead army." Zhu Ming seemed fairly confident that the plan would work. "You're scared, but I don't think you're that kind of person," said Mu Bai. "I just don't like that my life isn't in my control," said Mo Fan. "Who would like that?" agreed Zhu Ming. "By the way, the undead only appear at night, so what are they doing during the day?" asked Mo Fan. Yao Nan turned around and said, "I think if the government gives every undead's household access to Wi-Fi, they probably won't trouble us any further out of boredom. What, isn't that funny? I'm just trying to ease everyone's nerves. Hee hee." Chapter 582. Living Dead. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. City West, inside the outer walls. The misty night loomed over the lights coming from the households. The blurry lights were not bright enough for the people to see the night scenery of the city. The place had grown colder. The city was frequently covered in fog in winter. The heavens knew if the next heavy rain would simply turn into a huge snowfall. It would provide some relief to the civilians, since the snow would harden the ground, making it more difficult for the undead to crawl out from the ground and stir up trouble. Most of the buildings in this area were old houses. The occasional tall building seemed rather out of place. Boxno Velco M, between the roofs of the buildings, a skinny figure swept across the sky like a purple bat. Her purple coat made it look like she was gliding between the buildings. The crowd on the street was unaware of her presence. She stopped on the roof of a compound. The compound was not huge, yet it had quite a number of people living inside, who were none other than the people from Hua village. Chief Xie Sang was sitting on the stairs, smoking an antique pipe. Su Xiaoluo slowly walked up to the chief and stared at the old man with suspicious eyes. "Since my dad betrayed the village and left, you're the person I respected the most, but I can't help but feel suspicious," said Su Xiaoluo. "Suspicious? What are you feeling suspicious of?" Chief Xie Sang pretended to be confused. Up on the roof, Liu Aryu was about to check on the villagers when she stumbled into the conversation. When she heard Su Xiaoluo's words, she decided against jumping down from the roof. Her skinny figure slowly dissolved into the shadows, only a pair of slightly glittering eyes left. I heard from Guzi that he has seen the people of the Sunny Goat village, continued Su Xiaoluo. Guzi has always been out of his mind. You shouldn't take his words seriously, said Xie Sang. I've also heard other things, too, and they are all related to the Sunny Goat village. Aren't you going to tell me where the people of Sunny Goat village went? Asked Su Xiaoluo. Girl, haven't you read the news? 6 of the villages in Xiankai area were destroyed all of a sudden. You did see how the undead attacked us, even with the barrier around the village. I bet Sunny Goat village suffered the same fate, so why are you asking me now? Said Xie Sang. Sunny Goat village disappeared long ago, right? Asked Su Xiaoluo. Oh Xiaoluo, Xie Sang let out a sigh. The people of our village didn't disappear, see, aren't I standing here now? A voice interrupted her out of nowhere. A man in a black outfit was standing close to the well at the center of the compound. The man was like a ghost. He slowly walked forward and burst out laughing when he saw Chief Xie Sang retreating in fear. Chief Xie, I'm not a ghost, why are you afraid of me? Said the man. Why are you here? Xie Sang's face turned pale white, worse than if he had seen a ghost. Su Xiaoluo turned around and felt the face under the black hat to be rather familiar. You are, she asked. Fang Jiyu took off his hat, revealing his face. Fang Jiyu glanced at Zhong Xiaohu, who had a blank face, as if he were trying to confirm something. His gaze focused on Xie Sang again after he did not see any reaction from Zhong Xiaohu, and continued with a sinister grin, Don't be afraid, I'm only here for one thing, who's the asshole that killed my son? You tell me, and I might spare your life. Your son, didn't your son die a long time ago? Xie Sang's voice was already trembling from the terror he was experiencing. The mad Guzi ran out and blurted out everything he knew, as if he were asking for mercy. It's that girl, the girl, she came with the idiot's friend. I saw her hands growing into claws, and it penetrated Fang Liu's head. Guzi, the person you saw from Hua village was Fang Liu? But didn't you? Asked Su Xiaoluo. Everyone is from the same tribe, it's rare for us all to be here, so I guess a reunion won't hurt. Give me a second, I'll call them here. Fang Jiyu burst into sudden laughter. In the midst of the laughter, Fang Jiyu had begun to draw a star pattern, which was the color of black blood. It was not just black like the shadow element, nor was it bright like the fire element, but a dark red with a hint of evil. A dark aura lingered in the air, with a strong scent of blood. The dark red star pattern felt like the blood sacrifice offered by a priest, as it immediately emitted a tremendous bloody glow after it was completed. Black gas immediately filled the compound with the presence of death, and following it, several figures appeared at the center of the compound, where only Fang Jiyu was standing before. No one knew where the people came from. They appeared out of nowhere like phantoms, or like the beast summoned through dimensional summoning, or perhaps Fang Jiyu had simply opened the gates of hell, and dragged them out from the netherworld. The people looked pretty much alive. Apart from their pale faces with bloodlines, they looked pretty much the same as ordinary humans. Fang Youmiao came out from one of the buildings in the compound after hearing the noise outside. However, he immediately discovered the familiar faces of the people in the compound. They looked pretty much the same as when he left the village. Fang Youmiao was so excited that he felt a strong urge to hug the villagers whom he treated like his family. Don't go, yelled Su Xiaoluo suddenly. Fang Youmiao halted in his tracks. He glanced at Su Xiaoluo in confusion. He did not understand why she was trying to stop him. The people from Sunny Goat village had moved to the ancient capital, and he was finally able to meet them. Shouldn't they be happy that he was finally able to reunite with them? Can't you tell? Su Xiaoluo had a stern face. She tried her very best to calm down from her overwhelming fear. They are all dead. They are all dead. Fang Youmiao did not believe it when he heard the words. However, when he took a closer look at the familiar villagers, he eventually shivered in fear. On a cold night like this, any breath they exhaled under the available light in the compound would turn into white mist. Su Xiaoluo was panting heavily, breathing out white mist. Xie Sang was breathing heavily in a panic, yet there was still white mist coming out. The same went with the amnesiac Zhong Xiaohu. Everyone's breath was turning into white mist as it came out. However, the people from his village who had eerily appeared in the compound, they might look alive on the surface, yet none of them were breathing out white mist. There was only a strange dark red mist circulating around their mouth, nose, and ears, as if it was nurturing the dead villagers. Chapter 583. Black Rotten Corpse Army. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. There was a strong presence of death. Everything within the magician's range of vision was devoured by the same black tide that consisted of black rotten corpses. It seemed like the hatred from the dark abyss served as a great nutrient for them. Each undead was wearing black armor, resulting in a formidable army. Little Loach, time to eat at will, but help me to pray that nothing wrong will happen to those righteous leaders. Otherwise, if your father dies here, other people who find you will assume you to be a piece of junk and smelt you, so you won't be able to eat more souls anymore. Mo Fan grabbed the pendant hanging in front of his chest as if he was having a pleasant conversation with it. Little Loach would never let his father talk to himself like an idiot. The pendant shuddered, implying that it had clearly heard him. These undead seemed like they could provide more, mumbled Mo Fan. When Mo Fan was fighting the undead on his way to the villages, he discovered that the Little Loach pendant really enjoyed eating the final soul wisps that the undead turned into. It refined the servant class soul essences at a faster rate. Otherwise, Mo Fan would not have strengthened 33 of his fire element stars. The greatest benefit Mo Fan could possibly get from taking part in this battle was without a doubt these soul essences. Either the soul essences refined from the soul remnants, or the rare soul essences that the undead dropped, would simply be collected by the Little Loach. Therefore, when Mo Fan saw the overwhelming number of servant-class zombies, he strongly believed that they would all turn into food for the Little Loach. No wonder the Little Loach pendant seemed to be so excited today. Kill them all, the man with the cross-shaped scar screamed while an ice star pattern surfaced under his feet. For icy chain circled the man within the blink of an eye. The guy was a very experienced ice magician, and his control over Ice Lock had reached an extreme level. As he leapt into the air among the icy chains that were dancing wildly in front of him, he adept stepped on the flying ice chains in a stern and confident manner, which sent him straight at the group of rotting black corpses. The black zombies were everywhere. Even when glancing into the distance, they could not see the end of the army. Not everyone was able to charge forward so courageously when facing such a large group of zombies. The man with the cross-shaped scar helped motivate the magicians. When the others saw his courageous move, they quickly started utilizing their magic as they clashed with the black undead. You should just stay underground and rot to turn into nutrients for the plants if you're dead. Don't come out and trouble those who are still alive, said a magnificent battlemaga whose long robe was drifting in the wind as she moved. Thick magic vines immediately grew out from the soil her finger was pointing at. The vines were covered in dense thorns, which would immediately peel off a layer of skin when they wrapped around a demon beast. However, it simply would not work the same way against undead that had no sense of pain. Even when their bodies were torn into two parts, their upper body would still crawl forward with their sharp claws, as if they would win by simply crawling in front of their target. Unfortunately, the battlemaga controlling the magic vines would simply stomp on their brains with her heels. An Empress type, Mo Fan grumbled in his heart. He tried to take hold of the opportunity to ask her name since he was only a short distance away from her. The battlemaga glared at Mo Fan with a proud and icy look that told him that she had no time to befriend him on the battlefield. Her name is Qingla Jiao, she's from the Magic Association. She's not in the Enforcement Union, yet she's more violent than those who are. She once led a group of students in their training, and one of the foppish students from a renowned family was lashed by her magic vines for over an hour. His clothes were completely ragged. She's ranked number 7 on the undead leaderboard, killing 1,330 servant-class undead and 78 warrior-level undead. In just the past 5 years, a familiar voice with a hint of pervertedness appeared. TL note, La Jiao here means chili. Mo Fan turned around and was greatly astonished when he saw a man who was so close to kissing his niece talking to him with an eerie grin. Shorty, why are you here? Asked Mo Fan in astonishment. I've always been here. Damn you, didn't I tell you that I live just across the street from where people of Bow City are? I came straight away when I saw the signal, protested Shorty with wide eyes. Oh, sorry, it's pretty hard to see you among the crowd, unless you try to get my attention, Mo Fan nodded. Please, even though I'm trying to make money through various strange methods, I did swear the oath once at the Hunter Union, to be a righteous magician for world's peace. Speak human, please. The hunters who participated in this operation will be given the titles Honorable Hunter, something that I can sell for at least 8 million. You should be a businessman, not a magician. I despise you, said Mo Fan. Brother, I was at the tower too. I saw the councilman drag you into the team. You didn't even volunteer. Oh, what was the undead ranking you mentioned before? What's with the chili or capsicum? Mo Fan was a past expert at switching the topic. TL note, the girl's name is Qing La Jiao, where a Qing Jiao's means capsicum and La Jiao's means chili. Shorty immediately wore a disdainful look. While his eyes were fixed on their comrades that were fighting the undead ahead, he continued, it's the leaderboard for intermediate magicians. Every faction has it, it is based on the number of undead everyone has killed. That Qing La Jiao you tried to flirt with is ranked 7th, killing over 1,000 undead. It's an achievement that ordinary magicians have a hard time getting. Asshole, a little zombie like you dares to ambush me, stomping you to death would simply make my shoes dirty. Mo Fan lowered his head and saw a zombie with only half an arm left trying to grab Shorty's ankle. It immediately infuriated Shorty, whose 5-foot figure jumped into the air furiously. TL note, the foot here is referring to a Chinese foot, which is around 1/3 of a meter. I see, so we do have some experts in this randomly assembled team. Eat this, eat it, this fiery dragon fruit has a great taste, said Mo Fan as he shoved a fire burst into the mouth of one of the zombies nearby. He was so gentle that it felt like he was a kind man feeding a refugee starving on the street. The fire burst ate through it rapidly. The zombie immediately erupted in flames as the fire burst entered its throat and burned into a pile of ashes. Not even the bones were left. The little loach pendant puffed its cheeks and sucked the wisp of green soul away after the undead was killed. Brother Mo Fan, you ain't BA, either. If I knew you were the one with double innate elements ranked 5th on the innate talents leaderboard, I would have given you a brilliant light. Allow me to help you to transcend. Oh, I wasn't referring to you, Brother Mo Fan, I was trying to say that I would have given you a 5% discount. Chapter 584. Cloth-wrapped corpse general. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. 5%, hee, the world is so big, why don't you go and have a look? I mocked Mo Fan with a hollow laugh. What do you mean? I enjoy staying in the ancient capital. My parents have passed away, but I do have a wife. I bet my son will be born once the war ends. My wife is tall, so my son is most likely going to be a handsome, tall magician. I'm going to let him join the enforcement union, continued Shorty. I mean, you should piss off. It's scary talking with someone without knowledge. Oh, your wife is about to give birth? Mo Fan asked in surprise. Well, hang on, let me slay these goddamn zombies first. Every single one of them is so tall and huge, even a bunch of zombies is trying to mock me. Shorty quickly summoned a puff of flames. Mo Fan had no idea he was a fire magician. That being said, every magician would awaken 2 elements after reaching the intermediate level. On top of that, apart from lightning, it was possible to awaken specific element through guided awakenings. As a result, the fire element was not as rare among intermediate magicians. After all, fire element was the most destructive elemental magic. Most intermediate magicians that were wealthy enough would spend a fortune to awaken the fire element as their second element. Mo Fan could easily tell that Shorty was just here to fill the numbers, hence why he was hanging around with the vice captain instead of charging with the frontier. The guy had yet to cast an intermediate spell. However, when Shorty was going against the zombies that were relatively huge and tall, he simply used Fiery Fist to blast them away. Shorty completely vented his hatred and grudge toward his own DNA on the zombies' faces. The punch he threw was incredibly powerful, instantly killing the huge zombies. He continued with the joy of fulfilling a man's role of having descendants. It's a boy, I secretly brought her to do the scanning. I know everyone likes to call me Shorty, which I don't really mind, but it doesn't mean I don't want a son that would completely shut them down. With the savings I have built up over the years, I'm pretty sure I can guarantee him a head start. I didn't expect you to be a real man aiming to alter your destiny, but based on the American TV series I've watched so far, basically everyone that mentioned your son being born after you returned from the war, or those that have decided to retire after their current operation, they normally end up dead in the end. Your words of describing how much you're looking toward to your future will pretty much become your final words, said Mofan sternly. Pooh, curse me dead? Shorty, I still have a long life ahead. I've killed 800 of these assholes, if the count hasn't reached 1,000 yet, Shorty blurted out anxiously, feeling the urge to throw a punch at Mofan's knees. Why aren't you ranked on the undead ranking then? Mofan had no intention to give up. What were you saying just then? Which one? Something about the world is so big, I'm giving it back to you. Have you two assholes finished chatting? A cloth-wrapped corpse general is coming toward us at 5 o'clock. Take 1 or 2 men with you and eliminate it, Yao Nan's voice appeared out of nowhere. As the captain of the team, Yao Nan had already seen his 2 comrades with low morale goofing off in the fight, but he was not too bothered by it, since there would eventually be a chance where they would need to try their very best. Captain, that's a corpse general, I don't think the few of us are enough to handle it. Besides, even if we could eliminate it, our army is advancing so rapidly, what would happen if we were left behind, complained Shorty. Then just wait for your death, don't disobey my order. I'm not joking with you. You, the woman, and the guy with the scar, go and help your vice-captain kill the corpse general. Yao Nan's voice instantly turned cold, leaving them no room to negotiate. Scarface and Qing Lajiao withdrew from the battle. Both of them seemed fairly well trained. They were a lot more obedient than the 2 slickers, Mofan and Shorty. I don't mind going, but they have to listen to me. I don't want a student fooling around just trying to earn some glory commanding me and leading us to death, said the Magic Vine Battlemaga without mercy. It's an order, don't you negotiate with me. Apart from me, your vice-captain is the only one giving orders. Yao Nan glanced at the Battlemaga coldly, as if he had always been cold towards women. The Battlemaga definitely had a grudge, since she was being put under an inexperienced young magician who was still studying at school even though she was ranked 7th on the undead ranking. However, she had no choice but to nod, as she did not have the guts to disobey the order. The man with the cross-shaped scar was not too bothered, his expression implying that he only wanted to kill the undead. He was no longer satisfied killing little zombies since he could simply charge into a bunch of them and return perfectly unharmed. It might be more interesting fighting a corpse general. Yao Nan, if you don't wait for us, you're going to die for sure, snapped Mofan at Yao Nan, while glancing at the black tide of undead surrounding them. If you are left behind, I do look forward to seeing you avenge yourself, but you're most likely going to be stopped outside the outer walls. You have 20 minutes, since we need around 20 minutes to clear the obstacle ahead. If you haven't come back by then, you should look for a way to stay alive yourself, replied Yao Nan indifferently. Yao Nan tapped the wings on his back and hovered above the team at a consistent height. He was the only one that could fly on the team. As soon as Yao Nan left, Shorty immediately grumbled, I knew from the beginning that joining the operation was risky. If our team stumbles into a commander-level creature, I don't think Yao Nan, who's the only advanced magician here, can help us stop the creature. We should hurry up and kill that cloth-wrapped corpse general instead of wasting time complaining here, Qing Lajiao interrupted with a cold harumph. Scarface followed behind Qing Lajiao. Along the way, he conveniently stomped 2 of the frozen zombies into pieces with a pleasant chuckle. Assuming the army was advancing toward 12 o'clock, 5 o'clock was pretty much the opposite direction of where the army was heading. As Mo Fan, Shorty, Scarface, and Ching La Jiao backed off to the tail of the team, they immediately saw grey-white winding sheets scattering across the place. The sheets looked like skin peeled off from a monster, which were still wiggling on their own. "Where is it?" Shorty stood on his toes as he tried to find the creature. There was a group of zombies behind them, yet they were completely scattered. After all, a group of intermediate magicians had just advanced through the area. Those that managed to survive the continuous blasts of their spells were most likely the elite among the zombies. "Is our target that mummy, the one standing on the little slope?" "It looks like it's performing a flowing sleeves dance." Mo Fan, who was able to see further in the dark, pointed at the little slope nearby. "Mummies are found at the pyramid in Egypt. Even though the kingdom of the undead at the pyramid in Egypt and the land of the undead of the ancient capital are equally famous in the world, our zombies here are definitely leading the world in terms of their shape, aesthetic, and elegance," said Shorty. "The pyramid? There's a kingdom of undead there too," said Mo Fan in astonishment. "Of course. Was your demon beast class taught by a teacher on probation?" replied Shorty. "To be honest, I've only transversed to this world not long ago." Mo Fan and Shorty never stopped talking. Meanwhile, Ching La Jiao's forehead was already full of black lines. She totally lost interest in teaming up with them. She took the initiative to make her way toward the slope, hoping to eliminate the corpse general as soon as possible. Scarface glanced at Mo Fan and Shorty before charging forward, riding the ice chains with a chuckle. Chapter 585. Martial God Azura, pin it down, blast it to death. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I literally have no clue why that feminine man would appoint such an idiot as our vice captain. Shouldn't the vice captain be a magician who had gone through hundreds of battles like me? Ching La Jiao's hatred was almost on par with the dark abysses. Using the terms of the scientific society that Mo Fan had come from, the members of the Magic Association were like public functionaries and government officials. Every magician with or without titles or factions was under their control. If she were assigned as the vice captain for the team and successfully completed the important mission, it would only be days until she got promoted. After all, she had spent too much time in the intermediate level. If she were given resources that were actually useful to her for once, she was confident that she would break through the barrier of the intermediate level, gain control of her third element and the stronger advanced spells. "You Qingsu, why are you being mad over two magicians who are only here to fill the numbers? Let's get rid of this corpse general first." "Its strength approaches that of a giant corpse general," said Scarface. Yu Qingsu could not stomach the grudge, yet a mission was a mission. Not only would she be punished if she failed to accomplish it, the whole team would be surrounded by the army of undead, too. Glancing at her surroundings, a new tide of undead was rolling in their direction. If they were left behind, there was no way they could possibly find a way out. The undead would simply stack up like layers of walls. The only way to survive was to regroup with the army. Die! Yu Qingsu seemed to be venting all the hatred in her heart onto the corpse general wrapped in winding sheets. Purple flickers of lightning danced on her right palm, and swiftly transformed into countless lightning serpents striking the corpse general, scorching the air they traveled across. The lightning struck the cloth-wrapped corpse general like whips, but the undead creature was shockingly fast. The lightning strikes ended up hitting the slope where the creature stood a moment ago, leaving scorched marks on the ground. boxnovel.com. The cloth-wrapped corpse general's grey-white shadow suddenly appeared behind Yu Qingsu with a flicker. Its arms were as nimble as a living human as they waved around, whipping the winding sheet forward and wrapping around her body. "Don't get caught by the winding sheet. Otherwise, it will swap its body with yours," reminded Scarface quickly. Scarface was an ice magician. His ice spells needed some time for preparation. The corpse general was not just a mere servant-class zombie. He did not dare to charge at it ruthlessly with the ice chains. Magic vine! Yu Qingsu was definitely stronger than that. She leapt a great distance backward with quick reflexes while controlling her magic vine to grow out of the ground. The magic vine grew surprisingly fast. It was most likely due to a plant seed that had improved the growing power of her magic vine. The vines rapidly constructed a wall right before the cloth-wrapped corpse general lunged at Yu Qingsu. The winding sheets were flexible, but was hard to break free from once they caught their target. However, it was simply meaningless for them to wrap around the wall constructed by the vines. As such, the winding sheet simply returned to their owner's body. The cloth-wrapped cloth general was not brain-dead. It quickly threw a punch at Yu Qingsu after retrieving its winding sheets. The winding sheet still played a major role in its attacks. The sheet spread out from the undead and spiraled through the air in the shape of screws. The screws expanded rapidly into a horizontal vortex, giving the impression of a monster with only a giant mouth and an esophagus looking to devour Yu Qingsu together with the wall of vines. So many sheets, just in time for me to stay warm in winter. Fiery fist, uttered Shorty teasingly, whose little fist turned into the tiny opening of a volcano, firing blazing flames at the winding sheets in the air. The grey-white winding sheets were all set afire. The remaining sheet slowly drifted to the ground. Yu Qingsu immediately broke free from the winding sheets. She glanced at Shorty, whose fist was still on fire, and said coldly, "You should have blasted the corpse general instead." "Don't worry, it's my turn." Fiery fist, ground break. Mo Fan spoke up. As Mo Fan slammed his fist on the ground, he directed his fiery energy down. When the surface could no longer endure the erupting flames, the place where the corpse general stood was instantly devoured by rose-colored flames bursting out from the ground. The spectacular fire swept the black mists in the surroundings away. The flames of the ground break raged fiercely. When it came to a single target, ground break was a lot more effective than a single pillar of the 9 halls. Mo Fan flames burned fiercely ahead of them. He believed that the ground break would inflict serious damage on the corpse general, yet the confident smile about to surface on his face suddenly disappeared, as it was replaced with astonishment when he discovered the corpse general was approaching him rapidly. "Damn it, this asshole is pretty quick." Mo Fan finally realized that he had only blasted the afterimage left by the corpse general with his spell. If he was aware of the creature's speed, he would have served it with fiery fist, 9 halls instead, leaving it with no chance of dodging the spell. It's hard to land your spells on agile zombies like this, but their bodies are not as sturdy as the enormous corpse generals, so if you manage to land a destructive spell on it, it's pretty much half crippled, Shorty said immediately, as he was also an experienced hunter. "You don't need to tell us that." "Forest of Kuan," said Yu Qingsu disdainfully. Boxnovel.com. The plant element was Yu Qingsu's main element. Her plant seed had the ability to speed up the growth of the Forest of Kuan. Normally, the enormous Forest of Kuan would require some time to be constructed and set in place. However, her Forest of Kuan was readily available to sprout from the ground anytime, entrapping the corpse general in a giant cage of plants before it could reach Mo Fan. Ice Lock. Scarface Adept utilized the opportunity. He quickly cast his Ice Lock when the corpse general's range of movement was limited. The flying speed of the ice chains was not as fast as the corpse general could move, but the creature no longer had any space to dodge the attack. When the 4 ice chains entered the Forest of Kuan, the corpse general kept ramming into the walls while it was pursued by the ice chains. "Pin it down tight, I'll blast it to death." Shorty rolled up his sleeves, as if it was his time to shine. "Forget about using the fiery fist, you will only destroy her forest." Mo Fan stopped Shorty. Yu Qingsu, who had been very aggressive with her attacks, had already drawn another star pattern. Wild purple lightning arcs flickered endlessly around her figure, making her look even more imperious and unstoppable. Chapter 586. Intruding into the Tomb. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A great bunch of lightning forked out into their surroundings. As the thickest lightning strike among them landed on its target, the lightning fork spread more vigorously in the air, forking into more branches and further strengthening the effects of the attack. As a result, the lightning strike blasted a hole through the corpse general's body. The flesh under the grey-white winding sheets was scorched black. Half of its shoulder was gone. The cloth-wrapped corpse general was indeed different from the giant corpse general, which had a body like an ox. When Mo Fan was fighting against the giant corpse general, even his third-tier lightning strikes were ineffective against it. Meanwhile, it turned out that even though the cloth-wrapped corpse general was shockingly fast, it was not too difficult to kill it after restricting its movements. The cloth-wrapped corpse general did not seem harmed after suffering the damage. Its eyes emitted a crimson glow as its body began to spin rapidly on the same spot. It continued to spin at a faster speed, turning itself into a metallic drill, digging into the ground. The forest of Kuan did not have roots under the ground. Even if there were roots produced by the spell, they were fairly fragile. As such, if the target was capable of digging into the ground, the forest of Kuan would lose its effectiveness. Soon, the new hole was the only thing left in the forest of Kuan. The corpse general had disappeared without a single trace. "Damn it, we let it run away," said Scarface furiously. "Isn't that good news for us? We can now regroup with the army." "It feels like they have already gone far away." Shorty turned around and glanced at the army advancing into the distance. Yu Qingsu was not too satisfied with the outcome. If she knew the creature was capable of digging into the ground, she would have tied it up with vines first. The cloth-wrapped corpse general was a fairly rare kind she had never encountered before, with many unexpected capabilities. If she were able to secure its undead crystal, it would improve her ranking. A soft, strange sound came from behind Scarface, like someone was stepping on ice. "Did any of you hear?" Shorty was just about to speak when the ground half frozen by Scarface suddenly cracked open. Two winding sheets lunged out from the gap suddenly. The winding sheets flew at Scarface. They intertwined and instantly wrapped around the man's throat. However, the big man was able to react quickly. His figure was covered in light the moment he was ambushed. The light brown glow rapidly transformed into plate armor, turning him into a brown-armored knight. However, the winding sheets were not intended to inflict any damage to begin with. Even though Scarface was protected by the armor, he was still dragged away by the winding sheets around his neck. While everyone was still reacting, Scarface had already been dragged over 10 meters away, into a yawning tomb that none of them was even aware of in the first place. Save him quick!" Yu Qingsu panicked. She immediately chased after Scarface. Unfortunately, Yu Qingsu did not have any movement spells. She had no chance of catching up to Scarface, who was being dragged away rapidly. The whole sequence had only lasted a second. Both Mo Fan and Shorty had no clue what spell they could cast to save the man. He was dragged into the cave. "How are we going to save him? Are you implying that we should all jump into it?" Shorty went up to the cave and discovered that it was completely dark inside. Vision was not their true concern, but the cave seemed to be extremely narrow. Magicians who were most vulnerable when their enemies were within melee range, if they did not have defensive spells like turtle shells to protect them, they would simply be overwhelmed by mere zombies pouncing at them. "If you two aren't going, I'll go myself." Yu Qingsu clenched her teeth and jumped into the cave. Mo Fan and Shorty were left wide-eyed at the entrance. They had no clue what was down there at all. Wasn't it simply committing suicide jumping down like that? "What should we do? Are we going down too?" Shorty looked at Mo Fan, unable to make a decision. "What choice do we have? Let's go down and save them. Little flame Belle, come out," yelled Mo Fan. Mo Fan began to cast the intermediate star pattern of the summoning element, yet when he was only halfway drawing the star pattern, the little flame Belle had already come out herself, extending her fist into the sky, as if she had come out to save the world. Mo Fan felt a surge of disgust. He should not have let her watch Ultraman. His contracted beast was now suffering from 8th grader syndrome. Shorty was completely shocked at her display. He was not stunned after witnessing Mo Fan's third element, as those who kept an eye on the rankings surely knew that Mo Fan, who was ranked 5th on the innate talent leaderboard, had 3 elements. The problem was, how the hell did Mo Fan's contracted beast come out when he had only drawn half of the star pattern? It didn't make any sense. The creature most likely has a lineage related to the space element, so she can come and go as she pleases, explained Mo-Fan helplessly. Oh, I see. I'm not too fond of going down there. I'm afraid that I won't have the chance to see my son who's going to be born soon, Shorty expressed his real thoughts. Cut the bullshit. Mo-Fan did not give Shorty any chance to complain. He lifted Shorty up and asked Flame Belle to light the path ahead, before jumping into the cave after taking a deep breath. Don't do it. Shorty was too tiny compared to Mo-Fan, who was simply a wild man, dragging Shorty with him into the cave. The path was straight, more like a well instead of a cave. The place was not covered with soil, but rotting bricks from ancient times. It seemed like someone did build the tomb here in the past. Crap, how are we not at the bottom yet? Shorty was already screaming like a sissy as they fell endlessly in complete darkness. Little Flame Belle was right below them. The fire erupting from her body was lighting the path, yet there was still no sign of the bottom. Finally, a chamber came into sight. Mo-Fan squatted slightly as he landed, trying to provide some cushion for the impact. Shorty was not as comfortable as Mo-Fan, whose legs were numb from the landing. He immediately cursed T in pain. Where's Yu Qingsu? Mo-Fan scanned their surroundings, but found no trace of Qing Lajiao. I bet she was dragged away, too. It's not difficult to try and kill the cloth-wrapped corpse general on the surface, but now that we're in its territory, we're most likely doomed, said Shorty, who had been incredibly unwilling to come down here. I thought we were going to see undead everywhere down here. In fact, it's quite spacious. Mo-Fan used the light emitted by Flame Belle, the moving light bulb, to check his surroundings. Chapter 587. Imperious Baby, Little Flame Belle. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I'm telling you, if my wife becomes a widow, and my son loses his father, it's all your fault. Them jumping into this cave is simply the same as committing suicide by jumping off a building, Shorty did not stop mumbling. Mo-Fan let the little Flame Belle lead the way. Her senses were slightly sharper than a magician's. The little Flame Belle seemed extraordinarily excited, as it was her first time being in such a fascinating cave. She waved the fiery robe on her body around and proceeded to guide them on. Stay close. Mo-Fan urged Shorty. There was no way Shorty would dare to stay on his own. He quickly caught up to Mo-Fan and his little pet. The tomb was extremely spacious, and a lot wider than they had imagined. However, due to the thick presence of death, the light from the flames was unable to spread any distance away. The light produced by the flames could be used as a light source, yet it did not contain the power of the light element, which had the effect of driving darkness away or purifying it. Not only would a single brilliant light clear the presence of death and miasma away, it would also light up the entire chamber. Let go of him, you disgusting corpse, an agitated scream came from the darkness ahead. Mo-Fan took a closer look and discovered the person to be Yu Qingsu. Her outstanding curves were surrounded by infuriated lightning arcs, producing loud cracks in the air. Mo-Fan glanced further ahead and saw a slightly moldy blue pillar. The pillar seemed to be the main support of the chamber, like the trunk of an ancient towering tree rising to the top to support the ceiling. Boxnovel.com. Halfway up the pillar, Scarface was dangling in the air with winding sheets wrapping tightly around his neck. His limbs were tied up, too. Even with his armor, he would simply suffocate to death once he ran out of oxygen after being strangled for too long. Some distance away from the pillar, the cloth-wrapped corpse general was hanging upside down like Spider-Man in the air. Its pair of icy, cunning eyes were staring at Yu Qingsu with a hint of mockery. Black blood was still dripping from the wound after its shoulders were blasted open by the lightning, yet the creature did not seem to care. The cloth-wrapped corpse general uttered a weird chuckle, like a cunning fox which had caught its prey. Why the hell are you wasting your time talking to it? Let's kill it and regroup with the army. Shorty ran forward, panting heavily. Mo-Fan did not want to waste any further time, either. He fixed his gaze on the cloth-wrapped corpse general, which was uttering a weird chuckle. It was obvious that the creature possessed some degree of intelligence, and was waiting for Scarface's armor to fail. Once the armor disappeared, the creature could easily strangle him to death. "Little Flame Belle, exterminate it," said Mo Fan. Little Flame Belle was extremely excited. She flew straight at the corpse general with a pleasant chime. The flames on her body grew stronger and bigger in the process. What the hell is a summoned beast in her youth phase going to do? Are you treating our lives as a joke? Yu Qingsu screamed after seeing this. Mo Fan ignored her scream. His eyes continued to scan their surroundings. For some reason, he kept feeling that the cave tomb was not as simple and empty as it seemed. The emptiness was still reasonable, since most zombies had gone to the surface to enjoy themselves a night bath, thus leaving the cave empty. However, the presence of death was too strong to be comforting. Mo Fan's shadow element was sensing an unusual presence in the dark. As Little Flame Belle flew higher in the air, the calamity fire erupting from her body grew stronger. She had turned from a little puff of flame into a rolling fireball with a diameter of over 2 meters. The fireball flew right at the corpse general. The agile creature immediately reacted and switched positions in the air, yet the fireball that Flame Belle had turned into was agile too, since it was the Flame Belle herself. The fireball with a diameter of 2 meters halted in the air for a second, before it flew right in the direction that the corpse general was moving. While the fireball was altering its path, its diameter grew another meter, and was now 3 meters across. The corpse general continued to dodge the fireball. The winding sheets it left behind were burned into ashes within seconds. It was likely that the intelligent corpse general never thought the little fiery creature would possess such an overwhelming power, turning into such a huge fireball. At the center of the fireball, Little Flame Belle uttered a frustrated cry, as if she were trying to say, "Stop running, come and fight an enjoyable battle with me." The corpse general was most likely a living dead, instead of an undead without any sense of intelligence. It felt extremely humiliated being challenged by Little Flame Belle, yet it had no choice but to keep running. Its greatest weapon, the winding sheets, were utterly useless against the calamity fire. On top of that, the fireball that Little Flame Belle had turned into now had a diameter of 4 meters. Boxnovel.com, a fireball with a diameter of 4 meters was utterly horrifying, as its width was twice that of an SUV. Even a giant corpse general with a sturdy defense stood no chance against it. "What are you waiting for, standing there? Go and save him," yelled Mo Fan when he saw Yu Qingsu standing there stunned. Yu Qingsu's eyes widened at the sight before her. A little fiery calabash sister in her youth phase was driving the cunning cloth-wrapped corpse general all over the chamber. It was similar to a little girl who just started going to kindergarten chasing after an adult gangster on the street with a lighter in her hand. TL note, it's a reference to Calabash Brothers. Search it up if you want to get a clearer picture. Yu Qingsu quickly controlled her magic vines to save Scarface upon recovering. Blue veins had already surfaced on his face. If they had not saved him, he would definitely have run out of breath. As Yu Qingsu was focused on saving the hostage with the magic vines, an eerie shadow appeared behind her. The shadow simply rose to its feet behind her. Its outline resembled a devilish goat standing there. Even its downward curling horns resembled those of a devil. The shadow of the goat-horned creature was holding a sharp object similar to a dagger in its hand. It was trying to silently slice Yu Qingsu's throat open. Yu Qingsu was completely unaware of the creature's presence, since it was merely a lump of shadow. She even assumed it to be Shorty's shadow cast by the blazing flames, yet the shadow was none other than a demon beast, one that was fond of slicing its prey's throat. Light protection, sacred shield. Shorty cast a light spell in the nick of time. The light element was too effective against dark demon beasts. Even when it was only a pure defensive spell, the light emitted by the sacred shield surrounding Yu Qingsu felt like a soldering iron as it made contact with the creature, which began to utter a weird screech as it was burned. Chapter 588. Throat-Slicing Horned Demon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Yuqingsu finally realized that the god of death's kiss had just swept past her throat when she heard the cry behind her. Her body subconsciously shivered. What was that? Yuqingsu had fought against countless undead, yet she had never heard of a creature with goat horns that was able to turn into a lump of shadow. The creature had suffered quite a serious injury from the sacred shield. It fled into the shadows of the chamber while uttering a cry of agony. Yuqingsu barely saw its savage appearance when she turned her head around. You should thank me for being more knowledgeable than most of the so-called experts on the rankings. That creature is a throat-slicing horned demon, one of the most dangerous kinds among the phantom generals. Their ability to utilize the shadows to launch their ambushes greatly surpass any shadow magician you've met before. It could even crawl out from the shadows and onto your back without you noticing, and slowly slice your throat open. Many strong magicians like you have died to those creatures. They usually don't prey on ordinary magicians, but select their targets from the elites. If the undead have a leaderboard, that throat-slicing horned demon is surely ranked close to the top, explained Shorty. Mo Fan nodded slightly. No wonder he kept feeling that the cloth-wrapped corpse general was trying to set them up. It turned out that it was simply posing in front of them after it had tons of opportunities to finish Scarface, whom it captured as a hostage. It was purposely trying to catch their attention just so the throat-slicing horned demon could eliminate its greatest threat, Yuqingsu. Unfortunately, the cloth-wrapped corpse general had made mistakes, too. It was likely that it was planning to keep all of the magicians busy, so they would not be able to keep an eye out for the surprise attack from the throat-slicing horned demon. To its surprise, the little flame bell that Mo Fan had summoned was enough to drive the creature into running wildly around the chamber, giving Shorty plenty of time to observe their surroundings. His light element made him more sensitive toward the darkness in his surroundings, as the two elements naturally repelled one another. The perfectly timed light protection, sacred shield totally nullified the plans of the two cunning undead. It was impossible to tell how many magicians the two creatures had killed using the same deadly trick. The cloth-wrapped corpse general is most likely not an undead, but a living dead instead. That thing is going to be a disaster if it's left alive. We should kill it at all costs. Same goes with that throat-slicing horned demon too. If it somehow sneaked behind our troop, it would simply slit many of their throats open while they were busy drawing star patterns. Mo Fan said to the others. Mo Fan finally understood Yao Nan's intentions. Their captain had most likely sensed that something was weird about the corpse general, and had purposely sent those who were relatively reliable in his troop to handle the creature. Yao Nan was quite a capable hunter, able to identify potential threats that would lead his entire team to destruction while in the middle of the mess. Shorty, Scarface, Qinglajiao, you three handle the throat-slicing horned demon. Leave the cloth-wrapped corpse general to me and my daughter, Mo Fan ordered as the team's vice-captain. Yuqingsu was not as stubborn as before, after witnessing the strength of Mo Fan's summoned beast. Besides, she was not going to allow the creature that almost took her life to run away. With me here, I bet that asshole won't have many corners to hide after I light the place up with a few brilliant lights, said Shorty heroically. Many people assumed that the light element was not as useful as the other elements. The light protection, sacred shield was not as sturdy, nor did it have a huge area of coverage when compared to the rock barrier. The truth was, only mediocre magicians would think that the light element was useless. In special circumstances, for example, when fighting against the throat-slicing horned demon, the usefulness of the light element was fully displayed. As for the other elements, no matter how destructive and effective they were at controlling their enemies, none of them could pose a threat to the throat-slicing horned demon, since they could not even spot the creature. It was simply impossible to inflict any damage on the creature, unless their spells could cover the entire chamber. In addition to that, the creature would continue to hide in the shadows close to the magicians and tail them. As soon as they lowered their guard, blood would be jetting out of their throats. Shorty had gone through a lot as a hunter, and heard lots of stories. He once heard that a group of over 10 hunters consisting of the elites had gone to exterminate the undead in a tomb. They managed to clean the tomb of the undead and were on their way back full of loot from the victorious battle. However, they were killed one by one on the way back. When the team made it to the safe zone, only one person from the team of elite magicians had survived the throat-slicing horned demon. It was the first time Shorty had heard of the vicious Phantom General. Everyone in the team was capable of killing a warrior-level undead on their own, yet they all ended up dying to the throat-slicing horned demon. They were aware of the creature targeting them, yet they simply could not do anything about it, but watch their comrades die one after another. Their greatest misfortune was that none of the magicians in the team was a light magician. If they had just one light magician, they could have prevented the tragedy from happening. Shorty was unwilling to earn a living in other cities, as he knew that light magicians were more valuable in the ancient capital, especially someone like him, whose light element was his primary element. Shorty admitted that it was his first time encountering a throat-slicing horned demon, yet any light magician was like a bane to dark creatures like the throat-slicing horned demon. A brilliant light with exceedingly huge coverage could simply light up the whole chamber. No matter where the throat-slicing horned demon was hiding, when the white glow descended upon the place, it would clearly reveal its position. Brilliant light! A ball of light appeared on Shorty's palm. As he threw the spell into the air, the ball of light immediately turned into countless rays, pouring down in the chamber. The light quickly purified the strong presence of death, driving the darkness away. Yu Qingsu scanned her surroundings, searching for the throat-slicing horned demon. The light was extremely bright, enough for her to see the entire chamber clearly. However, even when the light had filled every corner in the chamber, she still failed to spot the throat-slicing horned demon. "Has it run away using other passage?" asked Yu Qingsu with a frown. "Humph, that asshole dares to outsmart us. If we can't see it after lighting up the whole chamber, it means that it's hiding behind the pillar." Shorty grinned, looking down at the sly trick that the throat-slicing horned demon was using on them. Yu Qingsu did not waste any time further. She quickly directed the lightning about her hand toward the spot behind the pillar. The lightning arcs conducted rapidly along the ground, surging toward the pillar. The unexpected curves of the lightning arcs implied that something was hiding behind the pillar. As more lightning arcs arrived at the spot, they quickly framed the silhouette of the creature. Lightning Strike was only a basic spell, after all, thus its paralyzing effect was not strong enough to handle the throat-slicing horned demon. The creature immediately ran away when it realized that its position was compromised. "I'll keep casting brilliant light to prevent it from running away using the shadows. You two will hunt it down. As long as the creature is unable to flee into the shadows, it's no different than a servant-class undead," said Shorty with a smile. Scarface, who had finally caught his breath, raised his thumb at Shorty. Both he and Yu Qingsu chased after the throat-slicing horned demon, as the hatred they bore had reached the limit after they almost lost their lives. Chapter 589. Stars. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A loud crash echoed in the chamber. It turned out that the fireball, now 5 meters across, that the little flame Belle had turned into had just slammed into the cloth-wrapped corpse general. The creature had no place to escape to after it was forced into a corner in the chamber. The fireball exploded. It felt like a fire burst, rupture, with its power multiplied by around 10 times. Half of the spacious chamber was devoured by the erupting flames, while the place felt like it was about to collapse. The chamber quaked vigorously. Dust and grit continued to fall from above as cracks began to cross the sturdy walls. Meanwhile, the cloth-wrapped corpse general was entirely engulfed in flames within a pile of burning debris. The cloth-wrapped corpse general was just too unlucky. Normally, with its speed, it was hard to land any destructive spell on it, yet the area of Little Flame Belle's fireball was just too terrifying. With the limited space in the chamber, it was only a matter of time until the fireball struck it. Little Flame Belle was overjoyed. She zipped past the sea of flames she had just created and flew over to where the cloth-wrapped corpse general was laying. The little creature was rather naive. She was simply going to check if her target was dead. If not, she would not mind using a stronger calamity fire to send the creature into the afterlife. To her surprise, the cloth-wrapped corpse general was so cunning that it was actually faking its death. When the little flame Belle went up to it, the winding sheets around its arm immediately took the shape of a drill, stabbing at Little Flame Belle viciously. The attack totally caught Little Flame Belle off guard. There was no way she could possibly dodge it, yet the cunning Mo-Fan would never allow such a thing to happen. His fist erupted in flames that streaked through the air and flew right at the cloth-wrapped corpse general that had just sprung up from the ground. The cloth-wrapped corpse general was knocked flying while it was still in midair. Its body slammed into the walls of the chamber. The impact ended up producing a deep hole, where the corpse general was quickly burned to ashes under the combination of different flames. The cloth-wrapped corpse general's defense was not as outstanding as other kinds of corpse generals. Mo-Fan's punch was strong enough to blast it to death. As Mo-Fan took a few steps forward, a wisp of dark green fragmented soul drifted toward the little loach pendant, implying that the cloth-wrapped corpse general was indeed dead. It was a warrior-level soul remnant. As a matter of fact, there were quite a number of warrior-level soul remnants floating on the Nether River in the little loach pendant. When the cloth-wrapped corpse general's soul remnant joined the rest of the soul remnants, they immediately gathered together and combined into a dark blue amber in the shape of a water droplet. Soul essence. The little loach pendant had refined a soul essence. Most importantly, it was refined with close to 100 warrior-level soul remnants, hence the product was a warrior-level soul essence, bringing Mo-Fan great joy. It turned out that not only was the little loach able to refine servant-class soul remnants, it could also refine warrior-level soul remnants into soul essences. The average price of a warrior-level soul essence was around 20 million RMB. Mo-Fan's savings were almost empty from feeding his little flame Belle. Despite that, he was still unwilling to sell the pseudomorphing demon beast seed. He even had to rely on Liu Yu to pay the 20 million to Shorty. Now that he finally had the chance to earn 20 million, how fascinating. Oh, wait a second. Damn it, I almost forgot. I can't take the soul essences that Little Loach has refined out from the pendant. I can only use them to strengthen my stars, he cursed instantly. His joy was all in vain. He could not even trade the soul essences for money. Speaking of which, can I even strengthen the stars with a warrior-level soul essence? The question suddenly crossed Mo-Fan's mind. Since he had no way of selling the soul essence, he simply decided to spend it on an experiment. He immediately used the freshly refined soul essence to strengthen the 34th star of his nebula. The naughty star was flying around wildly in the blazing red nebula. Mo-Fan's control over the stars was like a fisher handling a tank of fish. He was so experienced that he could instantly grab any fish in the tank that he wished. Come, here's some nutrients for you to grow stronger. Mo-Fan fed the warrior-level soul essence to the star he had not yet strengthened. The star rapidly absorbed the energy of the soul essence, becoming incredibly bright, and on top of that, it also had an extra flickering glow around it. Mo-Fan initially thought the warrior-level soul essence would be consumed in the process, yet the soul essence was still there after its energy was absorbed by the star. The only difference was its color was slightly dimmer. So Desu Eni, a warrior-level soul essence contains more energy, which is enough to strengthen more than one star. TL note, all weebs should know what So Desu Eni means. Mo-Fan felt a great surge of joy. There were only 15 stars left to be strengthened. He would be able to strengthen a few more stars with the warrior-level soul essence. Mo-Fan immediately proceeded to strengthen the 35th star with the warrior-level soul essence. The process finished rather smoothly. Not long after, the 35th star was shining brightly, like its 34 other siblings. Moving forward, the 36th star was successfully strengthened, too. More onward, the 37th star had no problem leveling up too. The energy that a warrior-level soul essence contained was superb indeed. Here came the 38th star. The soul essence was almost entirely transparent. As Mo-Fan finished strengthening the 38th star, the warrior-level soul essence finally dissipated. 5 stars. A warrior-level soul essence was just enough to strengthen 5 stars. However, different warrior-level soul essences had different levels of quality too, leading to each soul essence containing a different amount of energy. Those with a lower quality were only enough to strengthen 4 stars, while those that were superior would be able to strengthen 6 stars. Clearly, the soul essences refined by the Little Loach were considered average. The count had now reached 38, only 11 more left to strengthening all 49 stars, which would significantly improve Mo Fan's magic. It was extremely important to him. The power of a 4th-tier fiery fist was truly outstanding. Otherwise, Dong Fanglai would not have been able to occupy the first rank for so long. The truth was, Mo Fan's fiery fist was only slightly stronger than a 4th-tier fiery fist when he was possessed by the Flame Belle. Mo Fan simply took Dong Fanglai by surprise, since Dong Fanglai never thought his spell would be overwhelmed by Mo Fan's. Therefore, if Mo Fan was also able to cast the 4th-tier fiery fist, allowing him to fire 9 fiery dragons from his fist, and together with the extra power from being possessed by the Flame Belle, his fiery fist's power would be close to an advanced spell. In addition, Mo Fan's fire seed was also able to multiply the strength of his fire spells. Think about that, when his intermediate spell was almost as destructive as an advanced spell, wouldn't most of his enemies be trembling in fear when facing him? He had to strengthen the remaining 11 stars as soon as possible. He was hoping that he would earn more benefits from the war against the undead, allowing him to learn a new formidable spell and dominate the intermediate level. Chapter 590. Fighting a Bloody Way Out. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Keep running if you can, your grandpa Shorty doesn't mind playing with you until your death, grumbled Shorty while casting a light protection, rampart. The light protection, rampart was like a cage that the throat-slicing horned demon could not afford to touch. After Shorty trapped the creature with 3 consecutive light protection, rampart, it was done for. Yu Qingsu, who was overwhelmed with hatred, immediately threw a lightning strike into the cage, landing it on top of the throat-slicing horned demon. The throat-slicing horned demon's defense was even weaker than the cloth-wrapped corpse general. Its body was severely injured after a mere lightning strike. It was pretty much half dead lying there in the cage, losing all hope of fleeing for its life. Allow me to help the creature find its peace. Shorty followed up by throwing a brilliant light into the cage. A magician should always conserve their energy, especially when a basic light spell was more than enough to finish the creature. The rays of light emitted by the glowing ball were like incredibly sharp swords to the throat-slicing horned demon. The rays instantly punctured the creature's shadowy figure, leaving countless holes in it. The throat-slicing horned demon did not last for more than a few minutes, its body soon shattering into smaller black pieces. In the end, all that remained was a black piece of canvas falling to the ground. It turned out that the phantom was actually possessing the canvas. Shorty's eyes glittered when he saw the ghost canvas. However, the cunning man did not express his excitement in his expression. He simply picked up the canvas with an indifferent look and grumbled, "All it dropped is this thing that looks like a piece of loincloth. What the hell can we even use it for? Perhaps someone will actually buy it from me." Shorty had already snuck the ghost canvas into his pocket in the middle of his speech. Unfortunately, a huge hand immediately grabbed his wrist. He looked up and saw Scarface looking at him with a smile that revealed his tobacco-stained yellow teeth. "Bro, that thing is actually quite valuable. Since you already knew what the throat-slicing horned demon is, you would know how valuable its ghost canvas is, too," said Scarface. Shorty immediately pulled a long face. This man, who looked like a hefty version of Rurouni Kenshin, almost lost his life a few moments ago, yet he was still thinking about the ghost canvas. If Shorty managed to keep the ghost canvas to himself, he would earn a great profit even without considering the other loot he would get for the rest of the night. It's not like that, I'm not too sure about its value. How about this, I can sell this thing at a good price. I'll take it, and compensate you all with other things. How does that sound, said Shorty with us. It depends on what you're planning to give us. All 3 of us are included. Yu Qingsu was not someone that could be fooled easily either. 1 soul seed piece. Are you treating me like an idiot? Give me the thing, now, said Scarface furiously. All right, 5 million, I'll give everyone 5 million. You can only sell it for 20 million at most. I'll give each of you 5 million. It's a fair deal, said Shorty. That sounds more like it. Shorty felt his balls hurting. He should not have saved the guy. The profit was not as impressive after it was split among 4 people. Shorty was a man of his words, too. He immediately gave everyone soul seed pieces and magic ores that would sum up to a value of 5 million according to the market price. This servant class soul essence is for you. It's worth more or less 5 million. Shorty handed a soul essence to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was stunned for a moment. How did the guy know he was in need of soul essences? Normally, Mo Fan would never spend the soul essences that he could trade for money on strengthening his stars. However, since he was so close to strengthening all 49 stars, he decisively used the soul essence to strengthen his next star instead. Only 10 stars remained until he could cast the 4th tier Fiery Fist. After leaving the chamber, he would have to put more effort into collecting the soul remnants of the undead. It was quicker to collect soul remnants when killing the undead, as they would always die in packs. The group made their way out of the sunken tomb after splitting the loot. Everyone was given a great scare as soon as they came out of the cave. The whole area was surrounded by pitch-black figures. Zombies had filled the place when they were busy dealing with the Cunning Corpse General and Phantom General. They subconsciously took a deep breath when their entire field of view was filled with the faces, bodies, and limbs of the undead. Quick, let's leave this place. Shorty was no longer thought about the ghost canvas when he realized that the situation they were in. Little Flame Belle, clear the path. Mo Fan immediately ordered. Little Flame Belle was flying around 3 to 4 meters above the ground. She puffed out her cheeks and spat out blazing flames ahead of them quickly. The flames poured down from the sky like a river. The rolling tide swept forward and laid a blazing red carpet on the surface. The servant-class undead within the area of the flames were either burned beyond recognition or fled for their lives in all directions. The calamity fire was much more imperious than the rose flame. Besides, Little Flame Belle was still in her youth phase, and was still unable to fully exploit the power of the calamity fire. Awesome, your contracted beast is comparable to 4 or 5 intermediate fire magicians. Shorty raised his thumb to Mo Fan. Enough flattering, hurry up and use your brilliant light to blind the zombies behind us. They are King fast runners, cursed Mo Fan. In addition to the flames clearing the path, Mo Fan and Yu Qingsu, who were both lightning magicians, were also able to paralyze a huge number of zombies with their lightning strikes. That being said, only Mo Fan's lightning strike was able to paralyze a crowd of zombies. The 4th tier lightning strike was much stronger than Yu Qingsu's lightning strike. The zombies that enjoyed stacking up into human pyramids had no chance of getting close to the group. I see it, the army is just ahead, yelled Scarface. Holding an ice chain in each of his hands, Scarface flung the ice chain sideways with great might, knocking the zombies on both sides to the ground. They were more than a kilometer away from the army. The 4 magicians did not hesitate to use their boots equipment as they sprinted toward the army across the land of black sand while drawing star patterns continuously. A magic vine burst out from the ground and entangled the legs of 2 zombies. The 4 had no time to waste on the 2 zombies who were trying to crawl forward with their hands. They simply ran past them quickly. Shorty's brilliant light exploded on the other side. The light was so strong that it stopped another 4 to 5 zombies from moving any closer, as they tried to shield their eyes. When the zombies finally regained their vision after the light dimmed gradually, the 4 magicians were already 100 meters away from them, surrounded by another pack of undead. My turn! Wind Disc, Sky Snare, uttered Scarface imperiously, controlling the airflow nearby with his hands. The wind spun rapidly with the group in the center. It grew from a slight breeze at the start into Sky Snare wind walls that were strong enough to crush anything into pieces. Chapter 591. Undead, endless of them. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Not only did the wind wall protect them, it also swept the packs of zombies lunging at them into the air. The faster the wind was spinning, the greater the tearing force it produced. With so many servant-class zombies jumping at the wind wall, it simply crushed the undead into paste like a giant meat mincer. Soon, pieces of flesh and bodies were scattered on the outside of the wall. Let's go, we can't stay any longer. Mo Fan quickly retrieved the sole remnants of the zombies and urged his team along. The wind disk gradually dispersed, leaving fresh blood and pulped flesh scattered across the land. It had cleared a spacious path ahead, yet when the team had run less than 50 meters, they quickly found themselves surrounded by new packs of zombies. Each of the packs consisted of more than 20 zombies. Their speed was 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary human. Some of their kinds with different traits could run even faster, flickering like black shadows. "Damn it, there are too many of them," cursed Shorty. "We can't stop. The zombies are rolling toward us like a surging tide. Once they roll over the path between us and the army, there's no way we can regroup with them anymore. After all, the army is clearing the zombies faster than us four," Mo Fan said urgently. Because of how grave the situation was, Mo Fan did not dare to preserve his strength further. He glanced in the 3 different directions their zombies were charging at them from and roughly estimated there to be 60 to 70 zombies attacking them simultaneously. Within a few more seconds, more than 100 other zombies would arrive too. "Stand closer to me, I'll destroy them all in one go," said Mo Fan furiously. "I'll cover you," said Shorty immediately. The star pattern appeared under Mo Fan's feet. Its blazing red color easily captured everyone's attention as usual, as if he were standing on a fiery ring that was burning fiercely. "Fiery fist! 9 holes!" Mo Fan slammed his fist into the ground, inserting the rolling heat into the black soil. The team was surrounded by pitch-black darkness, yet at this very moment, 9 fiery pillars burst out from the land covered by zombies and darkness in the shape of the 9 holes. Raging flames danced between the pillars, as explosions, heat waves, and tongues of fire covered everything within 100 meters. Basically, as soon as the packs of zombies stepped into the area of the spell, they were welcomed by blazing fire pillars that instantly evaporated the zombies, not even their ashes were left behind. The fiery pillars were utterly astonishing. Seeing the whole area was covered in violent flames, and Mo Fan, whose figure had turned bright red after he erupted in flames, Scarface and Yu Qingsu understood the reason why Yao Nan had appointed him as the vice captain. Violent. Extremely violent. Scarface's Sky Snare had only killed 20 zombies before, while Mo Fan's single fiery fist, 9 holes had killed over 50 zombies in one go. It quickly resolved the difficulty they were at from being surrounded by the zombies. The remaining zombies had only survived because they were moving at a relatively slower pace, and so were not within the coverage of the spell. "Let's go," uttered Mo Fan, in high spirits as he glanced at the scorched land in his surroundings. The little loach pendant acted fairly quickly too. The zombies that Mo Fan had eliminated had all turned into blue-green light dots floating into its nether river. Around 80 soul remnants of the undead would be enough to refine a soul essence. Basically, the undead that Scarface and Mo Fan had eliminated were enough to refine another soul essence. Collecting soul remnants this way was extremely efficient, yet Mo Fan did not want to be too greedy, as it was only a matter of time until his energy was depleted. Besides, the number of undead was still increasing, thus resulting in denser packs of zombies lunging at them endlessly. If they made a mistake when casting their intermediate spells, it was only a matter of seconds until the zombies brought them to the ground and stacked 10 layers of zombies on top of them. With no time to strengthen the star, Mo Fan led the team and continued sprinting forwards. "Little Flame Belle, spit fire!" Little Flame Belle puffed her cheeks again, spitting a bright red burning carpet across the path ahead more than 100 meters long. The zombies in a straight line ahead of her melted instantly in the flames once again, before turning into blue-green light dots flying toward Mo Fan's little loach pendant. "Thunderbolt, wild strikes!" Yu Qingsu's eyes emitted a purple glint of light. She pointed her finger at the path behind them, producing a huge stormy cloud up high from which thick lightning strikes descended. The zombies chasing after them had no choice but to cross the lightning zone. Fortunately, the zombies had little to no intelligence. They were completely clueless about dodging or avoiding the dangerous zone. As they stepped into the area, the lightning strikes striking them immediately blew them into a bloody mist in the air. I can see them, hurry up," blurted out Shorty. He finally saw the army around 300 meters away. It looked like Ju Ming and Mu Bai were assigned to the back of the army to annihilate the zombies pursuing the army. When Mu Bai, Shorty, Yu Qingsu, and Scarface were clearing a path toward them, they suddenly felt the pressure being lifted from their shoulders, as the zombies had instead gone to surround the group of four instead. "They are back! Clear the path for them! Clear the path!" Ju Ming yelled at the other magicians when she discovered them catching up. One of the hunters opened his mouth and eyes wide when he saw the zombies being murdered en masse behind the army. It took him some time to collect his thoughts and said, "Those four are fierce as tigers, their firepower is basically the same as a huge troop. Yeah, if I was left behind like that, I would be eaten by the undead without leaving any bones behind in just a matter of seconds. Enough with the bullshit, let's clear a path for them." "Not a problem, watch this, rolling wave. Bloodlined beast, go get them," said a summoner, casting contract summoning. A 5-meter-tall muscular beast soon dashed ahead. As soon as the creature appeared, the undead nearby simply turned into midgets. A single grab would crush a zombie to death, a single swing of its limbs would knock a zombie flying, and a single bite would swallow one. The bloodlined beast charged into the pile of zombies. The creature was extremely effective against them. After all, magicians preferred to stay in groups instead of being split up into smaller groups and finding themselves surrounded by the zombies, but a warrior-level creature like the bloodlined beast was a completely different story. Its flesh was sturdy and its limbs were powerful. It would probably take the zombies half a day to kill the creature, even if it were standing in one spot. "Mission accomplished, everyone, full speed ahead." Yao Nan's voice came from the sky. They'd been out here exactly 20 minutes. When Yao Nan saw Mo Fan's team approaching the army, he smiled too. It seemed like the people he had chosen did have some tricks up their sleeves. It was not easy to kill a corpse general and regroup with the army after only 20 minutes. Besides, they even had to fight their way out to regroup with the army a kilometer away. Chapter 592. Black Sandstorm, Corpse Official. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Yao Nan was spiraling in the air above the army's perimeter. His gaze was fixed ahead, as he finally saw a group of phantom-like creatures in white among the dense army of undead. The creatures in white clothes had pale faces. Their half-illusionary figures were able to move past anything. On top of that, they were not walking along but hovering in the air. "I see you." Yao Nan grinned coldly. The army was advancing at full speed. The fire magicians had become the main firepower for the whole army. As fiery fists with wide coverage were thrown forward, there was burning blood and flesh scattering everywhere in the air. The fiery explosions left the scorched land with countless blast craters. The group of light magicians is in front of us regrouping with other troops, called down Heavenly Eagle Battle Mage who was spiraling in the air above the army. They could see troops of magicians in various directions among the black tide of zombies. The colorful glow when spells were cast served as the brightest flags to identify the friendlies, telling the other troops that they were moving toward their assigned destination. At the intermediate level, fire magician still played an important role, since the fire element was not as difficult to awaken as the lightning element. On top of that, the fire element was the most effective in a wide-scale war like this due to its wide area of effect. The blazing red fire carpet laid out as the troops began to merge with one another was like a path towards hope for the humans. The undead's greatest weakness was light, followed by fire. As flames erupted and burned the land, the brain-dead servant-class zombies would simply walk into the flames and set themselves on fire. The magical flames could last for some time. A zombie on fire would eventually be turned into a scorched corpse, no longer posing any threat to the living. The bright flames were the only comfort the human army could find when they were right in the middle of the undead army. Everyone was searching for the light produced by the spells, the righteous flames that countless intermediate magicians had summoned, just so they would not lose their direction on the path toward death. The other troops have arrived at their positions. "Take a look at how slow your men are," said Yao Nan. The other troops consisted of well-trained battle mages. "They are a lot better compared to us that were put together at the very last second," replied Jiang Li unpleasantly. Yao Nan ignored Jiang Li's grumble. His eyes were suddenly fixed on a huge black mist rising from the undead army. The black mist was rolling toward the humans like a sandstorm. Its target was the magicians that had yet to arrive at their positions. Yao Nan discovered that the undead were actually clearing a path for the black sandstorm. "Something big is coming," screamed the Heavenly Eagle Battle Mage in the sky. As soon as the Heavenly Eagle Battle Mage gave the heads up, a flesh-colored tentacle sprang out from the black sandstorm into the air. It looked like a tongue, or an arm, or more like a lump of meat able to extend infinitely. The weird thing was incredibly fast. Before anyone could react, it stabbed right through the Heavenly Eagle that the Battle Mage was riding on. The Heavenly Eagle did not even have time to cry out in pain. Its body stiffened after suffering the deadly blow, and started twitching out of nowhere soon after. The fleshy tentacles suddenly pulsed like a huge straw. It was obvious that something was being transferred to the black sandstorm. At the same time, the Heavenly Eagle withered and dried out. Its feathers had also lost their color, as if there was simply a layer of skin covered in feathers that had rotted for many years on a corpse with only its skeleton left. The Heavenly Eagle's life force was completely sucked dry within a few seconds, now looking like it was air-dried after hanging for many years at a certain spot. The Heavenly Eagle Battle Mage fell from his mount with a pale face full of terror. It's a corpse official. The Heavenly Eagle Battle Mage was lucky to survive the attack, but his Heavenly Eagle was thoroughly dead. If the tentacle had punctured any of his body parts, he would have been turned into a dried corpse too. A commander-level undead? Are you serious? We actually stumbled into a commander-level undead, a retired battle mage bleated out. They were not afraid of corpse generals, since as long as they all cast intermediate spells focusing on the same target, they would instantly eliminate the corpse general without leaving its bones behind. After all, their team consisted of over 40 talented intermediate magicians, and more than 10 of them possessed the fire element. However, a corpse official was a completely different story. Even if they had twice the number of intermediate magicians, a single commander-level undead would crush the seemingly unbeatable group of intermediate magicians within a few minutes. Once a group lost its formation, the undead army would surround the magicians. It would not be long until the magicians died under the filthy, disgusting fangs of the undead. We're only a few steps away from regrouping with the other squads, but we happen to stumble into a corpse official here. What do we do now? We only have an advanced magician in our group. Even though we might stand a chance if we all focus on killing the corpse official, there are still several hundreds or even thousands of zombies flanking us from all directions. If all our firepower is used to handle the commander-level undead, the zombies will eventually drag us away, one of the magicians from the Magic Association blurted out in fear. Commander-level undead were a nightmare to them. Just a single one was enough to bring death upon the whole team. What should we do now? Are we going to die here? I don't want to die. Send a signal, quick, let's ask the other squads for help. They have lots of advanced magicians. Captain, send a signal to ask for help quickly. The black sandstorm is getting closer. I don't want my life force being sucked dry like that. The magicians were already panicking. The death of the Heavenly Eagle haunted every single one of them. They could not help but shiver when they imagined their blood, flesh, and organs being sucked dry by the tentacle like a straw. Humph, useless pricks, not only are you all slow when advancing, you're also cowardly compared to the regular army. If I knew how useless you all were since the beginning, I wouldn't have bothered firing the assembling signal. Continue to press forward, mocked Yao Nan while flapping his wings. Captain, that is easy for you to say. If you have the time to speak nonsense there, why don't you draw a few more star patterns instead? I'll deal with the corpse official in the black sandstorm. Just focus on advancing forward. Yao Nan said in a cold voice instead of his usual feminine manner. He glanced across the crowd. When he saw Mo Fan's group regrouping with the troop, he immediately said, Vice Captain, come with me, let's go kill that corpse official. F*****KU, I just came back, yelled Mo Fan like an enraged lion, still panting heavily. Chapter 593. You corpse generals, I corpse official. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Yao Nan did not waste time talking to Mo Fan. He glided over to Mo Fan with a flap of his wings and lifted him into the air by grabbing the back of his coat. "All you need to do is to charge forward, forward, forward," Yao Nan said to the squad. Yao Nan flew higher into the sky, bringing Mo Fan along with him. Black corpse aura covered the whole area. Everyone could only see the two flying away above the densely packed undead army and taking the initiative to attack the corpse official in the black sandstorm. "Those two. I bet they don't even know how they're going to die," swore Jiang Li. "Yeah, that's a commander-level undead, one that even a team of advanced magicians would have trouble killing, let alone a single advanced magician and an intermediate magician," said Ju Ming, extremely worried. "Someone has to sacrifice their lives in a war like this. It's reasonable for them as captain and vice-captain to step forward under the circumstances. We shall not put their effort in vain. Let's regroup with the army. That's right, we shall not let our two captains down. Charge, kill those filthy creatures. If I survive this, I might even make it to the undead ranking, ha ha ha." Obviously, Yao Nan and Mo Fan's action of taking the initiative to attack had eliminated their fear of the commander-level creature. It had helped to raise the troops' morale significantly. On the other hand, Mo Fan was feeling extremely unpleasant. He was forced into the dragon swamp and lion's den even though he had just accomplished a difficult mission. Yao Nan had dragged him away before he could even catch his breath. He felt the urge to ask Yao Nan whether his previous statement of leaving the commander-level creature to him was pure bullshit. When Mo Fan was forced to join the war, he already mentioned that he would only handle servant class and warrior-level undead. If there were commander-level undead that no one could handle, he would be the first one to fly back to the walls with his fleeing shadow. In the end, he was flying above the undead army consisting of thousands of zombies. His minuscule figure was approaching the black sandstorm, which loomed over them like a mountain. He could barely see some black tentacle-like objects twisting around inside the sandstorm. "Yao Nan, we aren't even close to begin with. Let me go, and I'll still treat you as my friend. Otherwise, if I ended up turning into an undead, I will king rape all your boyfriends," cursed Mo Fan. "Even though I look feminine, my sexual orientation is still normal," said Yao Nan with a smile, one that was no different than the smile of a cunning fox. "What are you actually thinking of doing? I'm just an intermediate magician. Don't treat me like an expert like you who can fly, jump and kill hundreds of undead with a single spell." Mo Fan was infuriated. "Enough with the acting. For elements and two summoned creatures, I know you don't want to use all you have when there are people around. I've brought you along on purpose so you can fully utilize all you have. Look, there are so many corpse generals down there. I'm still keeping my promise, I'll handle the corpse official myself, but I need you to keep the corpse generals busy," said Yao Nan. Yao Nan flapped his wings and spun around nimbly in the air. 3 to 4 fleshy tentacles, the same as the one that had attacked the eagle before, sprang at them, yet Yao Nan managed to dodge them all with ease. One of the tentacles even swept past Mo Fan's lower body, forcing Mo Fan to withdraw his legs by obstructing Newton's law of motion. The eerie fleshy tentacle was not capable of turning corners. It missed Mo Fan's pants by mere centimeters. Mo Fan could feel the area between his legs twitching. His expression was no longer describable with just 1 or 2 foul words. "Kill the corpse official, and its sole remnant is mine." Mo Fan began to negotiate as he knew that there was no turning back. "Not a problem, I happen to have an undead container with me, I'll keep it for you, as long as you can survive those poison tumor corpse generals," said Yao Nan smiled. "What poison tumor corpse generals?" K me. Mo Fan was about to say "I don't see them" when Yao Nan let go and dropped Mo Fan onto a tiny slope on the ground. Undulating rises could be seen across the place, yet many places were still crawling with undead. Mo Fan falling from the height of 100 meters to the ground was like parachuting into a giant pool filled with alligators. Initially, the alligators were simply enjoying their sunbath on their own. However, Mo Fan's sudden appearance immediately startled them, and their eyes glittered as they began to gather toward him. Mo Fan did not even have the time to greet Yao Nan's ancestors. To cushion his landing, he quickly cast Fleeing Shadow, and his body merged with the shadows. TL note: greet one's ancestors here mean cursing someone. Lucky for him, it was still night time, with a strong presence of death. He could use Fleeing Shadow whenever he wanted. Otherwise, even if he were not bitten to death by the zombies when he landed, he would at least break a leg or two. Swift Star Wolf, Little Flame Belle, hurry, come out and save me. Mo Fan had a grim look when he saw the zombies gathering toward him. It was no longer a joke this time. He was all alone among the undead. Although most of the undead were attracted by the army of magicians, the number of undead in his area was still shocking. Most importantly, the commander-level corps official was not far ahead, and there were lots of corps generals around it. He had seen at least 5 corps generals mixed with smaller packs of undead coming toward him with just a rough glance. Com. Swift Star Wolf, you handle that limping one. Try and lure it to the bottom of the hill. The other undead will have a hard time going there, so you can focus on dealing with it. Little Flame Belle, build firewalls around with me at the center. I want them to cover a wide area and burn endlessly. The stronger the better. Mo Fan used the remaining time he had left to catch his breath and allocate tasks for his 2 summoned beasts. The Swift Star Wolf would not have any problem handling a little corpse general on his own. Meanwhile, the Little Flame Belle was capable of handling a big corpse general too, yet Mo Fan would not let her fight against one by herself, as he needed her to protect him, keeping the servant-class zombies at least 200 meters away at all times. That way, Mo Fan would be able to fully focus on dealing with the corpse generals. Chapter 594. Killing Zombies to Level Up. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Little Flame Belle had grown up after eating soul seed pieces. There was no limit to the flames she could spit from her body. Whenever she puffed up her cheeks, the Little Flame Belle would spit out flames like a huge red carpet. Little Flame Belle kept on spitting out flames, covering everything within 200 meters around Mo Fan. These were flames that could last for a long period of time. The flames were tiny at the start, like weeds that had just sprouted. However, their strength was their ability to last, allowing them to grow stronger as they burned. The flames spread into the surrounding area, forming fiery grass carpets everywhere. It totally resembled some fire rituals when seen from the sky, showcasing Little Flame Belle's artistic talent, which she had developed after watching anime since she was very young. The flames covered a wide area, with lots of fire sprouts. It would take some time for them to grow into fire saplings. However, the zombies would not simply wait until Mo Fan was done constructing his fire walls. They sprinted across the fiery carpets that were still unable to pose any threat to them toward Mo Fan. Com. One mutated zombie in particular was excessively quick, leaving a trail of wind behind. It leapt into the air when it was still 10 meters away from Mo Fan, extending its sharp claws at him. Mo Fan's arms were covered in lightning. When he caught a glimpse of the agile zombie, he immediately pushed his hands forward, directing the lightning strikes to attack the creature lunging at him. The agile zombie was struck by lightning in midair. The living ropes of electricity scorched the creature, leaving it twitching on the ground at Mo Fan's feet. Regardless of how agile the zombie was, it was completely useless after its limbs were paralyzed. Mo Fan kicked the creature away, and it fell onto one of the fiery carpets nearby. The weak flames slowly crawled over the creature's body. The fire sprouts made contact with a burnable substance, allowing the fire to grow stronger after devouring the zombie's body. Just a second ago, the fire sprouts were only the height of weeds, but now, they had instantly grown to half a meter. The little loach pendant quickly collected the zombie soul remnant. Its continuous buzz was like an electric stick, pleading and asking Mo Fan to kill more creatures. Mo Fan scanned his surroundings and immediately discovered 2 zombies making their way toward him across the fiery carpets around 100 meters away. They completely disregarded the fact that their feet that had caught on fire, showing no intentions of looping around the flames. Straightforward creatures like these zombies were Mofan's favorites. If they were any other species of demon creatures that lived in packs, even the slow giant lizards, they would never try to cross the fire carpets, as the pain from the burns would simply drive them away. However, the undead were different. They had no sense of pain. Their movements were like machines, allowing Mofan to use a perfect plan to deal with them. Fire burst! After Mofan waved his right hand, a streak of flame landed accurately on the fiery carpet, drawing a 100-meter arc in the sky. In the following second, the fire erupted into a bigger fire with a diameter of almost 2 meters. The two zombies, who happened to be standing relatively close to one another, were blasted into pieces. Their flaming body parts scattered across the fire carpet. The fire sprouts suddenly rose a meter high, like plants that had just absorbed nutrients. Even though it was still some distance away from achieving the fire walls he planned, with another fire burst and zombies as the fuel, the walls would soon be built up. Little Flame Belle flew around Mofan like a little fairy, spreading more carpets of hungry fires across the place. Mofan continued to cast fire burst from his palms and throw them at the places covered by the fire carpets. The fire sprouts continued to grow into firewalls almost 2 meters tall, around 50 meters away from Mofan. The walls also had the ability to spread further, helping the carpets nearby to grow stronger, too. It was safe to say that Mofan had managed to construct an effective defensive line of fire around himself. Burn! Keep on burning! Mofan asked the little Flame Belle to produce more flames while he kept on throwing fire burst onto the fiery carpets. The fire burst helped the flames to grow by blasting the zombies charging toward them into pieces, providing fuel for the fire sprouts. The fire sprouts grew into shoots and gradually became fire trees. Under all the effort that the father Mofan and daughter Flame Belle put in, a wall of flames was finally constructed around them. As a matter of fact, the flames were more like rows of trees setting up defensive perimeters around them. The zombies were rapidly set aflame when they sprinted into the fire brainlessly. Although there existed zombies that were quicker or had skin that was not flammable, they still turned into fiery figures when trying to cross the layers of defense. The flames were deadly for the zombies, yet Mofan was not even afraid of the fire due to his outstanding fire resistance. On top of that, with the little Flame Belle beside him, Mofan could simply weave through the flames freely. On the other hand, unless the zombies had enough numbers to simply trample the flames and extinguish them, they would simply be burned to death in the forest of flames. Mofan had no intention of fighting the zombies head-on. He continued to weave through the flames while building the fire walls, erecting barriers to guarantee his safety. If the number of zombies suddenly became overwhelming, Mofan would not mind sending a fiery fist, 9 holes across the place. The surging fiery pillars would detonate the heat accumulating in the forest of flames, which not only would eliminate the zombies that had stacked up over a period of time, it would also help the flames to grow stronger. The corpse generals had already made their way to the fire walls. It was somehow impossible for the flames alone to destroy their flesh, but the burning effect of the flames was continuous. The sturdy flesh of the corpse generals could easily endure the damage dealt by the flames, but when Mofan started blasting them with intermediate spells, inflicting severe damage, the burning effect would drain their life force at a much quicker rate. Little Flame Belle never stopped spitting out plant-like fire sprouts that were able to grow at a shocking rate. The zombies entering the flames were simply like logs fed into the flames as fuel. When the fire fully evolved into a dense forest of flames, green soul remnants were continuously floating toward Mofan from all directions, without him casting a single spell. In the beginning, the green light dots flying toward Mofan were like fireflies, yet as the fire grew stronger and the number of zombies increased, the light dots became denser, and at times, would simply form a line of glowing dots in the air. The little loach pendant crazily absorbed the soul remnants and refined them into soul essences. Mofan initially thought it would take him a while to refine 10 soul essences, yet at the rate he was collecting the soul remnants, it was possible that he could finish his stars tonight. Luckily little Flame Belle is able to produce fire sprouts of the calamity fire. Otherwise, I wouldn't even last a few minutes against so many zombies. The fire is now as strong as a group of fire magicians casting fire bursts continuously. I should eliminate the poison Tumor Corp's generals as soon as possible. Mo Fan was currently standing in the middle of a sea of flames. He was well aware that the flames were only effective against the brainless zombies. His real enemies were the 3 poison Tumor Corp's generals, still observing the situation from outside the fire. Chapter 595. Poison Tumor Corp's General. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Soul Essence? I was just wondering, the zombies should be dropping a natural soul essence after I've killed so many of them. The 44th star is done. Mo Fan was in a great mood. When he saw countless zombies lunging into the flames, turning into green light dots floating into his pendant, he simply felt like countless gold coins were floating toward him. He had now strengthened the 44th star, only 5 were left until the next breakthrough. He was both excited and anticipating that happening. A 4th tier fiery fist, when little flame bells was possessing him, would simply destroy everything. He remembered that when he encountered Commander Lu Nian, it was Mu Ningxue's ice crystal bow with an outstanding power that had saved everyone's life. Otherwise, they would have died at the hands of that devilish murderer. If he completely strengthened all his stars, it would grant him a chance when fighting against an advanced magician. Boxnovel.com, horrifying cries came from the crackling flames. Mo Fan was still enjoying the process of watching the little loach pendant collecting the souls when a monster whose entire body was unleashing a deadly blue poison rammed into the walls of fire like a jeep. Its momentum was incredibly shocking, and even the raging flames could not stop it. Poison Tumor Corp's General. Little Flame Belle, I'll leave the zombies to you. Just keep on adding fire. Mo Fan reminded her. A bloody light appeared under Mo Fan's feet, swiftly covering his lower legs like armor. Mo Fan stomped his foot and leapt 5 meters into the air. The Poison Tumor Corp's general charged past and below him, knocking a few zombies that were caught on fire flying. Mo Fan landed on the ground softly. To his surprise, the Poison Tumor Corp's general immediately came to a stop and turned to charge at him once again, a gust of wind sweeping behind it. This time, the corpse poison surrounding the creature was even more condensed. It was like a missile filled with poison gas being fired at him. Mo Fan dodged sideways and at the same time, a black shadowy aura appeared between his fingers. When the Poison Tumor Corp's general was charging at him like an ox again, Mo Fan flung the power of shadows at the creature. 2 black shadow spikes, each of a different size, were thrown out. The bigger spike was thin like a sword, landing on the Poison Tumor Corp's general's waist accurately, nailing it in place. Following behind that was the smaller shadow spike. It pierced the Poison Tumor Corp's general's body and swiftly turned into a few shadow chains, sealing the Poison Tumor Corp's general's soul. Try ramming me again, time to use you as target practice. Mo Fan uttered a hollow laugh when he saw the Poison Tumor Corp's general nailed in place. Mo Fan was just about to kill the creature with lightning when a horrifying shriek came from behind him. Mo Fan turned around and saw a line of green poisonous liquid spraying toward him. Leaving aside how corrosive the poison was, the speed it was traveling at was enough to penetrate a wall of bricks. Departing Nether Shield. Mo Fan half panicked. He could sense how dangerous the poison was, and immediately summoned the Departing Nether Shield. The polygon-shaped dark blue Departing Nether Shield appeared in front of him, and the corrosive poison splattered across it. Mo Fan could hear the sound of water dropping into a pot of boiling oil. The Departing Nether Shield was made of some unique metal, allowing it to resist various kinds of attacks, including magic, yet when it came into contact with the corrosive poison, the polygon-shaped shield simply melted and turned into a shape beyond recognition. Mo Fan was given a great scare. If the Poison Tumor Corp's general's poison was corrosive enough to melt the Departing Nether Shield, didn't that mean it could easily melt his bones once it hit him? The Departing Nether Shield was no longer usable. Mo Fan did not even have the chance to trigger its Departing Nether Spike. As soon as Mo Fan learned how deadly the Corpse General was, he did not dare to preserve his strength any further. He immediately summoned the Black Snake Armor. Extending his hand sideways, he summoned the equipment mark in his soul. Blue-black snake scales covered him, turning into wriggling objects that attached to his body. The brilliance gradually dimmed after they turned into armor, fully covering him. The armor was dazzling in the firelight, containing a hint of evil in addition to the imperiousness it was displaying. Apart from wing magical equipment that could last a relatively long time, other equipment could only last for a certain period of time. As a result, magicians would not equip their armor at the start of a battle, but summon it when needed. However, Mo Fan was well aware that he was fighting against 3 corpse generals at once. One of them was as muscular as a tank, with shocking strength. The creature kept on charging at him. If it hit him, the collision would surely shatter every bone in his body. Another one was standing in the fire. Its poison was utterly deadly. Even the departing nether shield, made of magical metal, was unable to last more than a few seconds. There was no way Mo Fan could allow himself to be touched by it. The last corpse general had yet to appear. It was most likely something cunning like the cloth-wrapped corpse general, waiting to give him a deadly blow when he lowered his guard. In such a situation, every minute not wearing the black snake magic armor would place his life at great risk. Mo Fan had to admit that the black totem snake had given him a godly gift. Not only did the armor made of his scales have a shocking defense, the soft snake scales would not influence his movements at all, giving Mo Fan the ability to protect himself even though he did not possess any defensive spells. I should get rid of the one with poison first, it is posing the greatest threat to me. Mo Fan locked his gaze on the poison-spitting corpse general. The poison-spitting corpse general was a lot different than the muscular one, whose body was covered with poison tumors. Mo Fan believed it would be the easiest to kill among the 3 corpse generals. A deafening roar came from behind him, extinguishing a part of the firewalls nearby. The corpse general with poison tumors had broken free from Mo Fan's giant shadow spikes. The shadowy black aura around its body had totally dissipated. The giant shadow spikes were effective at sealing a target's movement, yet the effect would only last a very limited time when used on a formidable creature like the corpse general. Those with outstanding strength could even force the giant shadow spikes out using their presence alone. With enemies both in front and behind him, Mo Fan drew a star pattern as fast as possible. Drawing star patterns was a great test of a magician's mental state. If the magician was too desperate, they would simply break the links between the stars, forcing the magician to start over. Mo Fan was well aware of his casting speed. The situation did not give him any time to spare. He had to be quick. He must be able to cast intermediate spells at the same speed as he cast basic spells. He would never be able to achieve the speed he wanted by joining the stars. Mo Fan had to learn to draw an entire nebula with each thought. Chapter 596. Puncture, Imperious Meteorite Fist. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Drawing a nebula with a thought. It was basically the fastest casting speed possible for intermediate level. People like Councilman Zhumeng and senior hunters could easily draw a star pattern with a single thought. Otherwise, how could they possibly complete giant star palaces consisting of 7-star constellations, each consisting of 7-star patterns? It was impossible for Mo Fan to draw a star pattern with a thought, yet it was time for him to master the skill of drawing a nebula with a thought. It would let him to finish an intermediate spell within a single breath's time, so that he could fight more than one warrior-level creature at the same time, similar to the current situation he was in. Drawing a nebula with a single thought basically meant drawing 7 stars at the same time. Many people would rely on magic tools to help them practice, and the truth was, many magicians from Pearl Institute already had a faster casting speed than he did. In Mo Fan's spiritual world, the darting stars swiftly drew a brilliant arc under Mo Fan's control. When a star was traveling at a certain speed, it would simply form a continuous shining track across space. Following the same pattern, the 6 other tracks had to be completed simultaneously, too. Mo Fan closed his eyes. As he fully focused on drawing the nebula, it was like time had slowed down gradually, and so did the speed of the corpse generals. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Each of the nebulas was completed almost instantly, to an extent that there were no longer stars in Mo Fan's spiritual world, but brilliant nebulas crossing paths with one another. The seventh nebula was completed within a single thought, too. When the star pattern was fully drawn, its brilliance was several times stronger than that emitted during the building process. It was so strong that Mo Fan's body was covered in a magical light. In Mo Fan's spiritual world, the seven thoughts felt like a prolonged race against time, yet in reality, the two corpse generals had advanced less than 100 meters. With their speed, they could easily move forward 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Qianjun, Thunderbolt, Wild Strikes. Mo Fan's eyes glittered. He pointed his index finger at the sky, directing the lightning bolts now descending from above. There was a flicker of lightning across the fiery ground, and a purple-black lightning dragon descended and struck the poison-spitting corpse general in a spectacular explosion. The poison-spitting corpse general was not as quick as the cloth-wrapped corpse general, and Mo Fan had cast the intermediate spell so rapidly that it was struck by the bolt of lightning while it was still thinking of spitting poison at him again. The creature fell flat to the ground at the impact, both its body and the soil nearby scorched black. Another ray of lightning appeared with a sharp screech. The lightning strikes descended continuously, each landing on the poison-spitting corpse general's back. The poison-spitting corpse general was just about to rise to its feet when its limbs lost their strength from the paralyzing effect. It was slammed back into the ground again even deeper. Its back was totally scorched black. The poison tumor corpse general was charging at Mo Fan with a black gust of wind behind it, preventing Mo Fan from finishing the spell. He quickly activated the blood tabi and leapt sideways to a nearby slope. A 2-meter-tall black boulder was standing on the slope. When he saw the fierce corpse general charging at him again, he raised his leg and kicked the boulder that was taller than a human. The blood tabi granted Mo Fan's kick great power. The boulder was sent flying at the corpse general, knocking the creature to the ground. However, the corpse general had thick skin and sturdy flesh. Other demon creatures would have suffered a great injury after being hit by the boulder, yet the corpse general simply rose to its feet as if it were perfectly unharmed. It shook off the broken pieces of the boulder from itself and roared with its big stinking mouth. The roar produced a strong gust sweeping the dust and sand on the ground forward, which extinguishing the flames in its path, unleashing its poison into the rolling sandstorm heading toward Mo Fan. Both the force of the black sandstorm and the poison it contained was too deadly for Mo Fan to take any risks. Unfortunately, he did not have the light element to nullify the poison spreading toward him. Mo Fan immediately turned around and ran. The blood tabi could still last for some time. He had to escape from the area of the poisonous sandstorm as soon as possible. The poisonous wind drew closer to Mo Fan. The blood tabi was not fast enough to outrun it. When Mo Fan was close to the edge of the firewalls, the poisonous mist finally swept past him from behind. The pitch-black gas completely extinguished the flames nearby. Mo Fan held his breath and cursed in his heart. Mo Fan had no idea how deadly the poison gas was. He had heard Shorty mention that once the undead's poison entered one's lungs, the person would be covered in poison spots across the body. Within half an hour, the victim's skin would fester and peel off on its own. In an hour, the person would die, turning into a pool of black slime. Mo Fan was completely surrounded by the poison. Holding his breath any further would not make any difference. As he was trying to figure out a plan, the black snake magic armor suddenly emitted a dark blue light from its surface. The black poison gas was able to penetrate through one's pores, so it would still poison Mo Fan even if he didn't breathe it in. However, Mo Fan quickly discovered that the glow emitted by the black snake magic armor was actually absorbing the poison gas. The poison gas was initially going to enter Mo Fan's body through the gaps on the armor, yet to his surprise, the glow on the armor's surface was rapidly absorbing the poison gas instead. That's right, the black totem snake is like the primal source of all poison. Miss Tang Yu mentioned that the black totem snake could eat anything poisonous, hence why the armor is able to absorb the poison gas. In addition to that, in less than half an hour, the poisonous substance would turn into nutrients for the snake skin to absorb, making its scales smoother and brighter. Mo Fan was overjoyed when he discovered that his armor was absorbing and purifying the poison. Perhaps even Hortuor, who had forged the armor, was clueless about this extraordinary capability. The poison was absorbed incredibly fast. When the black gas completely dissipated, Mo-Fan's black snake magic armor was in fact shinier. The blue-black flicker it reflected felt icier and deadlier. "It's your turn to suffer." Mo-Fan smiled widely. After mastering the ability to draw a nebula with a single thought, he could now finish an intermediate spell within a single breath's time. "Little flame Belle, possess!" Mo-Fan's body was already engulfed in fierce flames. As the little flame Belle rammed into his chest, flames from the combined Calamity Fire and Rose Flame surged upward and rolled in all directions, with Mo-Fan at the center. The heat waves reignited the fire sprouts across the land, which burned fiercely. "Meteorite Fist!" Mo-Fan roared as he threw a punch out. An astonishing force, like a meteorite lighting up the dim evening, shot out and instantly struck the poisoned Tumor Corpse General. The flash of light disappeared instantly, replaced by a trail of flames. The force of the meteorite fist exploded on the Corpse General's body as it punctured its thick skin. A hole! The hole filled the Corpse General's abdomen. Mo-Fan could even see the flames burning behind the Corpse General through the hole. The Corpse General fell to the ground slowly, and was devoured by the Rose Flame and the Calamity Fire greedily. Chapter 597. Icebound Coffin. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Ilrinith. Did I overestimate these filthy creatures' defense, or underestimate the strength of the meteorite fist? Mumbled Mo-Fan subconsciously when he saw the Corpse General turning into a giant, pitch-black hunk of coal from the fire. It turned out that things never worked according to plan. Mo-Fan had been planning to deal with the poison-spitting Corpse General first, as it felt like the creature had the weakest defense. However, after its poison no longer posed any threat to him because of his armor, he simply blasted the other Corpse General dead with a single meteorite fist. On second thought, the Corpse General was indeed a lot weaker than the Hatchet Corpse General. Apart from its attempts to ram into him, the poisonous gust it unleashed simply had no effect on Mo-Fan now. It was not too surprising that a meteorite fist stronger than a fourth-tier fiery fist was enough to end the creature's life. After getting rid of the Corpse General with the flesh tumors, Mo-Fan had pretty much secured his vicinity. As he was about to switch his focus to the poison-spitting Corpse General, he suddenly felt something clutching tightly to his feet. Glancing down, Mo-Fan discovered that two black metallic hands were poking out from the ground and grabbing onto his ankles. Their grip was so strong that they could almost snap his ankles in half. Mo-Fan was astounded. The creature must be the third Corpse General. No wonder he failed to detect its presence anywhere, as it had been hiding underground all along. That way, it could also stay away from the flames. It was a Corpse General with a brain. Luckily, he had put on the full black snake magic armor in time. Otherwise, its hands would have broken his ankles straight away. Lightning Strike. Mo-Fan flickered with electricity, and lightning arcs drilled into the ground rapidly at his command. The fourth-tier lightning strike was able to fork into lots of lightning arcs, which were basically schools of purple lightning eels. As soon as the electricity was conducted into the ground, a cry from the Corpse General arose almost instantly. The brief paralysis forced the creature to loosen its grip on Mo-Fan's feet. Mo-Fan used the remaining power of the blood tabi to leap into the air, dragging the ground-digging Corpse General out from the soil with brute force. The Corpse General was still holding onto Mo-Fan's feet. However, the lightning coming from Mo-Fan grew stronger in the air. The creature finally lost its grip on his ankles due to the paralysis, and fell onto a slope, rolling down to the bottom. Mo-Fan glanced downward and saw that the creature was a brown Corpse General with only half a body. The Corpse General only had a body above the waistline. Its body structure was similar to a human, yet its limbs were extraordinarily thick, like black iron. It could both move and jump using its strong iron arms. The lightning covering the creature's body could not last for long, and was quickly gone. The Corpse General immediately charged at Mo-Fan like an enormous ape. Its body was hurled into the air, and as it came down, it slammed its iron fists into the ground, producing a shockwave. Mo-Fan's blood tabi had disappeared after running out of energy. He was unable to use Fleeing Shadow either, as the area was well lit because of the flames. The shockwave that the corpse general fired smashed onto his chest, sending him flying a few dozen meters away. Following a series of tumbles, Mo Fan landed in some flames. He spat out a mouthful of sand and rose to his feet, holding his chest. The Black Snake magic armor was godly when it came to its defense. The corpse general was unable to break through the armor, but the impact from the collision could still inflict damage to Mo Fan's organs. Mo Fan was about to cast a spell for the counterattack when a burst of poison rain fell from the sky. He immediately dodged aside to hide from it. Even though the Black Snake magic armor was impenetrable by poison, the poison rain had a strong corrosive ability, which could melt anything into a pool of black water. It was hard to tell if anything would go wrong if he were sprinkled by the poison rain. Water curtain. A dark blue, half-transparent barrier fell like a waterfall into the black sandstorm. A dozen black tentacles that came out from the black sandstorm ended up colliding into the water curtain, stopping them from getting any closer to the flying Yao Nan. Yao Nan stayed behind the water curtain. His eyes were staring at the creature hiding in the black sandstorm. It was an enormous creature, like a human swollen out of shape from obesity, further enlarged a few times. Its stomach was covered in blue veins had taken up 2/3 of its body. Its head was full of tumors and lumps. Its limbs were replaced with tentacles that could poke out from its flesh, capable of extending and contracting at will. It was impossible to tell how many living things' life force had been drained away by the creature. How else could it become so big and fleshy, its dangling flesh almost reaching the ground? So that's all you've got? Yao Nan grinned coldly. With the protection of the water curtain, he no longer needed to keep an eye out for an ambush by the flesh tentacles. He began to draw a star constellation. It was the color of frost. One after another, star patterns filled with stars began to appear around Yao Nan. The star patterns were connected into star orbits, resulting in a magical star constellation fully surrounding Yao Nan. An ice star constellation, an advanced spell. Icebound Coffin. Yao Nan's gaze turned sharp. The icy glow flickered inside his eyes as frost gathered above the black sandstorm. High up in the sky, where the frost was accumulating, the chime of a funeral bell appeared, followed by a frosty object descending perfectly straight from the sky. It was a coffin, an icebound coffin. The coffin falling from the sky was not sealed tight yet. The heavy object slammed hard onto the corpse official. The collision immediately caused the ground to crack, pieces flying in the air. While the pieces were still floating in the air, strong icy energy spread into the corpse official's surroundings, with the coffin at the center. The splinters turned into ice crystals in the air, while the ground was frozen completely. The corpse official's giant figure was also encapsulated by the huge icebound coffin, as if it was sealed off for eternity. The icebound coffin was basically like a glacier mountain in the shape of a coffin. It stood there with a sinister presence, the whole place shivering because of it. The corpse official sealed inside the coffin had no chance of escaping, as the ice crystals were stronger than rocks refined with lava. They were basically indestructible. Yao Nan glanced at the enormous corpse official and panted heavily. Luckily, I acquired the soul-grade ice seed, Tear Crystal. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to take this corpse official down. Yao Nan glanced at the sturdy icebound coffin. His pale face barely had a smile on it. My blood poison has already destroyed the inside of its body, and now it is thoroughly frozen there. Even if the frost didn't kill it, the blood poison will eventually destroy the undead crystal inside its body, too. Poison element and ice element are elements that are effective in longer battles. If I can level up to super level like Du Xiao, please let me awaken a more violent element, like fire or lightning. Otherwise, it's always troublesome to fight creatures like this one, he sighed. That kid Mo Fan is even crazier. He already has 4 elements now. Once he reaches advanced level, he's basically a squad of magicians with the number of advanced spells he will have. Chapter 598. Leaving the Battlefield. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Breathing out, white mist spread to the side of the lips. The weather was getting colder, it would start snowing in less than a month. Yao Nan glanced at the frozen corpse official and discovered that its veins were blocked because of the frost. The poison had penetrated through the creature's greasy and transparent fat, making its way toward the undead crystal inside its stomach. A huge chunk of ice fell from the huge icebound coffin. The piece that broke off was made of the corpse official's frozen flesh. Soon, other body parts reacted the same way. Huge chunks of frozen meat fell to the ground. "I'll be taking the soul remnant." Yao Nan took out an undead container and acquired the soul remnant of the frozen creature. Wings appeared on his back. With a soft flap, the wings lifted Yao Nan into the grey sky. The black sandstorm behind him gradually dispersed after the death of the corpse official, no longer posing any threat to the army. Flying above a huge pack of zombies, Mo Fan saw flames burning across a large area on the ground. The flames were not far away from where he was fighting the battle, too. As he recalled, he did remember that he had thrown the kid Mo Fan down around here. As he glanced down, he could see scorched corpses everywhere, and in addition to that, he could also see Mo Fan standing in the circles of flames, with a wolf-type creature whose body was covered with scratches and poison standing beside him. "Not bad, you're still alive." Any other intermediate magician wouldn't have lasted even a few minutes after falling into the middle of zombies like that. Yao Nan landed and handed a seemingly expensive serum to Mo Fan. "Use this, or else your summoned beast will die soon after the wounds fester." Mo Fan quickly applied the serum to the wounds that were affected by the poison. He was not feeling too pleasant after seeing his wolf's dying expression. The Swift Star Wolf had been fighting against a poison tumor corpse general on its own. On top of that, there were hundreds of zombies trying to tear him apart, too. He could not stay in the flames as he was not immune to fire, thus the battle was incredibly tough for him. After applying the antidote on the Swift Star Wolf's body, the shocking wounds soon showed signs of recovering on their own. Mo Fan was instantly relieved. The Swift Star Wolf was a creature with outstanding self-healing ability. Many of the minor injuries would simply recover after the end of a battle, but when affected by the poison, the Swift Star Wolf would lose his life force too fast. "Your antidote is pretty good, where did you buy it?" asked Mo Fan when he saw that the poison affecting the Swift Star Wolf was almost cleansed. "I made it myself," replied Yao Nan with a smile. "You're a pharmacist?" Mo Fan asked in astonishment, looking at Yao Nan. "Yeah, my third element is poison," said Yao Nan. "Poison?" Mo Fan's eyes widened. It was his first time hearing about that element. "Black magic, poison element. Seems like you're quite the ignorant one, but it's true that this element is very rare in our nation. It's more common in foreign countries," said Yao Nan. "Right, I've never seen a magician with poison element before. By the way, I've never seen the infamous undead element from the list of black magic elements, either. Is it an element that's more common in foreign countries, too?" Mo Fan continued to treat the Swift Star Wolf's wounds. "You can find undead element in our country too, but because the magic deals with dead things most of the time, it's easy to violate the code of conduct established by the Magic Association. Normally, magicians with undead element don't usually show themselves. Besides, some elements can only be awakened at higher levels, such as secondary magic like the space element, music element, chaos element, and so forth. Basically, basic and intermediate magicians will only be looking at elemental magic, but at advanced level, they have more chance of interacting with black magic, white magic, and secondary magic," said Yao Nan. Mo Fan nodded. It turned out that he was still at the bottom of the magic pyramid. The vast world of magic was still not something he could peek at now. Mo Fan did admit that his life motto of trying to maintain the world's peace and protect the millions of girls in the cities was overly fake. However, the drive to pursue greater magic was long implanted deep inside his heart. He could not help but feel excited when he heard Yao Nan mentioning that he had a chance of awakening other types of magic after reaching the advanced level. What cool elements would he awaken with his double innate elements at the advanced level? "I can see that your fire element nebula is pretty much saturated. You're not that far away from achieving the advanced level. Keep it up. Oh, here is the soul remnant you asked for, as your reward for helping me to deal with the little mobs." Yao Nan shoved the container into Mo Fan's hands. Mo Fan did not reject it. He secretly placed the commander-level soul remnant into the little loach pendant when Yao Nan was not paying attention to him. Both the Iron Arms Corpse General and the Poison-Spitting Corpse General did not drop any soul essence. The zombies burned to their death by the flames did not drop any natural soul essences either. He initially thought he would be able to level his fire element up to the 4th level, but he was still 4 stars short. It was hard to tell if the little loach could refine any soul essence from the commander-level soul remnant. Even servant-class soul essences were sufficient. Let's go, the light formations are activated. They are most likely going to be surrounded by countless zombies and corpse generals. We won't have any chance of regrouping with the army. Let's head back to the walls and watch there. Yao Nan lifted Mo Fan up as his wings began to beat rapidly. Yao Nan had fulfilled his role after escorting the squad to the destination. He would lead the rest to the commanders and the experts among the hunters. Mo Fan was worn out from the previous battle, too. Apart from his shadow element, the energy of his other 3 elements was basically depleted. That old jerk Xu Meng would no longer be able to blame him for not contributing. Flying through the air, Mo Fan was able to observe a wider area. He shockingly discovered that not only did the number of zombies show no signs of going down, there were more corpse generals than before, too. Corpse generals already posed a great threat to many magicians. Mo Fan was able to see lots of corpse generals making their way toward the army. Mo Fan thought handling 5 small corpse generals on his own was his limit, yet there were even giant corpse generals among the dozens of corpse generals making their way toward the army. He immediately felt his scalp turning numb. Glancing further into the distance, he could see a few creatures as huge as hills among the army of undead. Their roars were clear even from the walls a few dozen kilometers away. Every attack they made would shake the sky and cause the ground to sink. Commander-level undead, those commander-level undead giants were standing among the dense army of undead. The spells hitting them in the form of colorful rainbows were merely making them sway slightly. Chapter 599. TSK 6 Elements. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. How many commander-level undead are there? Mo Fan scanned the area. Every 1,000 meters on the vast hate-filled land had at least one of the enormous undead commanders. How many advanced magicians were there? Mo Fan could see 6 or 7 advanced magicians fighting against a magnificent skeleton official. Even from a great distance, he could feel the destructive auras that the advanced spells produced when landing on the enormous skeleton official, yet they could not inflict any damage to it. When the skeleton official roared and fired a rain of 1,000 bone arrows, a blood mist burst out from the squad of intermediate magicians it targeted. It was impossible to tell how many magicians had died from the attack. Not every advanced magician is capable of fighting alone. Besides, that enormous bone official is strong enough to be considered a big commander, Yao Nan said in a deep voice, realizing why Mo Fan was astounded. Mo Fan did not speak. In a war at this scale, every magician was only playing a minor role. Even someone as strong as an advanced magician didn't make any difference to the outcome of the battle. However, if they had simply declined to take part in the war because of that, the walls behind them would have been run down ages ago, and the city turned into a feast for the undead. As Mo Fan was thinking, the dark clouds in the distance suddenly emitted a golden light. Rays of golden light penetrating the presence of death descended upon the place, and the mood swiftly changed. In the following moment, Mo Fan saw a giant golden sword descending from the sky. It was a sacred sword made of golden light. The sword was so huge that it felt like it could stand between heaven and earth. It was also the source of the golden rays from before. With a hum that made the whole place quiver, the sacred sword that had descended from the sky fell to the ground perfectly straight, landing on that enormous bone official whose size was comparable to that of a small mountain. The enormous bone official was nailed to the black land. Its sturdy bones began to shatter into pieces under the overwhelming presence of the Sword of Light. The mountain of bones collapsed while the light sword stood firmly upright on the ground. The bone official that was initially deemed unbeatable instantly lost its life and turned into a pile of white bones. Mo Fan witnessed the entire sequence. It took him a long time to calm down from the astonishment of witnessing the sword killing the creature with a single blow. What kind of magic is that? Mo Fan asked in shock. Just a moment ago, Mo Fan thought magicians were simply too tiny in a battle of this scale, as even advanced magicians were unable to make any difference to the situation. However, the sword that came out of nowhere immediately changed his thinking. The enormous bone official was a big commander-level creature, one so strong that even 6 or 7 advanced magicians were unable to inflict any damage to, yet it was killed instantly by a sacred sword falling from the sky. Words alone could not describe the shock Mo Fan was experiencing. Light Element Super Spell. Holy Essence, Demon Judgment Sword. Yao Nan's eyes flickered passionately. A super spell, something that he had always wanted to achieve. However, the path of cultivation was a long journey. Even he did not have the confidence that he would achieve the super level before he died, and master the destructive power capable of bringing judgment down upon the demon beasts. Holy Essence, Demon Judgment Sword. The astonishment in Mo Fan's heart slowly dissipated, replaced with strong excitement. This right here is what Magic F*** King should be, bringing the demons to justice with a single sword, showing no mercy whatsoever. Let's go. Du Slough is most likely going to massacre all the commander-level creatures that are posing a threat to the army. Holy Essence is the strongest single-target magic among the super spells. He's the perfect one to kill the officials around the Phantom Tyrant Emperor. The end for the Phantom Tyrant Emperor will happen soon after the White Serene Ghost officials and the White Serene Ghosts are wiped out. Yao Nan headed for the walls, bringing Mo Fan together with him. As they were getting further away from the battlefield, Mo Fan's mind was still occupied with the scene of that enormous skeleton official being killed instantly by the sword. Recalling when he was still at Tianlan Magic High, many students were utterly disappointed when they awakened the light element. If they saw what he just saw, they would never think that the light element was the worst element. Yao Nan, the textbooks we studied mentioned that super level is the highest level possible. Are there more levels above the super level? Asked Mo Fan curiously. You haven't even reached the advanced level. Can't I ask? Mo Fan did not let Yao Nan finish his sentence. There are. If you have the chance to visit the World 5 Continents Magic Association, there's a chance you might see a magician above the super level. Their power is no longer described as magic, but forbidden curse, answered Yao Nan. He shook his head with a smile when he saw the passionate look on Mo Fan's face and immediately switched the topic. It's going to rain soon. It's most likely the last rain for this season. When the snow comes, the undead will be frozen under the ground, providing the city with some relief. Yao Nan would be a great weather forecaster if he stopped being a magician. A cold rain started pouring down over the vast corpse-covered land not long after. The city was the first to receive the rain, which was only a tiny drizzle at the start. The night had still not ended. The guards on the walls were having a hard time. They preferred to wear raincoats or straw rain capes than protect themselves from the rain with a spell. Here at the walls, the temperature was close to 0 and already unbearable, not to mention how troublesome the cold was to the magician still fighting against the Phantom Tyrant Emperor around 20 kilometers away. Mo Fan and Yao Nan had returned to the walls in advance. They stood in the tower watching the loud battles in the distance. All they could do after doing their part was pray. Why do you look so down? Without any surprises, the battle should come to an end fairly quickly. With Du Xiao there, the Phantom Tyrant Emperor won't have any chance of living. Yao Nan seemed extremely confident of his superior. He leaned against the rail, trying to rest up while chatting with Mo Fan. I just don't like rain for some reason, Mo Fan replied. I like rain though. Mo Fan, I think you need a breakthrough. Trying to rank up to the advanced level through meditation alone isn't likely, and I believe you also relied on some external support when leveling up to the intermediate level, Yao Nan said sternly to Mo Fan. No one could understand Mo Fan's potential better than Yao Nan. Not only would Mo Fan be able to cast many advanced spells, he would awaken 2 new elements too. 6 elements. There was no one in the world that would have more elements than him. You seem very concerned about my progress, said Mo Fan. Yao Nan was closely tied to the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. It was possible that Lingling or Old Bao had told him about the truth of his double innate elements. It did not just grant him one extra element, but one extra element at every level. The elements and spells you have during the basic and intermediate levels are fairly limited. They simply give you an edge over other magicians. But once you reach the advanced level, your strength will skyrocket. With 6 elements on the same person, and the effects of spirit grade seeds or soul grade seeds for different elements, it's not as simple as having the spells of 2 advanced magicians. Yao Nan declared. It all sounds good on paper, but do you understand how much money I'll need? Responded Mo Fan. That's true too, ha ha ha. But I still recommend you focus on improving your fire element to the advanced level. You would then be able to awaken your 5th and 6th elements, giving you one more element than a forbidden magician. TSK, if I were the Black Vatican, I would choke you to death at all costs. Otherwise, you alone could simply wipe out their entire organization one day. Chapter 600. Revenge, Truth. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was late at night, yet the scent of blood lingered in the old residence. A cry of agony came from the residence. The villager called Guzi had one of his arms torn off by a living dead. The sound of the bone snapping mixed with a loud cry, a chilling sight. Damn it! Liu Yu glared at Fang Jiyu, who was standing close to the well, in extreme anger. Fang Jiyu was an evil necromancer. The guy had revived the people of the Sunny Goat village who were supposed to be dead, and turned them all into living dead. Let everyone go, we have always been on good terms. We have not done anything to you, why are you killing us like this? Asked Su Xiao Luo with a trembling voice. Zhong Xiao who stood beside her to guarantee her safety. However, the rest of the villagers had been torn apart by the living dead. Their amputated body parts were scattered in pools of blood, covering the entire place. On good terms? Not done anything to me? Ha ha ha, only a naive little girl like you has no idea what happened. That makes sense, because I was told that you'd gone to Qinling Mountains to pluck some herbs. You are totally clueless about the shameless act that your beloved chief, uncles, and aunties did. Fang Jiyu burst out laughing. The presence of the dead continued to linger in the area, allowing the undead to grow stronger. At the start, Liu Yu could barely protect the villagers, but as the living dead grew stronger and fiercer, Liu Yu, who was overwhelmed by their numbers, was constantly knocked back, too. She had no choice but to watch the villagers get snapped in half and torn apart. Fang Jiyu used extremely cruel methods. He asked the living dead to tear the villagers to pieces while they were still alive, just so they would suffer the pain right before their death. Ask what your chief did when we came to your village after the water in our Kuan well was running out, said Fang Jiyu with a hollow laugh. Xie Sang wore a twisted expression. He never thought that this bunch of people who had died would come back to avenge themselves. As he saw half of the people from his village killed by the lunatic, he, as the protector of the Kuan well, no longer had the face to meet his ancestors after he passed away. Let the others go, I'm the one that chased you all away. Xie Sang glanced at the bodies scattered across the place, then at the children who were rooted to the ground in fear. Let go of the others? What did you do when I asked you to let a few of the children stay? Without the protection of the water, we would simply be torn to pieces by those filthy wild undead. Do you understand what I was experiencing when I watched the people around me waiting for their turn to die? Fang Gu's face resembled that of a devil, one only those bearing extreme hatred could wear. In the middle of his speech, 2 other living dead with appearance of young kids lunged at Zhong Xiaohu, but they were stopped by a rising rock barrier. Fang Jiyu was not too bothered by it. He continued to speak with a voice full of hate, despair, the same thing you're feeling now. When I had to kill them all one by one as the sun was setting with my own hands, I told myself that I'd let the people of your village suffer the same fate, that feeling of despair while you're waiting for your death. What? You killed the people from your own village? Su Xiaoluo blurted out in disbelief. Liu Yu was also astounded after hearing that Fang Jiyu was the one who killed his own people. What else could I do, instead of letting those filthy undead eat them and turn them into piles of bones? I would rather turn them into living dead under my control. It's the only way I could think of as a necromancer, said Fang Jiyu. He had killed everyone himself, including his children and wife. Liu Aryu no longer knew how to judge the situation. Obviously, it was inhumane for the people of Hua village to reject the people of Sunny Goat village who had lost the protection of the god of the well, eventually forcing the chief Fang Jiyu to turn everyone into living dead before night arrived. Liu Aryu could not imagine the terrifying scene of Fang Jiyu killing his own people. He killed them, turned them into living dead and waited for his chance to get revenge. No wonder the people of Hua village were still attacked by the undead when they were still under the protection of the god of the well. The undead were actually controlled by Fang Jiyu, who was a necromancer. The ambush during the daytime, it was most likely Fang Jiyu using some trick so that the undead could also appear during the day. I used the remaining supply of water from the Kuan well when refining them into living dead. The old ancestor blessed us in the end. My undead people are able to move in the day thanks to the water from the Kuan well. But unfortunately, some magicians decided to intervene with our business. Otherwise, there's no way you would have made it to the ancient capital, added Fang Jiyu. The grudge and hatred he bore had turned him into a devil. He wanted to vent it all out today by avenging his people, at the cost of the lives of everyone from Hua village. Liu Aryu came to a realization. Undead would only appear at night or somewhere where the presence of death was strong enough to shroud the sunlight, but it was very hard for the presence of death to accumulate under the sunlight. Previously, when the ambush took place, there was no sign of the presence of death nearby, and it happened when the sky was still bright. Normally, even a necromancer was unable to control their undead in the day. It turned out that it was only possible because of the effects of the well water that had protected the people from villages living in the danger zone for generations. The greatest weakness of a necromancer was their inability to summon their undead during the day. Otherwise, the undead element would be more useful than the summoning element. Since Fang Jiyu had found a way to overcome the weakness, it allowed him to act ruthlessly with his army of undead. Su Xiao Luo, and you two outsiders. It's something to be settled between us and Hua village. I'll spare your lives if you don't try to involve yourself, but if you still try to stop me, I'll kill you too, said Fang Jiyu. Humph, you've already lost your mind. Otherwise, why would you erase the other villages too, retorted Liu Aryu coldly. Liu Aryu would not say anything if Fang Jiyu was only trying to get his revenge, since Hua village was in the wrong in the first place. However, not only was this Fang Jiyu trying to eliminate Hua village, he had also killed everyone from the other villages. It made clear that this guy had completely lost his mind, yet he was still shameless enough to say that he was only trying to avenge his people. I've only killed people from Hua village, declared Fang Jiyu. It turns out that not only are you insane, you're a hypocrite too, cursed Liu Aryu. The news about the other villages being erased had come not long after they had arrived at the ancient capital. The people of villages located in the danger zone were under the protection of the god of the well, thus the undead would not attack them. Who could possibly kill them, apart from a necromancer like Fang Jiyu? Humph, whatever you say. Since you're trying to protect them, I'll bury you together with them, spat Fang Jiyu with a vicious look.